To say Namake's Minato was having a bad day would be an understatement. His last month has been living hell for him. He was finally finished with the last pile of paperwork, the devil spawn that continued to haunt all Kages. Today, the Yondaime was in another session with the council regarding his wife, who has been missing for the last month. This, along with the pressures of being Hokage, was bringing Minato to his knees. His wife, Kushina, was pregnant with his child, and being a Jinchuriki, she was vulnerable to having her tenant, the Kyubi no Yoko, released from the seal and wreak havoc upon the world. This could potentially kill his wife, but being an Uzumaki, she had quality life force, and because of this she had a chance to live through Kyubi being extracted. But all the same, it worried Minato, nonetheless, the fact that his wife and child were in danger. He barely controlled himself from tearing apart the village when they first went missing. That was the day they felt the wrath of the Yondaime. Minato sighed and ran his hands through his yellow-blonde hair, which felt greasy and dirty. He looked down at himself, feeling pathetic at the fact that he couldn't do simple things like clean himself, or eat 3 full meals anymore, and even sleep through the night anymore. His Jonin outfit was worn out from being worn all the time. He was up constantly looking for his wife, on the manhunt with Umbu. The trail had led to somewhere in the village, making it an inside job. He gritted his teeth thinking about that fact. He knew as Hokage he had to protect the village, but it felt like he couldn't even trust the village. He only had 4 months. 4 months until his child would be born. Minato slammed his fist on the desk in front of him, splitting it in half through his sheer force. The Umbu in the room flickered into appearance in front of Minato, alarmed at the noise. He looked up and started sweating, then said with a fake smile, "Sorry there, just frustrated today." The Umbu looked at one another and nodded, then flickered out of view. Minato sighed and pushed the desk to the side. He got up and grabbed his Hokage robes, preparing to go to another meeting when the door to the office opened. Minato grabbed his robes and turned around to look at his predecessor walking into the room. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Minato with sympathy on his face. He was an elderly man, but still had more power than anyone in the village except Minato. He had shorter gray hair and a goatee, and the eyes of experience. He has on his old Kage robes that covers him all the way down. He gently closing the door behind him. He walked forward and took a seat in one of the chairs. "What can I do for you, Hokage-sama?" Minato asked. "Please, Minato, we are equals. You know to address me as an equal now," Hiruzen said. Minato sighed and looked at Hiruzen, who had a serious look on his face. Hiruzen took the pipe he had been smoking and said, "Minato, you need to rest. You have been working constantly." Minato slid his robes on and said, "There is too much to get done." Hiruzen took a look at Minato and said, "You haven't even showered or eaten well in the last few days, have you?" "Work's keeping me going." Minato snapped at Hiruzen. Hiruzen raised his eyebrows in question and Minato looked down, ashamed that he broke like that for that 1 second. "It's okay, Minato. I can take over. You need to rest, take a day or 2 off," Hiruzen said, trying to reassure him. "I just want to be the first to hear when she is found. I've been dying to find her. And I'll be the first to tell you as soon as she is found, but you need to clean up." Minato finished arranging himself in a presentable manner and looked at Hiruzen when the door to the office slammed open. Minato and Hiruzen looked towards the door where there was a teenager with spiky gray hair and a face mask in an Umbu outfit, out of breath. "Minato-sensei." "Kakashi, what happened?" Minato asked. "We found her, Hokage Monument, top of the cliff," Kakashi said in between breaths. Minato's eyes widened and then instantly he was gone in a yellow flash. Hiruzen looked towards Kakashi and said, "Well done, Kakashi. Go home and rest now. We will take care of everything."
"Hi, Hokage-sama,"
Kakashi said and slowly walked out. Hiruzen stood up with authority and snapped his fingers. In front of him, Umbu appeared around him. "Follow Minato and assure that everything is under control," Hiruzen ordered.
"Hi, Hokage-sama,"
the 4 Umbu around Hiruzen said in unison and flickered away. The Kami no Shinobi was going to make sure that nothing else happened to Minato and his family while he was around. He promised it on his life. Minato flashed into appearance at the top of the cliff where laying there was Kushina, unconscious and breathing heavy. She was surrounded by different umbu. Kushina, Minato shouted and darted over. He knelt beside her and lifted her in his arms. The umbu all knelt and were at attention. Your orders, Hokage-sama? An umbu behind Minato. I will be issuing orders for our Hokage, said Hiruzen behind the group. The umbu stood and turned, looking at their previous Hokage and shouted in unison, Hokage-sama, you are to investigate this and look for any leads as to who might have committed the crime of taking Kushina captive, and follow up on any leads. I expect hourly reports, the Sandaime Hokage commanded. Hi, Hokage-sama, the umbu shouted and dispersed. Minato was still kneeling next to his wife, cradling her now in his arms. He had a look of relief on his face, a trail of tears going down his face. Hiruzen knelt down next to Minato and said, Let's get her to the hospital. Minato nodded and stood with his wife in his arms, and they both disappeared in a flash. It has been hours now since Kushina was admitted. Minato was waiting outside the room, standing almost a guard, but impatient nonetheless. The doctors were working relentlessly to find out if anything had been done, and the longer they worked, the longer Minato went without any word of what had happened to her and his unborn child. He was getting antsy. Hiruzen walked through the hallway and took a seat in the waiting room, only a few feet away. Hiruzen looked up at Minato, who had a determined but worried look on his face. Hiruzen shook his head and said to Minato, Why don't you sit down here? She isn't going anywhere with all the guards we have posted around this place. Minato shook his head and stood at the door still, as if frozen in place. Hiruzen sighed and pulled out a pile of paperwork from his robes and continued the hell spawn that all Kages had to deal with. It was only a few minutes later when the doors to the Kage medical room opened and out came the head medical ninja, Nono Yakushi. She had a white cloth hood over her blonde hair and thick bold glasses. She had on medical robes over a black dress. Minato turned towards her and looked at her, and Hiruzen stood immediately. He looked into her green eyes and asked desperately, How is my wife? My child? She looked at them both before saying, Perhaps you should both come inside and see. Minato and Hiruzen looked at each other, exchanging looks. Minato turned back towards her and nodded. They walked inside the room, and there stood the doctors slowly moving around the room, some sitting, tired. Off to the side stood the umbu commander, observing the operation. Could I ask for everyone to leave, please? Yakushi asked. The doctors all looked towards each other and then walked out the door. The umbu commander remained frozen in place, at the corner of the room. Yakushi walked over to Kushina, who was sleeping soundly in the hospital bed. Minato walked over and started stroking her hair. How is she? Minato asked. Yakushi sighed and said, She is as healthy as she can be in a coma. A coma? Minato asked, shocked. Yakushi nodded, then said, She is lucky to be alive at this point. We did a full body scan on her, and she is as healthy as she can be considering her situation. Let me explain. Before you go on, Yakushi-san, perhaps you should inform them about the child, the umbu commander said. Ahem, yes, you're correct, but seeing how they are related, it's best to just dive in, Yakushi said. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow at this and asked, What exactly happened? You see, Kushina was kidnapped not for her, but for the child. We found after scanning over the baby that he was dash. Did you say he? Minato asked. Yes, Hokage-sama. Your child is a baby boy, Yakushi said. Minato smiled at this thought and nodded for her to continue. She cleared her throat and said, After scanning over the boy, we found that he was altered. What do you mean altered? Asked Hiruzen. To be specific, genetically altered, Yakushi said sadly. What? Hiruzen and Minato shouted. Yakushi nodded, looking at the two, letting them calm. Minato was fuming, stepping away from his wife to pace the room. Hiruzen was looking sadly at Minato and Kushina, wondering what kind of man would have done this and what this did to her and their unborn son. We can't tell you whose genetics they are, unfortunately. Considering the stress it's putting on your wife's pregnancy, it has to be some heavy genetics. You said she was healthy, Minato said. She is, but the stress on her body is the reason why she was put into the coma. We expect her to wake in 2 weeks. Minato nodded at this, then turned back to his wife, stroking her hair tenderly. Hiruzen looked at the scene in front of him and sighed internally. He knew this was going to be a long few months now that she was back, and what's more, now they have to worry about the child. For months later, Jiraiya, Minato, Kushina and Hiruzen were inside the Hokage office. There were seals glowing around the room, alerting the people in the room to the fact that they weren't going to be disturbed. Minato was sitting behind his desk, Kushina seated next to him. Jiraiya was standing in a corner across the room and Hiruzen was seated across from Minato and Kushina. The last few months had taken its toll on Minato and Kushina. Kushina was suffering from the pregnancy being disturbed. The stress was evident on her. Minato was working constantly as well and had a tired look on his face. He had been working with Umbu and Jiraiya to find the people responsible for Kushina's kidnapping, as well as his regular Hokage activities and being a father-in-waiting. Jiraiya stood looking at the people in the room. He sighed knowing that his apprentice was suffering. He was worried for his surrogate family. He had worked with his spy network to figure out anything about Kushina's kidnapping. Meanwhile, he worked inside the village now and acted as a bodyguard and caretaker for Kushina. He really thought of her as a daughter now from these last few months. Minato and Kushina even asked him to be the godfather of their kid. He was of course happy to accept. Hiruzen cleared his throat and acknowledged everyone in the room. As we know, Kushina will deliver the child at the safety of the Hokage safe house. Only we and the caretakers Bawako and Taji in charge of delivering Naruto know what is happening. Once he is delivered, Jiraiya will take him back to Konoha and Minato will reseal the Kyuubi. Once Kushina is resealed, she will be delivered back by Minato and will be put into high security. Does everyone understand? Hi! Everyone said at once. Good, the task begins tonight. Minato, have you prepared yourself for any case? Hi! Minato said. Good. I will see you all when this is over then. Good luck. Minato arrived at the Hokage safe house and saw Kushina already in labor. Jiraiya was standing to the side against the wall with his head down while Biwako and Taji were working. Minato dashed over to her side and saw her in pain, but not screaming.
Small Kushina-sama.
Push. You're almost there. Biwako shouted. What's wrong? Minato asked. She's dying, Jiraiya said somberly. Felt like time stopped in the room for Minato then. He only saw his wife's face, scrunched up in pain. What? There's the head. Jiraiya-sama. Come here, Taji said. Jiraiya got off the wall and walked over, ready to help. Minato stepped away from his wife and watched the scene unfolding before him. He saw Jiraiya standing, ready to hold his godson. He then saw Naruto, his son born before his eyes, crying. Kushina was breathing slowly now, more heavily. Biwako and Taji were working diligently now, working on Naruto and Kushina fast. Then Minato saw the Kyuubi seal weakening. He gritted his teeth and stepped forward, preparing himself to reseal Kyuubi into his wife when suddenly he was kicked away. Screams ran through the room then, as Biwako and Taji fell to the ground with kunai protruding from their necks. There was a man now standing in their place, a mask on his face and a black cloak over his body. He held Naruto in his arm with a kunai ready to kill him. Naruto, Minato shouted. Yandame Hokage, step away from the Jinchuriki, or your child dies, the masked man said. Minato, Jiraiya shouted. Just calm down, we can work this out, Minato said. Do you care about your child? The masked man asked. Ido, Minato said. Choose now Yandame Hokage, the man shouted. Then he tossed Naruto up into the air and held his kunai underneath him, ready to kill him. Minato dashed across the room in a yellow flash and caught him. The man then disappeared with speed and went to grab Kushina, but was intercepted by Jiraiya with a Rasengan, spiraling sphere, in hand. Rasengan, he said running at the masked man. The man walked then straight through Jiraiya and his attack, as if phasing through him. What? Jiraiya asked bewildered before plowing straight through the wall leading outside. The masked man grabbed Kushina and disappeared, but not before going through a half-tiger hand sign when sizzling was heard straight from Naruto's towel. "Shit!" Minato exclaimed before tearing off the towel and used the Hiruzen to teleport outside the house when an explosion went off. Minato saw Jiraiya kneeling in the grass, silently cursing to himself. "Jiraiya-sensei!" Minato shouted and dashed over to him. "I'm fine," just cursing our luck. Kushina was taken just before her death and the QB isn't resealed. We have to assume the worst. Get back to the village and inform Hokage Dano of everything that has transpired. Take Naruto, Minato said. "Where are you going?" Jiraiya asked. "Hopefully to put a stop to this before it even starts," Minato said, determined. "Right," Jiraiya said, taking Naruto. Jiraiya turned to leave, but Minato put a hand on his shoulder, stopping him for a moment. There was silence. Then Minato said, "If all else fails, promise me you won't stop me from what I have to do as Hokage." Jiraiya froze, now afraid for Minato. He grew to like him just from him being an apprentice, but now working with him constantly over the last few months only strengthened that. Jiraiya looked at him, then at Minato and said, "I won't get in your way, and I will be the godfather that Naruto needs." Minato nodded and disappeared once more in a yellow flash. Jiraiya sighed and put Naruto down next to him. He went and bit his thumb, putting blood on the palm of his hand before going through hand signs.
Kuchiyose no jutsu.
Summoning jutsu. There was a large cloud of smoke where Jiraiya stood on top of a giant toad with Naruto in his arms again. The toad had a tanto on his side and was smoking a pipe. He also had a jacket on him. "Jiraiya, why did you summon me here?" "No time, Gamabunta. The QB is about to become unsealed and we need to warn Konoha." "Let's go," Bunta said with a hop, taking off a long distance, reaching Konoha within minutes. Minato appeared in a room and grabbed a coat hanging in the closet, his trademark Yondaime Hokage robes. He grabbed a full set of tri-pronged kunai and geared up. He stood there, patting himself down, checking and making sure he had everything. He then said, "I'm coming," and he disappeared in a yellow flash. Kakashi and Guy were walking through the streets. The masked kid with the silver hair and umbu outfit everyone knew as Kakashi had been assigned with watching Kushina in the shadows for months, and this was a well-deserved day off, but not before being disturbed by the disturbing boy with the bowl-cut haircut and the green jumpsuit. "Kakashi, I insist we have a youthful challenge. Rock, paper, scissors, perhaps? No, not youthful enough. Perhaps a lap around Konoha." "Guy, doesn't something seem off to you?" Kakashi asked, sensing something afoul. "You are trying to avoid the challenge. I must reclaim my place as top rival," Guy shouted. "I'm sorry, Guy. Did you say something?" Kakashi asked too innocently. "Ugh, curse you, Kakashi, and your cool hip attitude," Guy yelled to the sky. Hiruzen was working at the Hokage office on the small pile of paperwork. He seriously didn't know how Minato got through paperwork at the speed he did. He cursed himself for not thinking like Minato and continued working. He stamped a denial for a shinobi team to be sent to handle a domestic affair, sighing inwardly. All of a sudden, there was a large shockwave that felt like an earthquake and Hiruzen fell over in his chair. "Umbu, what was that?" "A large toad has appeared outside the Hokage tower, sir," an umbu said, flickering into view. "Toad? What is happening?" "I will explain everything now, sensei," Jiraiya said, jumping in through the window. He turned and looked at the umbu and said, "Place the village on emergency orders. Evacuate the civilians." "Hi!" the umbu shouted. Hiruzen stood and looked at Jiraiya, who was holding Naruto in his arms. "Prepare yourself. The QB is about to be unsealed if Minato fails." Kushina was rooted in place, suspended in midair because of the Fuinjutsu that is almost completely unsealed now. Kushina was, however, very near death, and if the seal released, then she would definitely die. She was suspended above a lake, the Fuinjutsu chained to the surrounding rocks, and in front of her stood the masked man. "How does it feel, Uzumaki Kushina?" he asked mockingly. All she could do, though, was breathe to keep herself alive and to restrain the QB, but her hold was close to losing completely now. "Now is the time then," the man said before making a hand sign. He channeled chakra through himself and now the contract seal on the Fuinjutsu and said, "Kai, release." Then the Fuinjutsu acted up, automatically pouring out evil chakra, red and vile in nature before it formed into a shape of a fox, more specifically, a nine-tailed fox. The fox unleashed a great roar before looking down at the scene in front of it. The Kyuubi no Yoko had been unleashed into the world once again. Kushina tilted her head up slightly, looking at the Kyuubi. The masked man stood in front of the Kyuubi. He finally released the seal he was holding, justified with the formation of the Kyuubi. He looked at the Kyuubi and with one glance, the Kyuubi calmed. It seemed almost under control now. "Kyuubi control, complete," the masked man said. "You'll never get away with it," Kushina heavily said. The masked man took a look at her and said, "What is going to stop the Kyuubi? Konoha? I intend to destroy it. Now." "Not while I'm alive," Minato shouted, then appeared in front of Kushina. Namikaze Minato, still living up to his name of Konoha's Yellow Flash. "I'm impressed that you managed to find me this fast," the masked man said comically. "As long as I'm here, Konoha will not fall," Minato said. "The Kyuubi is mine now, you cannot stop me," the man said before Kyuubi roared at Minato. The Kyuubi's tails extended and whipped out to attack Minato, but too late since Minato already flashed away, Kushina in his arms standing a distance away. "Impressive still, Yondaime Hokage," the masked man said before pulling Kyuubi into some sort of space-time ninjutsu and disappearing himself along with it. Minato looked at this and frowned slightly, seeing how the spiral seemed to originate from his mask. He took a good look at Kushina and noticed how her breathing was very minimal at this point. "Minato," she said between breaths. "Shush now, it's going to be okay," Minato said. "No, it isn't. I was dead as soon as I gave birth to Naruto. Promise me you will take care of him, Minato," she pleaded, losing herself now. I promise," he said, choking on his words. She slightly nodded before closing her eyes and giving a slight smile. She then went to sleep, her breathing fading completely. Minato looked down, seeing his wife dead in his arms when he saw tears slide off of his face onto her. He was crying now. "Why?" he asked himself. He wiped his tears quickly, then took his wife close in his arms and flashed out of existence, towards Konoha where the threat would be, mourning silently. It was quiet in the industrial part of the village. The buildings were mostly closed since it was nighttime and no work was done around these hours. The masked man landed softly on the ground and kneeled, taking in his surroundings. The buildings around him were dark and closed off. He then went through hand signs swiftly before he shouted, "Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning Jutsu." There was a huge cloud of smoke when suddenly the Kyuubi puffed into existence and gave a tremendous roar, alerting Konoha to the return of the Kyuubi no Yoko. Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and dozens of Umbu stood on the roof of the Hokage Tower, looking around the village for any sign of the Kyuubi while villagers were subtly evacuated. If this intruder was smart, they would go to the industrial village which was close to the residential district and farther away from the Hokage Tower. Hiruzen knew this and because of this looked off towards this direction. Jiraiya stood next to him quietly now, no longer holding Naruto who was now sleeping soundly inside the Hokage Tower. Hiruzen suddenly felt a large burst of chakra, vile and malicious in nature, appear. Then in the distance a large plume of smoke appeared and the Kyuubi emerged and roared at the village. Hiruzen tore off his Hokage robes and stood in his battle outfit. "Umbu, we move out and defend Konoha." "Hai!" shouted dozens of Umbu behind Hiruzen, before dashing off into the distance to hold off the Kyuubi until their Hokage could deal with the tailed beast. The Kyuubi was engaged by many ninja from Konoha, moving to distract the beast, preventing damage that would be done. Many shouts could be heard from ninja all around. "Yo, Kyuubi, over here!" shouted one, throwing a bunch of shuriken at the beast. "No Kiwi, over here!" shouted another, throwing kunai with explosive tags. Of course, none of this did anything except pester the beast, making it more enraged. The Kyuubi roared and flicked its tails around to get rid of the annoying flies. The masked man was nowhere to be seen now. "Jiraiya, Hajime, came a distant shout that commanded authority. Hai!
Kuchiyose. Yatai kusushi no jutsu.
Summoning, food cart destroyer technique. Out of nowhere, a giant toad appeared above the Kyuubi and landed on top of him, causing a shockwave to spread through the village. The toad took out his tanto and stabbed it into one of the tails. "And stay down, you mutt!" the toad shouted. "Nice job, Bunta. Sensei. Knock some sense into this thing," Jiraiya shouted on top of the toad boss. Hai! Kuchiyose. Monkey King Enma. Summoning of Monkey King Enma technique. There was a puff that appeared on a rooftop a small distance from Kyuubi, and there stood Hiruzen in full combat armor and a monkey that stood taller than Hiruzen. The monkey looked around before noticing the fox and said, "So the Kyuubi has been unleashed now, Hiruzen? Minato didn't do a very good job," he said. "There were some things that were unpreventable," Hiruzen said. "I can see this. Henge, Kongonioi, transformation, adamantine staff." Enma then turned from his monkey form into a large staff that Hiruzen then gripped and allowed to extend into the Kyuubi, smacking him in the head. The Kyuubi became enraged and flicked his tail, the tanto flying to the wall of the village and impaling itself in the wall. Gamabunta was getting loose, so he bounced off of the beast and landed outside of the village and steadied himself. Hiruzen knew this was an opportunity, so he extended the staff again, pushing Kyuubi through the wall and outside the village. He smiled at this small victory and jumped after the giant fox. Minato appeared in the Hokage office, where Naruto was sleeping soundly. He sighed and put Kushina down on the floor of the room, directly in the center. He moved to Naruto and said, "I won't let anything happen to you if I can so help it." Minato then disappeared outside and reappeared on top of the Hokage monument. More specifically, he was standing on top of his own head. He looked at the fierce battle going on in the distance and noticed the Kyuubi getting more agitated, and it finally began to charge a Baijidama-tailed beast bomb. Minato cursed to himself silently and started to swiftly go through hand signs. Then the Kyuubi turned straight towards Minato and launched it straight at him. Minato finished the hand signs and brought out his signature tri-pronged kunai and held it out in front of him and began the space-time ninjutsu. Out came what looked like a Fuinjutsu seal but had a gaping hole in the middle of it, and in went the Baijidama. The giant purple chakra ball disappeared inside, and seconds later, a huge explosion could be heard a long distance away from the village. He smirked to himself at his quick thinking, but then felt a hand on his shoulder. He turned swiftly to find himself staring at the masked man attempting to pull him into his eye when he noticed it now. Sharingan, in the one eye hole of the mask. Minato swiftly used the Hiration, flying Thunder God technique, and escaped. The masked man stood there for a moment, looking on at the Kyuubi, and said to himself, "The Hiration? What an impressive jutsu." Then the masked man disappeared in a swirl into space itself while saying, "Next time I'll be faster, as soon as I grab him." Sarutobi looked as the Baijidama launched itself towards the village and panicked slightly when he saw Minato on top of the Hokage mountain. He smiled and saw him use a space-time ninjutsu to make the Baijidama disappear. He then turned serious again at the looming threat of the Kyuubi. He gripped Enma, who was still in staff form, in his hands and charged at Kyuubi. Jiraiya was standing on top of Bunta when the Baijidama went off and had to smile at his apprentice at how he handled the situation. Minato wasn't an SS-class ninja for nothing. Minato looked at Kyuubi, who was attempting to attack a group of ninja. He figured the best thing to do was to trap it now that it was outside Konoha. "Bunta, I am going to trap him. Prepare to give him a beating," Jiraiya shouted. "You got it," Gamabunta shouted. Jiraiya jumped down from Gamabunta and flew through hand signs before shouting, "Doton! Yomi Numa! Earth Release! Swamp of the Underworld!" Jiraiya saw the ground change underneath Kyuubi into a swampy mud muck, keeping the Kyuubi pinned. "Now Bunta!" Jiraiya shouted. Bunta leaped at Kyuubi and started to pound at him with his sword, only to be countered by his tails, while whipping the occasional water bullet at the fox. Hiruzen was smashing at Kyuubi with his staff, keeping the beast busy with the support of Konoha Nin. Minato reappeared near the Hokage mountain, not too far from the village. He panted a little though from the exertion he put into himself on the last few jutsu. When he caught his breath, He turned and was about to go to Konoha again when the masked man suddenly appeared before him. "This time, Yondaime, we fight on even ground," said the man. "I wouldn't call having the Sharingan fighting even now, would I?" "Who are you?" Minato asked. "I am nobody and I am somebody. Who I am is not important or relevant to this world anymore. But if you need a name, you may call me Madara Uchiha."
Impossible.
"He is dead." "Oh really? How do you explain me controlling the Kyuubi then? Only one such as myself could do it. No fool that follows Konoha could do it." Minato was boiling on the inside. He knew this man was probably flaunting him, but it all didn't make sense. He got past Umbu and himself with Jiraiya by his side, as well as being knowledgeable about Jinchuriki during childbirth. Being able to remove the seal and control Kyuubi is no small feat. He knew this man was probably who he claimed he was. "What is your hope behind this attack?"
Konoha's destruction.
"This could definitely be called an attack on whim or it be planned. I could do it saying it was for war or for peace." Minato stepped back, clearly shocked. This man had some dangerous ideals. He looked at the man before him who was now shrugging as if warming up, then saw chains drop from the cloak of his. He looked ready to fight. Minato took a kunai from his pocket and prepared to engage him, when suddenly the man laughed. He actually laughed at him. "What's so funny? You are clueless, Yondaime. The Kyuubi cannot be stopped, unless sealed once more. I intend to stop you first and then the Kyuubi. I will not let Konoha fall. Even after they betrayed you, betrayed the trust that you gave them." Minato's eyes widened at this. He observed the man carefully, looking for body language before asking, "What are you talking about?" "I'm talking about your son Yondaime. I know all about him." Minato felt himself rumble and then he growled, "You stay away from him and my wife." "Your wife is dead, Yondaime. I know this. There is no way she could have survived giving birth to a child of such a magnitude," the man said simply. "Explain." "It's simple, really. Your child has the genes of one of the greatest ninja ever produced. He was very much like you, a protector of the village." Minato let this roll over in his mind for a minute before his eyes widened, and he said, "You don't mean?" "Yes, he is going to gain power no one could dream of. He may even be better than his surrogate predecessor now. I look forward to fighting him in the future if he lives through the night." "This ends now. I won't let you get the chance," Minato said before throwing his kunai at the masked man. The man simply gave a huff of air and let the kunai phase through him, but not before seeing the Yondaime charge in front of him, a blue spiraling ball in his hands. Rasengan, spiraling sphere. Of course, this attack only phased through him too. "Too slow, Yondaime," the man said before pulled on his chains and whirling around to face him, only to find he had disappeared again. He sighed and turned to face the Hokage still within the clearing. He has the spiraling ball still in his hand, and was now holding two kunai. "You cannot hope to defeat an Uchiha." "We'll see about that," Minato muttered to himself, before throwing the first kunai and charging to meet the man. Minato moved as fast as the kunai, behind it and planning his attack carefully. The man ran to meet him, and let the kunai phase through him. When it was done though, he stretched his hand and said, "I win." "Hiruzen, level 2. Minato shouted and disappeared, appearing behind the man, snatching his kunai between his fingers and slamming the Rasengan in his hands into the man. "Damn it, he flew to the kunai from earlier." "Impressed?" Minato asked, then took a breath and said, "Now you definitely will be." Minato deposited his kunai and went through hand signs quickly before the man could recover and slammed his hand onto the man's chest and shouted, "Kyaku Fuin, contract seal." The man cursed himself and felt his control on the Kyuubi released all at once. He no longer had a hold over the beast. Then he looked up at the man who ruined all of his plans with a fire burning in his eyes. Then he said, "I must hand it to you, Yondaime Hokage. Being able to wound me and sever my ties with Kyuubi is not something to laugh at. But no matter, the Kyuubi will be my plaything again. I will take over the world, and there are so many ways to go about it." Then, the masked man used his teleportation jutsu and disappeared before Minato's eyes. He had thoughts going through his mind at rapid-fire pacing, but he knew the QB was still attacking the village. He took a breath and disappeared again using Hiration. He now knew what he had to do. Jiraiya was not having a fun time anymore. He was exhausted, firing off many jutsu, and was about to call for support so he could go into Sage mode. Gamabunta was doing no better, as he was fighting QB directly. Hiruzen was getting tired himself. He was getting desperate and needed the assistance of Konoha soon. He was standing off to the side when the Umbu commander flickered into appearance next to him.
Hokage-sama.
Konoha is ready to retaliate fully. Fire the flares, Hiruzen shouted. Hiruzen saw the flares go into the sky, and then the ninja of Konoha went at the QB with full force, holding him off, but not before the QB started to charge another Baijidama. He can still do another? Hiruzen shouted. Jiraiya appeared next to Hiruzen and said, "Sensei, without Minato we can't do anything."
Kuchiyose. Yatai Kusushi no Jutsu.
Summoning, Food Cart Destroyer. Out of the sky dropped a giant green toad with swords in sheaths strapped to its back. On top of the toad stood Minato, looking down at the QB who was still charging its Baijidama. He cursed slightly and started to charge his chakra, preparing to Hiration himself and the fox. "It's the Yondaime," the ninja cheered around him. Jiraiya smiled knowing his apprentice, and Hiruzen looked on, wondering what he would do. Then they disappeared along with the fox. "What the?" Jiraiya shouted, before another explosion went off in the distance past the mountains. "There!" Hiruzen shouted. "Gamabunta, go on home. You did well. I will summon Gamaken to assist me," Jiraiya said. "Thanks, Jiraiya. Summon me for a drink sometime though," the toad said. Jiraiya smiled and nodded, seeing Bunta disappear in a puff of smoke. Then he summoned Gamaken quickly and said, "I need you to get me and Sensei over to Minato quickly. Time is of the essence." "I will do my best, however I am quite ungraceful," the purple toad said. Jiraiya's sweat dropped at the toad, but shook it off quickly as he and Hiruzen jumped on the toad and took off into the distance. Minato was panting with Naruto in his arms. He was running very dangerously low on chakra. The QB had escaped from Gamatiro and was now preparing to attack Minato. He sighed and pulled out 2 scrolls. He laid one of them on the ground and formed the tiger seal.
Huinkei.
"Seal release," Minato shouted. The scroll glowed, then suddenly an altar appeared and Fuinjutsu marks ran across the ground until they reached the QB who was entangled in them shortly, becoming encumbered. He roared at Minato, who smirked at him and began to do what he set out to do. He took the second scroll and scribed within it quickly, then rolled it up and set it to the side. Then he flew through hand signs and shouted, "Shiki Fujin, dead demon consuming seal." There was an ominous chakra then that surrounded Minato, and behind him appeared the Shinigami. Minato looked at his son and shed tears. He never wanted this to happen to his child of all people, but he had to protect him and protect Konoha. "I am so sorry," he whispered. There was a loud crash behind Minato, and there landed the toad carrying Hiruzen and Jiraiya. "Kid," Jiraiya shouted. "Stay back. This is my job," Minato said. Jiraiya and Hiruzen stood together on top of the toad and watched him. They both knew what was happening as soon as they showed up, but couldn't do anything. The scroll that Minato had put to hold the QB in place was also a barrier seal. Minato was running low on chakra now. He knew from the seals he had placed he was getting dangerously low. He thought about taking the QB with him together, but then crossed that thought because his son was the perfect person to hold him. If this masked man was correct, his son would be able to contain the QB with no problems. The question was, could he draw on the Shinigami enough to be able to form this seal to hold both the Yin and the Yang chakra of the QB? He mulled it over before finally deciding quickly. He flew through a set of hand signs and shouted, "Kuchios no Jutsu." There was a puff, and then an altar appeared in front of Minato. He went and placed his child on the altar quickly and looked at the QB. He gave him a defiant glare, and the QB roared back at Minato. Minato flew through a final set of hand signs before shouting, "Hack no Fuinshiki." 8 trigrams sealing style. Minato felt the rest of his chakra leaving his body and the restraints on the QB weaken. He looked at the QB and realized it was starting to get free, so he hastened the sealing process. He shouted in pain as he felt his whole body burning from the effort, his soul about to be taken by the Shinigami. Jiraiya was now shaking where he stood. He couldn't stand the sight of Minato dying in front of him. He was probably his most treasured student he had ever had. Hiruzen was shedding a tear at the sight of Minato dying now. He couldn't stand to see someone who was younger than him die. He should have been the one to seal Naruto away, but knew this was his right as a father to do this. Minato was weakening in spirit now. He felt faint and was ready to give up, but with one look at his child, he realized Kushina would be up his ass if he gave up. He channeled more chakra into the sealing process now, determined to seal the Kyuubi into Naruto completely. Naruto, I suppose I should tell you everything now, huh? I know you are a strong kid, and you will surpass me one day. I want you to grow up healthy, be loved, and have lots of friends and loved ones. I want you to find some people that are special to you. I want you to take care of yourself, eat healthy every day unlike your mother who has to eat ramen like it's going out of style. I want you to work hard, but have fun and be a kid above all else. I want you to be you. Minato was crying by the end of his speech. He wasn't going to see his kid grow up, like every parent wished they could, but it was his duty as his father to protect him and as Hokage to protect Konoha. Jiraiya and Hiruzen heard every word that the man had uttered and were shedding more tears now. Jiraiya mouthed to himself, "Baka," but knew it wouldn't do any good. With one last effort, Minato gave a shout and the sealing process was completed. Minato fell over as soon as the process was over. He felt very weak, not feeling anything in his entire body. The seals everywhere around him dissolved except for the seal on Naruto. He smiled knowing he had completed the job he set out to do. "Kid!" Jiraiya shouted and landed next to him. Minato gave him a weak smile through the tears he had shed in pain. He tried to speak but couldn't find his voice. He winced and then tried again, clearing his throat. "Scroll," he whispered. Jiraiya nodded in understanding, waving the scroll he grabbed that was rolled up on the ground in front of his face. Minato nodded slightly and looked towards the altar where his child was. Hiruzen was standing over Naruto now, looking over him, giving a side glance to Minato where he smiled sadly.
I'm sorry, Minato whispered.
"Don't be sorry. No one could have predicted this. Take care of Naruto," Minato said, tears falling freely down his face. "Of course," Jiraiya said, now shedding tears of his own. And with that, Minato closed his eyes and breathed his last breath. Jiraiya looked up at Hiruzen, who was now carrying Naruto in his arms. The child of the Yondaime was crying in his arms, as if he knew what was happening. The Yondaime had died protecting the village, and his son. That was the way a Hokage should die. 1 week later. Hiruzen was sitting in the Hokage office, holding Naruto, who was asleep, in his arms. He was still waiting for Jiraiya to return to the village, who had carried out the mission Minato left for him. It had been a busy week not only for Jiraiya, however, but for him as well. Hiruzen had been immediately reinstated as the Hokage as a state of emergency had been declared within the village. With the Yondaime dead and with Naruto practically being questioned about everywhere, Konoha was a target for Iwagakure because of the Third Shinobi World War. Minato was Iwagakure's worst enemy at the moment, and were most likely rejoicing he was dead, but with Naruto still alive, it left him a target for assassins. Not only this, but the life of a Jinchuriki was a tough one. Anyone knew that Jinchuriki was a living hell. No one wanted to associate themselves with the person, but Hiruzen sighed as people couldn't tell the difference between a scroll and the kunai that was sealed within it. It was arrogance that led these people, he knew, but at the same time he counted them innocent. Minato knew this as well, especially after seeing how arrogant people could be when kidnapping his wife and had left instructions. He looked down at his desk where piles of paperwork were stacked orderly, and in the center lay a partially open scroll containing Minato's last message addressed to him and Jiraiya. He got up and put Naruto in the crib that was in his office and went back to his chair, sitting back down. He looked at the scroll, knowing he had read it dozens of times, but couldn't resist reading it again, seeing how much he failed Minato, along with the fact that he was disturbed but resolved every time he read the scroll. He picked up the scroll and opened it for what seemed like the 100th time and read. "Jiraiya, Hiruzen. I apologize, but I must keep it short. I don't have much time, as you probably saw. I will tell you what you need to know and my final requests. The attack was planned. Kyuubi was taken control of by the masked man of which Jiraiya will be able to tell you about in physical appearance. I learned more however. This man claimed to be Madara Uchiha. No one should know but you two until the time is right. This is to be an SS class secret. I don't know whether to take it for word or not, but he had Sharingan and had great power although was injured easily. I could say he is imperfect, but to be able to take control of Kyuubi is a great feat. My son Naruto was hopefully given the Kyuubi for many reasons. You probably are wondering why I even give him the power that a Jinchuriki gets anyways. I will tell you now. I love Konoha deeply still. I regret that some of its people betrayed me, but I must protect it. It is the duty as Hokage. Along with this, the masked man left me with a warning that he is out to take over the world. I believe Naruto is the person who will be able to stop this man and save the world. Naruto will need as much power as he can get for the coming battles ahead. Also, Naruto is the perfect person to have the fox sealed within. He is an Uzumaki after all and has a power. A seed has sprouted and will bring about a great change in Konoha. You will recognize it immediately hopefully and will take certain steps to guarantee he does. I will him all my belongings and knowledge in my library. Although it isn't much, do give it to him. Jiraiya, I want you to find your old teammate and give her a request. Tell her to go to Konoha with you, then show her Naruto and ask her to raise him. Do whatever it takes. I have a feeling. Hiruzen, cover it up so Naruto will have died if you can if he goes with Jiraiya's teammate. It will leave Konoha to be left alone from IWA and will save Naruto grief in the future hopefully. He needs a family, and Tsunade may be able to give this to Naruto. Jiraiya, I pray you will take care of Naruto and protect him. He will need it soon if this man is who he claims to be. Take care of Naruto. Take care of Konoha. Take care of each other. I am with my wife soon. Minato, Yandame Hokage. Somewhere distant in Hai no Kuni, the land of fire. Jiraiya was traveling faster than most jonin could. He had been looking everywhere in Hai no Kuni and was about reaching the limit, and decided he needed to rest for what would be the second time in this trip. He knew Tenzaka Town was nearby and decided to stop there since there was a nice in there and he could do some research. He giggled at the thought of having a nice rest tonight, especially surrounded by some nice ladies. He took off towards the town quickly and reached it within an hour, exhausted for traveling 2 days straight again. He stepped into the town and decided to check quickly and see whether or not Tsunade was in town, since this was his mission anyways. Who knows, he might get lucky and find the legendary sucker. He walked past many of the bars and saw her nowhere, but knew he still had to check the gambling den. He walked towards that area when he heard a shout of frustration that sounded akin to an angry female bear. Yup, that's my Heim all right, Jiraiya thought to himself. Jiraiya sighed and knew that it was going to be a long night. He walked into the gambling den and saw Tsunade, head pinned against a slots machine, with a younger girl sitting next to her, sighing. Tsunade-sama, shouldn't we at least find an inn to take us in tonight? I suppose we should, Shizune. I've lost enough today as it is. Some drinks could help with this after all, Tsunade said, regaining a little of her spirit. Same old Heim, huh? Jiraiya said, walking in on their conversation. Jiraiya? What are you doing here, you old pervert? She asked.
Jiraiya-sama?
It's a pleasure to see you again, the girl said next to Tsunade, who Jiraiya now recognized. Hey Shizune. Growing up I see since I last saw you. Glad to see that. And as for what I am doing here, perhaps we should find somewhere to talk. It's a long story. This better be good. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Shizune soon found themselves in a tavern not too far away from the gambling den. Jiraiya was now on his second drink while Tsunade was sipping on her sake. Shizune quietly sat in the corner, watching the two drink. I suppose I should get started, Jiraiya said. Konoha wants me back, don't they? Tsunade asked. Jiraiya laughed loudly at this and then sniffled. He looked at her and took on a serious look. He breathed and said, Minato and Kushina are dead. Tsunade and Shizune both gasped visibly, which surprised Jiraiya not on Shizune's end but Tsunade, but not for long as she suddenly took on a visible smirk and said, I knew the job was cursed. No way a fool like Minato should have taken it. You didn't even ask how you baka, Jiraiya shouted. This got Tsunade to shut up. He would never call her baka, but seeing his angry face made her realize that he was serious about this. She took a sip of her sake again before gesturing Jiraiya to continue. Jiraiya, now having her full attention, looked at the two and said, I can only tell you part of the story, because the rest is a SS class secret and can only be heard back within Konoha. I do need you to come back with me, but not for the reason you think. Are you willing to listen? They both nodded at Jiraiya, who smiled at his small victory. He cleared his throat and took a final swig of his drink and said, Here's what happened during the Kyuubi attack. To say that Hiruzen was angry was an understatement. He was furious. He just got finished with a council meeting and they demanded to know the condition of Kyuubi container. The civilian council wished for the child to be eradicated altogether, while Danzo, who Hiruzen knew was the leader of an underground group called Root, wished to take the child under his wing to be raised as a weapon. The Shinobi Council all offered to adopt the child formally and raise him under their wings, but Hiruzen denied all of these requests, saying that the will of the Yondaime told him to do otherwise. Thank God he had that to fall back on. He was still assaulted by Danzo and the civilian council no less. Hiruzen looked at Naruto, who was sleeping in his crib now. He sighed at the sight of the child and looked outside at the moon falling behind the forests and mountains. He was now wondering what Jiraiya was doing and what was taking him so long. Please hurry, Jiraiya. I can't keep the child hidden much longer. Tsunade and Shizune were far from shocked from what they had heard from Jiraiya. They were appalled at what the child Naruto had already gone through in his short life in this world. Tsunade was nearly brought to tears at the thought of a child so innocent was given things like this, while Shizune was shedding tears silently. Why are you telling me these things? Tsunade asked. I think you know Haim. I want you to come back and meet Naruto, and then decide whether or not you will raise him, Jiraiya stated bluntly. Raise him? Tsunade asked, shocked. Can't someone in Konoha do it? Shizune asked. Because he is the son of Minato and is the Kyuubi container. This makes him a target for any assassin or captor. He would be swept up by any hidden village as soon as the opportunity revealed itself. Tsunade nodded in understanding. Shizune wiped her tears up on her sleeve, and then looked at the two seated in the table. Jiraiya was sitting back against his bench with his arms crossed and his eyes closed in thought. Tsunade was taking a small drink and considering everything that she was told.
Tsunade-sama.
I think we should see Naruto. He needs a family, and honestly, I always wanted a little brother. Can we at least see him? Tsunade looked at Shizune, and after a moment of thinking, she nodded. It didn't take her long to think about it. She wanted to see the child herself, and if what Jiraiya told her was true, she wanted to test something. She gave a smile to reinforce the nod, and Shizune smiled a little herself. We'll go with you, you pervert. Let's just get a good night's sleep first, and then we will head out tomorrow. If we travel fast enough, we can make it by the end of the day tomorrow, Tsunade said. Jiraiya nodded, accepting the answer easily. He stood up and went to get himself a room. Once he grabbed one, he went back and said, Get a good sleep. We're traveling at high speed tomorrow. I already fell behind as it was. The next day, Jiraiya, Tsunade and Shizune were walking out of the town slowly, not arousing attention to themselves. Jiraiya chatting idly with them while looking around. He felt an eerie chill, like something bad was going to happen, but he didn't know what. Are you two ready to go? Jiraiya asked with finality. Yeah, let's get going, Tsunade said. Excited to see Konoha again, Haim? Jiraiya asked and burst out laughing. Hardly, Tsunade said. Hiruzen was sitting in his office, stamping paperwork swiftly, looking over the documents. A request to send shinobi out of the village for an escort of goods to a border town. The goods were all unnecessary. He sighed and stamped it with a denial and went to the next when the door to his office suddenly opened and in walked Danzo. Good day, Hiruzen. I hope I am not interrupting your work, the man said. Hardly, Danzo. Please come in, Hiruzen said. Danzo closed the door and sat in the chair in front of the desk where Hiruzen was seated at. Hiruzen gave the man a good look over. He seemed as he was every day. He was bandaged all over, and was surprised to say he still never showed any pain if there was a reason for it. He was wearing a kimono of a lighter blue shade and wore the cold stare he always had. I hope that you are well? Caring after Naruto and being Hokage is a tough load after all, Danzo said, smiling slightly. I am just fine. Thank you, Danzo, Hiruzen said sternly. I hope that Naruto is doing fine as well. I haven't had the chance to see him at all, Danzo said. He's sleeping currently, Danzo. In the crib there. He is always under my watch or under Umbu watch, Hiruzen said, irritated, hoping to get Danzo to back down. Glad to hear that, Hiruzen. Danzo started. While I am Hokage Danzo, you will address me as Hokage or Hokage-sama, Hiruzen said, gritting his teeth. Why? Even an old teammate cannot call you by your name? Danzo asked. You are crossing dangerous lines the past few days, Danzo. Spit out what you want because I have a village to run, Hiruzen snapped in reply. I was hoping you would reconsider my offer to raising Naruto, Danzo said. My decision is final. Denied, Hiruzen said. But you have no say over Naruto and the jurisdiction he lies in. He is shinobi. Not yet. Danzo stood abruptly and pointed at the child, saying, he is an orphan and will gain much by being in my organization. By turning him into a mindless, emotionless ninja? What you teach them I allow because you do much for the village's sake, but I will not hand you the son of Minato-kun. You are making a huge mistake, Hokage-sama. I promise you that this is something you will regret. Not if what I have planned for happens occurs. This conversation is over. It never started. Danzo gave Hiruzen a glare and stormed out of the office, slamming the door behind him, abruptly waking Naruto. He cried from being waken up noisily. Hiruzen sighed and picked up Naruto, calming him. He grabbed a bottle from the desk and started feeding him. He wondered when Jiraiya would return with Tsunade. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Shizen finally reached Konoha. They were now walking slowly towards the village on the road, taking a breather from their long-distance traveling. They stopped on the edge of the forest and looked towards the village. Are you sure you want to do this? Jiraiya asked. I appreciate your concern, but I am positive. I have to do this, Tsunade said positively. No, you don't. Minato wants you to. I want you to, but you don't have to do it. I want to do it, Tsunade said with conviction. Jiraiya smiled, knowing that she wanted to do this of her own free will, but if he was being honest with himself, he would say he was nervous for her. She left Konoha because of what she thought the village had done to her. Her lover Dan and her little brother Nawaki died being affiliated with Konoha. They both had the dream of wanting to become Hokage, and because of that dream, along with the necklace around her neck, she was led to believe that Konoha and that necklace was cursed. Perhaps Naruto could help her get past those two and move on. Let's go in, shall we? Jiraiya said with a shit-eating grin. The two girls nodded and they walked out of the forest on the road towards Konoha. Standing watch at the gates were two newly instated Chunin, Izumo and Kotetsu, who would be known later as the Eternal Chunin. Izumo looked out towards the road and saw the three walking towards Konoha now, but couldn't tell who they were. He kicked Kotetsu, who was lounging and what sounded like snoring, and said, Hey, there are some people coming towards the village. Probably some travelers, Kotetsu said, yawning. No, they don't look like it. Come on, get your lazy ass up. Kotetsu stretched and stood up, looking out. He squinted and then held an expression of shock. You're right, those aren't travelers. That's Tsunade and Jiraiya of the Sannin. And it looks like Shizune is along with them, supposedly Tsunade's apprentice, Kotetsu exclaimed. Noschit. Well, it looks like we just let them pass, Izumo said. Kotetsu nodded and yawned, taking a seat back in his chair. After a moment, Jiraiya, Tsunade and Shizune could be seen passing through the gates, giving a wave to the two Chunin. They gave a smile and waved back to the party. Jiraiya took them and led them through the streets, where civilians could be seen gawking at the sight of Tsunade and Jiraiya walking through the streets. Is that Tsunade? Has she returned? What about Jiraiya? What is he doing here? They never show up anymore. Many more whispers could be heard around Konoha as they passed through the village. They sighed at their antics and kept walking through Konoha. Hiruzen was sitting doing paperwork now. Naruto was fast asleep also. Hiruzen stamped another paper when suddenly an umbu flickered into appearance. Kneeling.
Hokage-sama.
Jiraiya-sama has returned with Tsunade-sama and Shizune, her apprentice. The umbu said. Thank you, Boar. You are dismissed, Hiruzen said. The umbu nodded and flickered away, disappearing completely. Hiruzen sighed and got up, grabbing Naruto. He went and walked out of the office to wait at the base of the tower for the company to arrive. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizune finally arrived underneath the Hokage tower. They were walking up when they noticed Hiruzen standing outside smiling, holding a bundle of blankets in his arms, and was donning the Hokage robes and hat. Tsunade had to smile at the sight a little bit, while Jiraiya gave him a shit-eating grin that told him, I told you so. Hiruzen only smiled at his old student's antics and walked up to them. I'm glad to see Jiraiya brought you back, Tsunade. Thank you for coming and welcome back to Konoha. We have much to discuss. Tsunade gave him a small smile and nodded. Shizune was smiling brightly nearby behind her sensei and was looking on the scene with a distinct eye. Tsunade then noticed the bundle Hiruzen was holding, maternally almost. Is that Naruto? She asked. Hiruzen smiled and held out the bundle in his arms to Tsunade. She gave a slightly bigger smile and took the bundle from Hiruzen, looking at the child in her arms now. She smiled at him and how he had the same blonde hair his father did, and the face that he had. She pulled the blanket away from the child a little and saw the sealing mark on his belly that marked him as a Jinchuriki. She knew this would go away in time. Almost anyone would know that. She tucked the child in the blanket again and looked at his face and gasped a little. She was shocked not because of Naruto waking up suddenly, smiling up at her slightly. She was shocked because of his eyes. His eyes were forest green. Hiruzen, Tsunade, Naruto, Shizune, and Jiraiya were all in the Hokage office, with the silencing and privacy seals up. It was nighttime now, but they wanted to make sure that no one was going to be interrupting their meeting. Hiruzen was sitting behind his desk. Shizune was sitting in one of the chairs next to Tsunade, who was standing holding Naruto, smiling. Naruto was sleeping in Tsunade's arms and still had a slight smile on his face. Jiraiya was leaning against the wall next to his usual entrance, the window. If everything went as I thought it would, Jiraiya told you everything about the Kyuubi attack that he was permitted to tell you there, Hiruzen said. Yes, it's amazing that Minato gave his life for the village like that. It was sad to hear that Kushina had died too, Tsunade said. The Kyuubi is a formidable foe. Minato did not give his life for nothing. He succeeded in sealing the Kyuubi in Naruto, Hiruzen said. Right, but the Shikifuin takes a person's soul in exchange for someone else's life. What ended up happening is Minato sealed the Kyuubi completely into Naruto, at the cost of his soul, Jiraiya said. But the cost is always the soul. What's so different about this? Tsunade asked. Minato used the Shinigami as a channel in order to seal Kyuubi into Naruto. Because of this, his soul was completely shattered, lost within the Shinigami's world, Jiraiya said softly. He looked down and sighed, knowing that what he did was very risky, but worthwhile. Hiruzen smiled sadly, knowing that the Yondaime had succeeded where many before him had failed. He didn't know what to make of the situation at best, but he knew Tsunade being here was a sign at best. He cleared his throat and said, There is something that needs to be addressed before we can tell you what I believe should happen. Tsunade looked up at this and nodded for him to continue. Shizune was also intrigued by this, as she was already having a little difficulty with some of the information. Hiruzen sighed and said, We believe there to be a mastermind behind the Kyuubi attack. No, we know there to be a mastermind. Tsunade and Shizune both gasped visibly at this. How could someone put together an attack on the scale of the Kyuubi attacking a hidden village? Shizune stood up at this and said, Impossible. No one has been able to control the Kyuubi except for Uchiha Madara. Exactly, Sensei's point, Shizune. Madara Uchiha was the one who organized the attack, Jiraiya said. Tsunade gaped at Jiraiya and stuttered with her words for a minute, before shouting, Uchiha Madara was killed by my grandfather. No way in the name of all shinobi is Madara alive today. I saw him myself. He evaded both me and Minato for a while, but Minato got a good blow on him before he escaped. Uchiha Madara is alive and well, and we must be prepared, Jiraiya stated boldly. Prepared for what? Shizun asked. For anything. He knew about Naruto and what happened to him during his time in the womb. He has taken an interest into Naruto and will most certainly be targeted by him now that the Kyuubi is sealed within him, which means we must prepare for him to be trained when he is ready. I want him to be taken outside the village to be raised, Hiruzen said. Tsunade let this roll over in her head for a moment. She knew that Naruto leaving the village would raise many problems. For one thing, he was the son of a Hokage, which meant he should be under protection of the village. This could be easily solved by faking his death, but even then there would be some people that knew he was still alive, which left room for leaks. Another thing is the level of protection for Naruto. Sure, a Sannin and probably a Jonin could handle it, but even two people on that level may have no hope of taking on someone such as Madara. She thought that with her and Shizun's way of traveling they could go into hiding relatively easily, making money on the road. They would have to drop a few bad habits, but it would be doable. I find this acceptable, but what about adequate protection for Naruto? Us going into hiding may not be enough, Tsunade said. You're right. While you and Shizun alone are very good shinobi, you cannot take on all threats. Which is why Jiraiya will be with you from time to time along with his assignments for his spy network, Hiruzen said. Plus it allows me to fulfill my arrangement as his godfather, Jiraiya said, grinning a little now. Tsunade nodded, but was still unsure of whether to take this arrangement. She looked down at the child she was holding, still asleep. When she came here she had serious doubts, but already were they dissolving in her arms. Naruto was something she knew would be wrong to turn down. She already wanted to take him and run with Shizun away from Konoha. She knew one day that Naruto would return to Konoha because it was his birthright to. She had much time on the road to get rid of her hatred for Konoha, but she still held some spite for it inside her. Naruto might be her redemption. And the eyes she saw, she only saw those eyes in one other person, and that was her grandfather, Senju Hashirama. She knew what she had to do now. She knew what she wanted to do. I will accept my place as Naruto's mother and protector, Tsunade said declarative. Everyone smiled at her and she gave a big grin back, pulling Naruto closer to her chest. Hiruzen pulled out some papers and started writing away swiftly. Jiraiya got off the wall and walked up to her. She looked at him, narrowing her brows, and said, I swear to God, you pervert, don't make this awkward. Jiraiya only walked up and put his arms around her and said, I'm proud of you, Haim. Thank you. Tsunade stiffened at first, but then she relaxed and nodded. Shizun stood up and said, I'm also proud, Tsunade-sama, and thankful. I always wished to be a big sister. Now I get that opportunity. Of course. It's only right that you do, Jiraiya said, laughing. Hiruzen finished signing papers and stood up. He looked at the small surrogate family in front of him and had to smile at the sight. Everything is ready for you to leave. I will take care of the rest. Jiraiya has already prepared a place in Cha no Kuni, the land of tea. I leave you with a final warning, however. Watch for both allies and enemies. Trust no one. Good luck, you four, Hiruzen said. Tsunade, Shizun, and Jiraiya all gave a nod towards Hiruzen. Hiruzen looked towards them and knew they were ready to leave. He smiled and motioned for them to make their way out quietly. No one ever saw Tsunade, Shizun, and Jiraiya make their way out of the village that night, Naruto in their arms. It was then known that Naruto was assassinated by a foreign ninja. No one ever found out who it was, or how it even happened. Hiruzen was devastated for a while, but soon returned to work. The little family that disappeared soon found themselves at the border of Cha no Kuni. 2 weeks later. Tsunade and Shizun were sitting at the table, Naruto in Tsunade's lap. They were currently eating dinner. It had been 2 months since they made it to the border of Cha no Kuni, land of tea. It took them a week to get to Cha no Kuni so that way they could throw anyone off their tracks who might be after Naruto or the group themselves. When they made it through, Jiraiya brought them to a little town near the mid-eastern part of the country, closer to the coast. It was close to a few larger towns and was a good location to practice medicine from all the fishing accidents that happened. That was how Shizun and Tsunade were making their living nowadays. to get anyone that might be tracking down Tsunade and Shizen off their tracks, most likely for gambling debts. Jiraiya made it a point to pay off all of her gambling debts, which had left him grieving a little on the inside, but knew that protecting his godson was more important than his money. He had plenty of it anyways from his Ika series. Jiraiya always had enemies, so he decided it was best if he visited, and didn't stick around for too long. He tried to make it a point to visit at least every weekend, however. This seemed to work out well since he had his spy network to lead anyways. Tsunade and Shizen soon settled into their new place and found it to be quite a homely place. Shizen and Tsunade gave it the touch that they thought it needed, and soon it came to be a nice family home. It was secluded also, away from the village that they were living at, but not too far either. They each had their own room, along 2 large bathrooms, a very nice and expansive sitting room, and a small but tidy kitchen. It had a nice yard in the back with some gardens that Shizen took to tending to when she wasn't busy with Naruto, studying or working. Tsunade had grown along with Shizen over the last 2 months, changing them drastically and in different ways. Tsunade turned from her old gambling and drunken persona to a changed motherly and spirited woman and kunoichi. She no longer took to gambling or drinking as often, instead doing it as a hobby every so often, and instead spent her time at home with Naruto or working for the family. She didn't go around boasting her name either, instead taking on a fake persona everyone now in the area knew as Rina. Shizen also changed her name just to be safe, calling herself Sayuri. Tsunade and Shizen did this just to be sure that no one would go after them if they were heard about from farther away. Tsunade had taken time to develop her medical techniques over the past few months now, serious about getting into her work. One of the things she had developed that Shizen called genius was her wet nursing technique that allowed her to be more capable of breastfeeding children, even though she wasn't Naruto's birth mother. If this got back to the shinobi world, this would help thousands of people. Shizen had grown also not only as a person in mentality, but physically also. She had hit another growth spurt and had developed more as a woman. Tsunade had to chuckle at some men's antics in the villages sometimes as they tried to ask her on dates or pull something on her. Sometimes she would leave them in a little more pain than necessary, but she would just smile hugely at this achievement. Shizen was proud of her master also, seeing her develop to become the mother she was now. She liked to help a lot, however, giving Tsunade breaks when necessary and working for the 3 of them. She was proud to call herself a big sister of Naruto already. Tonight, Shizen had made them a quite appeasing fish fillet with some herbs and vegetables from the market. Soon, Shizen would be able to make them from the garden. She had to smile at that thought a little. Naruto was being breastfed while the 2 of them ate. "How were our allowances this month, Shizen?" Tsunade asked. "We're getting by. We don't overspend, which is nice. We even have a little leftover money from this month from the overtime. We're playing it safe," Shizen said. "Let's keep it that way," Tsunade said, having a sip of water from her glass. "Tsunade-sama, are you worried about Jiraiya? He hasn't been around for the last 2 weeks. He usually makes it a point to visit during the weekend. It's Saturday. That old pervert can take care of himself. If anything, he'll show up saying he was chasing a lead about our old teammate," Tsunade said, laughing a little. "Very close actually, Haim. I was chasing a lead on our mystery masked man and on Kushina's captor," said Jiraiya from the doorway to the house.
Jiraiya-sama,
Shizen said, then rose to welcome him into the house. "I'm fine, sit and eat, Shizen," Jiraiya said, laughing a little. He walked in quickly and sat at the table. Tsunade rose with Naruto in her arms, still feeding him, and said, "Thanks for the warning that you were here, you pervert. I'll be taking Naruto to the bedroom to feed him. Next time, be sure to warn me, or else." Jiraiya caught the dark note in Tsunade's statement and nodded quickly, when Tsunade gave him a slight smirk and walked off into the bedroom. Shizen was eating when she saw Jiraiya stand and grab something small from the fridge to eat. He sat down at the end of the table, and when she looked again, she gasped, a little shocked at the new mark on his neck. There was a brand new scar which ran from the front of his Adam's apple to the very back of his jawline, running along his neck. "Oh, this? Don't worry about it. I had a run-in and they got too close to me. It's my own fault, really," Jiraiya said, shrugging it off. "You're usually careful though," Shizen said, obviously worried. "What happened?" "I'll explain to you and Tsunade later," he said with a look on his face. Shizen nodded, appeased for now. Tsunade wouldn't look worried, but really she might be on the inside. Shizun was at the moment. Anyone who could get a mark on that like Jiraiya was obviously skilled enough to get in close and do that damage to him. Jiraiya sat comfortably eating some leftover miso, while waiting for Tsunade to come back into the room. Shizun was eating slowly now, watching Jiraiya. Tsunade returned after a few moments of silence and sat down at the table, resuming her meal. She didn't once glance over at Jiraiya, who was sitting eating his soup slowly still. After about a moment, Jiraiya started laughing and said, "What Heim? No glance over at me? You angry or something? I have to say though, from what I saw, I might have to try to peek in and catch a glance of those heavenly things that you wear we all call breasts." "Not at all, Jiraiya. Just be happy I don't make you any less of a man for intruding on our mealtime while I was feeding Naruto without informing me you were here," Tsunade said with an evil gleam in her eyes.
Tsunade-sama.
"I believe Jiraiya-sama has something to say to the both of us," Shizen said. And for the first time that night, Tsunade looked up at Jiraiya and noticed the long scar running along his neck. She gave a visible raise of her eyes and even opened her mouth, a little shocked. She didn't really know what to say at that other than, "What the hell happened to you?" Jiraiya laughed at that, and then he sobered up and put a serious look on his face. He looked at the two of them and said, "This story does not make it back to Sensei. Do I make myself clear?" "What's with the secrecy?" Tsunade asked. "You'll see why, but promise me first," Jiraiya said. The both of them looked at each other and then nodded at Jiraiya. Jiraiya sighed and started stroking his chin, muttering something about where to begin. He looked up and said, "Naruto is something none of us could have predicted." "What do you mean?" Tsunade asked. "He's your relative Tsunade. He's a senju," Jiraiya said. Tsunade gasped and Shizen's eyes widened at this. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya, who wore a dead serious look on his face, daring them to tell him he was wrong. When Tsunade and Shizen looked like they were calmed down, Jiraiya sat up straight and said, "About a week and a half ago, I met a contact of mine who gave me information that someone knew more about Konoha than they were letting on. He gave me a location about a secret base in the Land of Fire and told me that this was the best place to look at." "A secret base? Is this one of Orochimaru's old labs?" Tsunade asked. Jiraiya shook his head no and said, "I went there and discovered a clan of people. Turns out they could turn into mist. They are called the Aburi clan. It seems they are followers of Orochimaru and decided to attack me. I managed to capture a man and interrogated him successfully. He gave me the location of a secret base of Orochimaru. I made sure the clan was destroyed after. I don't want Orochimaru getting his hands on that clan if I can help it. Afterwards, I went to the base immediately and found it surprisingly near Konoha. Almost too close for comfort. I went in and found some of his research. It seems that this was an old base for experimenting on children, and some other things. After looking through some logs, I found out about how he and members of Root kidnapped a woman and gave her an injection, experimental. He said he needed a child of strong ninja in order to perform the injection to increase the odds of survival. He knew his injection had succeeded, but the searches were still going on. He knew he had to leave the woman and hope to take the child later. "Get to the point, Jiraiya," Tsunade said. "Heim, I already did. If you were listening, you would know the same thing as I did," Jiraiya said. Tsunade thought over everything Jiraiya said and then shouted, "Root, Orochimaru, they did this to Naruto?" Jiraiya nodded, glad that Tsunade finally knew what was going on. Jiraiya was disgusted when he first found out what Orochimaru had done. He was unsure of how Orochimaru got away with it in the first place since he had been a part of the village when the kidnapping had happened. But it didn't matter. There were still questions that Jiraiya had. What was the point of Orochimaru doing this though? And what is with Root being involved? Jiraiya shrugged at this and said, "He has always had the support of Root. Danzo may have been backing Orochimaru and his experiments, but no one could say." Tsunade nodded at this, but then Shizen jumped in and said, "That still doesn't explain the scar on your neck now." Jiraiya chuckled at this and said, "I was hoping you wouldn't say that. Let's just say I had a run-in with someone I didn't think I would ever meet." "What are you talking about?" Shizen asked. Ever heard of the Kagaya clan? Jiraiya asked with a little smirk. Tsunade gasped and Shizen shook her head, clearly clueless. Tsunade was clearly shocked. The Kagaya was wiped out when they attacked Kirigakure, so how did Jiraiya meet one of the members? Did he have it? The Kekai Genkai? Jiraiya nodded and said, "It was one of the toughest battles I have fought in a long time. He was clearly high up there on a power scale, but no match for a ninja of my caliber." Jiraiya had clearly underestimated him though, and because of that, got the scar, leaving him injured. He had nicked his throat well and was bleeding profusely for a while, but recovered quickly. At least he had found out information about Naruto and what exactly happened to him. He knew that it was worth it for his godson. "How has Naruto been?" Jiraiya asked. "He's been okay. He missed you last weekend. He can tell these sort of things, it's really uncanny," Tsunade said. "Oh," Jiraiya said, clearly amused. "He cried a good portion of the day Saturday, which is unusual. He's quiet. I think he just missed you," Tsunade said, with a small smile on her face. "Nice to know that Gaki thinks of me." They all laughed at that. Everyone was pleasant with each other for the rest of the night, enjoying each other's company and carrying conversation, drinking well into the night. For months later. Today, Naruto was 6 months old and Jiraiya was in to visit. He walked in the house to Tsunade and Shizun sitting on the floor, Naruto sitting on his own in front of them. They were laughing at Naruto's antics. It was a nice sight to see, but he wanted to be a part of it. He walked in and announced himself saying, "The super uncle has arrived." "More like super pervert," Tsunade muttered. Jiraiya laughed in good nature and swooped up his godson, cradling him and tickling him, making him laugh hysterically. Shizun smiled at Jiraiya and his fatherly actions. Although he didn't seem like a father figure, he really had his moments. The scar still laid on his neck. Jiraiya had refused to remove it from medical ninjutsu, saying that he wanted to have it there in memory of Naruto, and the time he found out he was a senju. Tsunade admired that Jiraiya wanted to even have the scar, let alone kept it in memory of Naruto and even more likely herself. "How's Sensei?" Tsunade asked. "He's okay. He wants to see Naruto. I was thinking we could meet him with Naruto sometime for his 1-year birthday. It would be nice for the both of them," Jiraiya said. "And go to Konoha?" "Absolutely not," Tsunade said sternly. "Of course not. He was planning on making a trip over to Suna anyways. He makes a small detour and we meet him midway. We need to move anyways." "Move? What do you mean?" "I've caught wind of rumors going around about 2 healers in Cha no Kuni. That would be you too. People get suspicious. Better to say we move, disappear for a bit and show up somewhere else. I was thinking Kawa no Kuni, Land of Rivers, would be a good place to go anyways. It's quiet and secluded there. Where Takumi Village is at. Are you kidding me? Ninja around the whole continent go there. Closer to Hai no Kuni obviously. I think it's a good location to practice medicine. A lot of missions go wrong there, and if you guys keep quiet enough, you can practice medicine without pushing it. Things could go very wrong, Jiraiya. I'm concerned for Naruto. And I'm concerned that if you stay here, things could go downhill very fast. At least there it's a more centralized, but still secluded location. It's near the mountainous regions anyways. You will be okay." Tsunade thought over it for a few moments, then said, "I'll think about it. I'm not convinced, but if something goes down here, we will move as soon as possible." Jiraiya nodded, satisfied with the answer for now. He returned to playing with his godson and they continued their day, celebrating Naruto and how big he was getting and how fast he was growing. For months later, Tsunade was in the village today shopping after working diligently on a fisherman who had cut his leg and had lost quite a bit of blood. He was going to be okay, but would have to rest for a few days more than likely. She was grabbing some fresh herbs and meats for the next few days. She had finished paying for everything when something in the corner of her vision caught her attention. Standing across the street from the stall she was at was a person in a cloak, obviously observing her from the way said person was standing. Tsunade grabbed everything and left quickly, moving through the village. The person followed her subtly, but not subtly enough for her eye. Tsunade walked through the forest. Then, she suddenly dashed off and hid her chakra signature. making sure the person wouldn't be able to find her. The person made it inside the forest and was obviously looking for her after losing her so fast. Tsunade was hiding behind a tree. She saw him jump through the branches. Looking around, she jumped up and yelled, "Who the hell do you think you are?" and slammed his fist into the person, when said person suddenly disappeared in a poof of smoke. "Senju Tsunade, still legendary as always," the person said, chuckling, a voice echoing around her in the trees. "Who are you?" Tsunade asked. "A person interested in some rumors is all," the person said, now identifiably a man from the voice. "Show yourself." The man stepped out behind a tree and Tsunade jumped down to meet him. The breeze blew around them, catching the leaves, making them float on the wind. Tsunade stared him down when the man drew a sword from his cloak. It was a short tanto but had chakra running through it. She knew it was a simple but deadly trick if he was experienced with it. "Is it true you have a son, Tsunade? I always was intrigued if you would carry on your clan. Why are you so interested in the Senju?" "Just an instinct." Then the man sprung into action, disappearing in a shunshin, body flicker technique, and reappearing in front of her, already sword above his head in preparation for a strike. Tsunade sidestepped and threw a punch directly into the man's stomach, making him fly back. He gave a oof, signifying he had lost his breath from the punch she packed. He crashed into a tree, breaking through it and landed into another, denting it. He gave a groan but got up quickly and assumed a stance. But Tsunade was already in action. She sprung immediately on him and charged chakra into her fist, ready to make for a deadly punch. She got there and swung, but he shunshined away and instead the punch went through the tree, breaking it on impact and then making a small crater in the ground. "Impressive. I will need more people to take you on, it seems. I will retreat for now, but be warned, Tsunade, I will be back," the man said from the tree branches above her. She looked up, but he was already gone. He was fast, really fast. Tsunade sprinted home after that, groceries in hand. She arrived and saw the house undisturbed and gave a small sigh of relief, worried before that the man might have been targeting the house originally. She walked inside and saw Tsunade playing with Naruto, who was walking along the sofa, holding on to it. He was smiling brightly, his green eyes shimmering with the achievement he had just made. He had grown significantly and is very healthy. Tsunade had gotten him weaned off of breastfeeding now and he was eating food regularly now. Shizen thought it was early, but Tsunade thought she had been right doing it. He wanted him eating regularly and knew he would develop well for a child like him. "Tsunade, you're back," Shizen said. "Shizun, we are locking down. We're leaving together now." "Understood," Tsunade said sternly. Shizun looked up at her master and saw the look she wore. It was one that wasn't to be discussed at the moment. She nodded and picked up Naruto saying, "Sorry Otudo, we have to get things done." Naruto looked up at Shizun and only looked at her. He still had a small smile that said, "I understand." Tsunade went into the back of the house and started packing necessities. She grabbed some things for Naruto and the rest was clothes and travel supplies. She left the back rooms and made her way to the kitchen to pack some food that was worth bringing while traveling. By the time she was done with the tedious task, Shizun and Naruto were ready to go themselves, fully dressed and travel ready. Tsunade nodded and they walked out of the house, ready to move quickly. Tsunade picked up her son and strapped him onto her back. "Where are we going to go, Tsunade?" "We will go to a fishing town Jiraiya planned to send us to as a contingency plan. It will take about a day of traveling with Naruto, so let's go full speed ahead." "Hi!" They took off into the trees and while traveling, if you listened close enough you could hear the giggling of a small child in the tree canopies. Tsunade and Shizun made it to the border of Hai no Kuni. They were traveling swiftly when Tsunade didn't like the feeling of the forest around her. "Shizun, take Naruto. I need a break," she said. Shizun knew Tsunade didn't need a break though, as this was their signal in case something was going to happen. She stopped and took the straps Naruto was sitting in and strapped him to her back. She stood up when suddenly kunai flew in all directions towards them. Shizun gasped, but Tsunade simply gave a humph before grabbing Shizun and dropping to the ground, the kunai all missing. When they made it down, there was a fireball flying towards them from the distance, so they jumped to the side, the fireball flying past them. Extraordinary. You are something not to meddle with, Senju Tsunade, said a man who then jumped down from the trees in front of them. Then 11 more ninja all jumped down and surrounded the three of them. Tsunade looked around and noticed all of them wearing plain white umbu masks, decorated in umbu armor and all wearing tantos. So this is Danzo's failsafe, huh? Take us out and grab Naruto, Tsunade asked with a deep growl. Danzo-sama has ordered the capture of Naruto. We are sorry, Tsunade-sama, but orders are orders. This is for the greater good of Konoha. Greater good? Rasengan. Spiraling sphere. Suddenly out of the trees came Jiraiya, slamming a blue chakra sphere into the man who was speaking. He flew a distance into the trees, breaking a few before finally rolling to a stop. He groaned, but could not get up again. Jiraiya stood next to Tsunade and Shizune and said, "Sorry I'm late. I heard from a contact about Root discovering you too. I came as fast as I could." "How far behind were you?" Tsunade asked. "About a few hours. Only took me a bit to catch up, I suppose," Jiraiya said. Tsunade nodded and cracked her knuckles, getting ready for a brawl. The Root ninja all tensed, but then dashed, all intent at striking as a team. Jiraiya flew through hand seals and shouted, "Doton! Dorihiki! Earth release! Mud wall!" He slammed his palm into the ground and the earth rose up underneath the party, shooting them up into the air. Jiraiya jumped away from the pillar into the open air and flew through more seals, before shouting, "Ketan! Enden! Fire release! Flame bullet!" Jiraiya put his hand to hit mouth and made a tunnel for him to breathe through. He breathed out, however, fire, and it came roaring down on two Root ninja. They screamed and died a fiery death. He turned just in time to see Tsunade slam her fist into one of the Root ninja, who had cracked his ribs from the impact. He flew into another ninja and they went flying through a couple trees. Shizen had spat out a couple of senbon, skillfully taking out a single Root ninja, bringing their numbers down to 7. "You made a grave mistake taking on the gallant Jiraiya, the Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku," Jiraiya shouted, taking on a ridiculous pose. The Root ninja all looked at Jiraiya expressionless, but Tsunade and Shizen had managed to sweat drop at Jiraiya's antics. Naruto only looked at the battle going on with shining eyes, intrigued by what was going on, clapping his hands here and there. Jiraiya shrugged, then swiftly went through multiple hand signs before shouting, "Doton! Doskiryu! Earth release! Earth dragon!" From the earth then shot up a dragon made of the rock and earth itself, turning into a longer serpentine dragon. It flew towards the enemies around him and most were instantly crushed. 3 regrouped, obviously the only survivors. Jiraiya leaped towards Tsunade and Shizune, who were standing off to the side now, guarding Naruto. The Root ninja there stood huddled. Then they all consecutively nodded and dashed off, away from the small party huddled. Jiraiya sighed and turned back to the other two. "I'm glad I got here in time," Jiraiya said. "Thanks, you old pervert," Tsunade said. Jiraiya shrugged it off and looked at his godson, who was smiling happily and clapping his hands still. He gave him a small smile and a wave, then turned his attention back to the scene in front of him. "It looks like Danzo wanted Naruto in his hands. He might have had him too if I had not arrived. These men had relatively high chakra signatures, and had I not surprised the leader like I did, they would have been more coordinated," Jiraiya said in relief. "Why did they retreat though? Isn't Root known for no retreat?" Tsunade asked. "Danzo may have ordered it," Shizen said. "Most likely," Jiraiya said with a nod. They shook off the adrenaline and the dust that had gathered on them. Jiraiya looked at the party and said, "We need to move quickly. We will travel in Hai no Kuni for a few days, losing any tracks. We will get to Kawa no Kuni and the place I told you about. It's a lot safer there." Tsunade and Shizen nodded. They gathered themselves and then they all dashed off into the distance. 1 week later. After many days of laying false trails and investigating rumors, Tsunade and Shizen had completely buried their tracks and were now in Kawa no Kuni with Jiraiya. They were walking on the road, Naruto being held by Tsunade currently. He was giggling, his green eyes shimmering as he was being tickled by Tsunade. "We're almost there, Haim, and I know you're going to love the place," Jiraiya said. Oh, so positive here, huh? Tsunade asked with a slight smirk. Jiraiya only gave a cheeky grin and continued walking. Tsunade and Shizun followed behind. Soon enough, they had reached a mountain town in the northern regions of the country. They made it to the outskirts on the other side of the town, and off in the distance there was a house, surrounded by a few trees here and there. Shizun and Tsunade saw it was a clear space and had suitable living conditions. Inside the house, it was almost an exact replica of the last house's layout, except it had another bedroom. Jiraiya stretched out and then walked towards the back of the house towards the spare bedroom and said, I call the spare. I need a nap. And before the two ladies could say something, they heard a door open and close behind the old pervert. They looked at each other and shrugged. They took off the packs they had and put Naruto down, who was excited to finally be down again. He went crawling over towards the table in the sitting room and started to stand up. Shizun went to observe him and put things away and tidy up in the room while Tsunade worked on the rest of the house, moving with quick precision and necessity. Tsunade-sama, how long do you think we will be here this time? Shizun asked suddenly. I don't know. We're in a nice location since it's farther away from larger towns and villages. I don't predict us having any problems for a while, to be honest, Tsunade said offhandedly. Shizun nodded and sat down with Naruto and started to reflect on the last week of traveling. She knew they were lucky to get away from the root Umbu without a scratch out them. After they had gotten away, they laid low in a small tavern town. They made some spare cash from small healing jobs they could do. They traveled over that week and even made it over by the daimyo's place, but made it through without being detected. They were off the radar again thanks to Jiraiya. Jiraiya really was a genius at infiltration and spy networking. He knew how to disappear when he wanted to. Tsunade wasn't thinking about that, however. She was working on getting the place locked down into a capable place worth defending if the worst came to be. She knew one thing: if anyone ever came after her baby again, she would destroy them. Everyone says never to piss off a mother bear. She had definitely become one now. 2 months later, Naruto was walking hand in hand with Shizun outside the house. Tsunade was sitting on the porch observing the two while drinking sake from a cup in her hand. She smiled at the sight of the two hand in hand taking small steps. Naruto was progressing relatively normally, and maybe even a bit faster than normal children would. She then thought about the next few days. Today, Jiraiya would show up with Hiruzen, her old sensei, for tomorrow. Tomorrow they were celebrating Naruto's birthday because in 3 days' time it would actually be his birthday. Hiruzen was returning from a diplomatic mission in Tsunade, which had surprised Tsunade when she even heard about it in the first place. She supposed Hiruzen may have just made it up, but she didn't think so in this case. She knew he was usually honest and wanted the best for everyone. He was known not only as the Kami no Shinbai but also the professor for a reason. She smiled at the thought of the small family being together for Naruto's first birthday. Her little boy was growing up so fast as it was already. She got up and picked up Naruto and said, "Time for your nap, Pai, Naruto-kun." He gave her this look that said he understood and he definitely didn't want a nap. He never cried about it though, because he usually enjoyed his sleep once she got him to stay still in the bed. He turned and saw Shizun giving him the hand squeeze wave and he gave one back. She giggled at him and saw him taken inside. She went and started working on the garden while Tsunade walked him back to his room and laid him down in his crib. He started to crawl around, but she tucked him up and he started to calm down. She had figured out this trick before that: if she stroked the whisker marks on his cheeks, he would fall asleep quicker and before you knew it, started purring. It would make any girl squeal in delight, but she was his mother, so she only smiled at the motion. It didn't take long for him to fall asleep. She left him in his room and walked outside in the back again where Shizun was working in the garden. She stepped out and saw Hiruzen and Jiraiya standing around talking with Shizun. In the background she also saw a young Umbu to her surprise. She stepped out and smiled at the group. "So it seems that the three of you finally got here. Took you long enough," Tsunade said. "Could have kept you waiting longer, Haim. Sorry we were running late," Jiraiya said. She shrugged it off and walked up to her old sensei. She gave him a hug and he smiled at her, returning the favor. He looked at her and said, "How is my old student doing?" "Just fine, sensei. We had an incident a while ago. I'm sure Jiraiya informed you of, however," Tsunade said. Hiruzen frowned and nodded. He knew about everything that happened with the regular check-ins that Jiraiya gave Hiruzen. He knew about Danzo and the mysterious man that had shown up. He was getting nervous at the plays that were being made by the players around the continent. He really was getting too old to be Hokage, but he always knew he was one of the best cut out for the job. "And how is my grandson?" Hiruzen asked. Tsunade smiled and waved him to come inside. He followed her immediately, eager to see the young boy he had left in Tsunade's care and love. He went to the back with her and they stepped inside Naruto's room where he was sleeping inside the crib. They stepped just next to it so Hiruzen could look closely at Naruto. He smiled at how much Naruto had grown over the past year. He could tell Tsunade was already proud to be his mother and had really grown. He looked over her and her new attire. She was wearing a green kimono with the Senju symbol on the back of the top. She was also wearing flat shoes. She of course kept her old battle armor on underneath her kimono and her gambling jacket on, but she still had somewhat of a more relaxed and motherly, yet shinobi-like look about her. She also had her hair down now, a little longer than what she used to keep it at. He looked at Naruto and how he looked now. He was starting to grow out his hair now, getting more hairs than he had. He also had a slender look but looked healthy all the same. "You've taken really good care of him," he said, then reached down and started stroking his cheek. Tsunade chuckled and said, "Stroke his whisker marks. He loves that." He moved his fingers down and to his surprise he started to purr deeply and he had to chuckle himself. He knew this would be a good first birthday for Naruto. Over the day, Tsunade got to hang out a lot with her old sensei and Jiraiya and got introduced to Kakashi, the young Umbu who had come with the two. He was Minato's old student and Hiruzen trusted him enough to bring him along to meet Naruto. He was excited to meet his sensei's kid. When Naruto had finally woken up, it had been fun watching him walk around slowly to meet the people all here now. He had giggled a lot and smiled all the same, making him the lovable child that Tsunade and Shizen knew him to be all the time. Jiraiya had to admit the kid had grown on him over the last year and was excited to have him as an apprentice when he became older. Kakashi had taken to calling Naruto his nephew, which Hiruzen was happy that Kakashi was excited about Naruto and being his uncle. Hiruzen knew that when Naruto returned to Konoha, he would have a large family there and be happy. The next 2 days flew by with Naruto's birthday. Kakashi had actually made Naruto some big wooden blocks for Naruto to play with and stack around. Naruto, of course, was overjoyed at seeing the blocks that were a decent size. Hiruzen had given Naruto a stuffed animal which was a fox. Jiraiya had the same idea but instead it was a large toad. He had also given him a toad wallet for him to start saving money whenever he would get some. Shizen had gotten Naruto some nice clothes and Tsunade had done the same. Overall, Naruto had enjoyed his first birthday and the family was happy that Naruto was having a good time. They knew one thing. Naruto was an extraordinary child. He was always happy and he had a bright personality. So bright in fact, the forest around them seemed to radiate his personality. Naruto was walking through a forest. He looked way up, craning his neck to see the incredibly tall trees around him. He always loved the forest and the outdoors. He would always help Tsunade when she allowed him to. He was looking up though not because of the trees but because of what was above them. He looked up and saw a red sky, nothing like he had seen except this one place. He kept walking now, still looking up when he suddenly felt the need to stop. He looked forward and saw some brushing, but it wasn't green. It was black. In front of him was a wooden post with a tag on it. He read carefully and saw it was a kanji for seal. He shrugged and walked past the post standing just in front of the black brush. He didn't exactly know why, but he had a feeling he shouldn't go inside it. That was when he felt it. That ominous presence that he felt every time he came here. He wanted to run away, like every time. He shivered at the hatred he felt coming from this. He felt like he could hide inside the trees at this very second. He never felt this afraid unless Kachan really wanted to get him for being out too long. He started to turn, but stopped. He suddenly decided he wanted to see what was causing this. He ran away every other time and knew he had to face this. He had to know what this thing was. He turned back and waited this time. Suddenly, he heard a massive roar that shook the world around him. He covered his ears in pain and saw the trees shaking around him from the impact. Then, the ground shook and a voice screamed around him, "Get out!" Naruto woke up screaming. He thrashed around in his bed, looking around with wide green eyes, frightened of the thing that woke him up every night. He looked around in his room, trying to find something to cling to. He then found his stuffed fox and toad and gripped them both, hugging them tight to his chest. He felt tears pouring out of his eyes onto the stuffed animals. "Naruto?" Shizune asked, knocking on the door and poking her head into the room. "What's wrong, my Otudo?" She walked in and sat on the edge of the bed, waiting for Naruto to respond. He crawled over and hugged her, his toad in his arms still, the fox by the pillow sitting nicely waiting. Shizune put her arms around Naruto, comforting him. She and Tsunade had been switching off now for the last 2 weeks since Naruto's nightmares started. They didn't know what triggered it, but it was always the same. "The thing. It talked this time," Naruto said tearfully. "What talked, my Otuto?" Shizune asked, curious. Naruto shook his head, obviously afraid and not sure. Shizune sighed and closed her arms tighter around Naruto and whispered gently into his ear, lulling him into sleep. He finally, after a few minutes, dozed off to slumber and fell in Shizune's arms completely, his stuffed toad laying on the bed now. She sighed and pulled Naruto back into the bed, tucking him in gently with his stuffed animals on either side of him. She stroked his whiskered cheeks gently and felt him rumble, obviously purring. She smiled and got up, leaving the room. This time, though, she left the door cracked open slightly. Tsunade was up making coffee early as always. She saw Shizune walk out at around 6 in the morning, later than usual. She yawned, stretching her arms above her head and looking around. She saw Tsunade standing at the counter, making the daily brew, and walked over and leaned over the counter. "What happened this time?" Tsunade asked. "Naruto said the thing talked this time," Shizune said. "It's getting worse?" Tsunade asked, slightly shocked. Shizune nodded and said, "The QB is obviously having a large impact on him. We need to get Jiraiya to fix this." Tsunade shook her head and said, "I don't know much about seals, but Minato wouldn't have screwed up something like this. We will have Jiraiya check it, but I think it's something else." "What do you think it is?" Shizune asked. "I don't know." Not much had happened in the last 3 years. Naruto was going to be turning 4 in less than a week now. Ever since the small family had moved to the new place, not a single problem had been cut out for the family. They all loved the new place as much as the old place, giving it the homely atmosphere it deserved. Tsunade still loved being a mother for Naruto. She had finally come to terms with Nawaki and Dan's death over the last few years, seeing Naruto being so much like her deceased younger brother and her deceased lover. She had some sloppy medical procedures too, which caused her to get over her hemophobia, her fear of blood. Shizune had taken quite a large role in helping her get over herself, but she still gave a lot of the credit to her child now. He would always be her baby and her savior. Shizune had grown as a medical nin in the last few years, getting to a level Tsunade said was prestigious, which was saying something. Shizune was always proud of herself and her master, but over the last few years they had grown so much she had no reason to be disappointed in the family. Naruto had grown so much on her over the last few years too, shooting up like a weed and becoming a lively presence in the household. He was always smiling and laughing, making the days seem brighter. It seemed when he was outside, nature would always respond to him. She had to smile at that thought. Naruto had grown over the last few years as well. He had been adapted to the world around him, knowing the daily routines, and always enjoyed everything there was in the world. His mother always called him melodramatic, which upset him to no end. He couldn't even pronounce the word, but he knew what it meant. He gotten into calling people nicknames too, which always made his family smile all the time. He would call his mother Ka-chan, of course, because she was his Ka-chan. Shizune was deemed Zuneni, and his uncle Jiraiya was called Arawaji. He smiled at the nicknames he had called up and the memories that they brought. He remembered one day when his Arawaji was peeking and his Ka-chan always told him never to peek on girls or women. He shouted out that name and all the girls screamed when they heard it. He snickered at the memory of his uncle running through the village they were at for hours evading women. Naruto always enjoyed having his other family over too. They were going to be coming soon too for his birthday. They came every year and he was excited to see his Kakashi and Gigi. He was bouncing up and down when his mother told him they were coming again this year. She also told him that this was a big year for him coming up because it would be the start of training for him to become a ninja. He had always wanted to become a ninja like his family. He was practically bursting with an ant dash, whatever they call it. He was excited was all he knew. "Otuto, I need your help," Tsunade shouted across the yard. "Coming Eni-chan," Naruto shouted. He ran across the yard and saw her looking at a tree, frowning slightly. He stopped abruptly behind her and poked her. She turned around and gave a slight smile and said, "I think you might be able to help with this. We have an operation to do." Naruto gasped, but she just laughed and said, "Not a medical operation. The tree here is dying, but we can save it." Naruto breathed a sigh of relief and said, "We can't let it die. What we need to do." Shizen grabbed a pair of clippers and said, "There are dead branches on it. If we clip them off, that will help it. That's your job. Now watch." She took the clippers and carefully snipped off the branch at the base of the trunk. He watched, and when he saw what to do, he nodded and reached for what he called the clipper snippers. She held them out and said, "Be careful." Naruto nodded and slipped the clipper snippers onto his fingers and started getting to work right away. He loved the trees in his yard because they were so big. He wished he could be as big as any of the trees here. Big and strong. He wanted to save this baby tree first though, so he got to work, going snip-snip at the dead branches. Shizen watched with a careful eye while working on putting chakra into the tree. The tree was a chakra tree that was supposed to be nurtured by chakra dosages. She apparently hadn't given it enough, and that was what led to it dying. After a few minutes, Naruto put down the clipper snippers and said, "I'm done." "Good job, my Otuto. Now come here," Shizen said. Naruto walked over where Shizen was patting the ground and sat down. She said, "Do you remember that trick Uncle Jiraiya was teaching you? About the the chakra?" Naruto asked. She giggled at his slight mispronunciation and said, "That's right. I need you to do that and then put your hands on the tree." Naruto nodded and put his hands together, forming a hand seal his Arowaji had taught him called Tora or Tiger. He focused and suddenly felt that warm feeling in his stomach that his Arowaji had taught him about. He giggled suddenly as it felt really good, then settled down and focused again. He stretched out his hands now and put them on the tree. He suddenly felt the warm feeling go away and he felt a little tired. Shizen had been watching the whole time meanwhile and had to say she was very surprised. Naruto had chakra reserves the size of an average mid-genin had, and that was unusual within a 4-year-old child. She could only imagine what amounts of chakra he would have later on in his life. She felt it all become depleted, but looking at the tree, it looked a lot better just by looking at the roots. She smiled and knew Naruto had done his job well. "Good job, Naruto, you saved the tree." Naruto jumped up and fist-pumped yelling, "Yes, I did it. We did it." "No, Naruto, that was all you. You did the work," Shizen said. "Really, Tsunade?" She nodded and patted him on the head. He smiled at the thought he was a big boy and had saved the tree by himself. Shizen was actually being honest though. All she had done was feed the tree a little bit of chakra while Naruto had cleaned off the suckers on the tree and fed it the remaining chakra it needed. He had done a good job. "Let's go inside and celebrate. How about dash? Some ramen?" Naruto shouted in excitement. Shizen giggled and said, "Sure. Let's go make some ramen." Naruto jumped up again and fist-pumped. He ran ahead of Shizen and was shouting excitedly for her to come inside. She went and followed him, but looked back at the tree just once. The tree was brown before, the leaves falling off when it was dying. The tree was now standing tall, all the leaves green already, and it seemed to be growing just slightly. Naruto was slurping down his third bowl of ramen when Tsunade walked into the house, returning from her medical duties in one of the outer villages in the mountains. There had been a mining accident and there had been someone who had broken their leg. Another man had been impaled by a chunk of rock in the arm. She had been there already luckily and had gotten all the men out and healed before there were any serious casualties. She had made some good money today. "Naruto, what did I tell you about having ramen every day?" Tsunade shouted. "But Tsunade said I could have some," Naruto shouted in protest. "It's okay, Tsunade-sama. Naruto helped me save the tree in the back today all by himself. He deserves a big boy reward." Shizen said. Naruto gave his mother a big shit-eating grin and continued to slurp down his ramen hungrily. Tsunade sighed and walked over to her son and gave him a hug just after he had finished devouring the broth in the bowl. He groaned, but returned the hug sincerely. "You know ramen isn't the best thing for you," Tsunade said. Naruto started spilling anime tears, however, and said, "How dare you say that? Ramen is the gift of Kami and should be treated as such." Tsunade laughed outright at this and just patted her son on the head. She walked past him and went outside in the back to sit down on the porch when she saw it. The chakra tree. She had told Shizun the tree needed to be mended today, since she knew it was dying. They wanted to use it later on for a project of theirs, but it seemed like that project would be a lot earlier than expected. This tree had grown double the size than it was earlier today. It stood probably around 10 feet now, healthy and blooming branches rather large now. She visibly dropped her jaw straight down, still watching the tree grow noticeably. "Shizun!" Tsunade screamed. Shizun was outside within seconds, breathing heavy. She was hunched over, hands on her knees, and said, "Hi, Tsunade-sama?" Tsunade only pointed, and it took Shizun a second to realize what Tsunade was pointing at. That was when she too dropped her jaw visibly to the floor. The tree was growing in front of their eyes. "What is this?" Shizun asked. "You said Naruto fixed the tree?" Tsunade asked. Shizun gulped and nodded, and that was when Tsunade paled slightly, but smiled slightly also and said, "We have a big problem on our hands." Naruto was sitting at the table with his big sister and his mother. They were looking at him seriously with another bowl of ramen each in their hands, and in front of Naruto was some dirt in a cup. He was slightly confused because his mother never did this.
Ka-chan.
"All you're saying I have to do to get those bowls of ramen is to channel some chakra into this dirt?" Naruto asked, very confused. Tsunade nodded, smiling slightly at Naruto's confusion. It was understandable since Tsunade never allowed her son to have ramen unless it was for a good reason. To Naruto, this would be just plain stupid. "All right, here I go," Naruto said. He brought his hands in the hand sign he used to channel his chakra like he did outside, and then started to channel his chakra into the dirt. Suddenly, a plant burst out of the dirt, and it turned into a fully grown plant, sprouting what smelled like something peppery to Naruto. He frowned at this. "Good job, Naruto," Tsunade said, smiling, and slid the bowl she had in her hands down to Naruto. Naruto put the cup of dirt with the now-grown plant to the side and grabbed the bowl. He gave a grin to his mother and started to slurp down the noodles inside. Shizun gently placed her bowl next to the cup set to the side and got up. Tsunade followed her, and when they were away to talk quietly, she said, "It's a fact now. Naruto has the Mokuton." "What does this mean for us?" Shizun asked. "It means a lot. We know first of all what DNA Naruto was given when he was in the womb. That would also explain Kushina's troubles with the pregnancy. This also explains everyone's interest in Naruto. He is something unique, a Jinchuriki to the Kyuubi and a wielder of the Mokuton. This could be the reason for Naruto's nightmares." "What do you mean?" Shizun asked. "I have a theory. The seal that Minato implemented according to Jiraiya is supposed to slowly merge the two chakras until Kyuubi's chakra becomes one with Naruto. We don't know exactly what this means, but this could be the exact reason. What is the two chakras are conflicting and Kyuubi is trying to gain dominance?" Shizun thought over this for a minute and then nodded, saying, "It's a logical explanation. Naruto's mind isn't exactly developed, and this is a good time to gain dominance." Tsunade nodded and said, "That's what I thought too," which also explains Naruto getting closer and closer to the thing in his nightmares. It's the Kyuubi. He keeps getting closer each time. I believe when Jiraiya arrives, we should start his chakra training as soon as possible. This should allow for his chakra to stop being muddled and allow him to have complete control again, relieving him of his nightmares. Shizun nodded and looked at Naruto, who was finishing his second bowl of ramen, and sighed. She hoped her Otudo would be okay. Naruto, Shizun, and Tsunade were eating dinner at the table that night. Naruto was excited that his birthday was in 3 days now. He could barely contain the excitement that his family was all going to be here again. He missed his uncles and his Gigi. They always gave him awesome stuff, and they always played with him too. He smiled at the thought of the fun that they were going to have. Aroaji visited often, but Kakaagi and Gigi never visited as often. He missed Kakaagi's dogs. They were always fun to play with like Aroaji's toads. Gigi let him play with the monkeys one time, but that was it. They had a lot of fun that day. So Naruto, what do you want to do for your birthday? Tsunade asked. Well, we could go swimming at the lake, Naruto said. That sounds like fun, Shizen said, smiling a bit at that thought. Oh yeah, and I want to play with the dogs and the toads. And if Gigi lets me, maybe the monkeys, Naruto said a little questioningly. Sure, Naruto. We can arrange for that, Tsunade said. Naruto fist pumped, but Tsunade scolded him rather quickly, saying no jumping at the dinner table. He frowned and continued eating, Tsunade chuckling on the inside a little. She had to admit, she was nervous to have Naruto start ninja training, but he had potential already. His chakra reserves were so high, and the fact that Mokuton still shocked her to no end. Her grandfather's bloodline awakened in her baby. She had no idea what to even think about this. She knew one day he would be in a lot of danger, not only because of the Mokuton but because of the Kyuubi. There was no way to decipher what would happen in the future. What bothered her more was the people already targeting her and the small family. The cloaked swordsman that had tracked her in the forest was fast and dangerous. Not only that, but Danzo had taken an interest in Naruto. Whether it be because he knows about the DNA transplant or the fact that he was interested in him being a Jinchuriki, she didn't know. She had a theory about the whole thing though. Danzo probably has had secret relations with Orochimaru for a long time now. He wanted him to become Hokage back then anyways. She figured that with Danzo and Orochimaru working together, Danzo would further the goals of Konoha and Orochimaru would gain much more test subjects. Naruto and Kushina just happened to be one of them. Danzo got his way and Orochimaru his, well, sort of. She didn't want to focus on this anyways. Shizune and Naruto were talking eagerly to each other. She smiled at the way they interacted. She was happy for Shizune and how much she enjoyed her time around Naruto. She thought at first she would get tired of him, but she seemed to have a fountain of patience like Tsunade did. It surprised her at first, but no longer. Knock knock, came a voice from the front area of the house. Everyone at the table turned to look towards the front area and saw standing there Jiraiya with Hiruzen and Kakashi. They all smiled happily at the small family. Naruto shot up from his chair and ran towards them shouting, "It's them! It's them! Naruto, what did I tell you about getting up from the dinner table?" Tsunade asked. Naruto froze in his tracks and turned towards his mother, who was giving him the sit your butt down before you're in trouble look. He frowned, looking down and mumbled, "Sorry, Kachan." Everyone laughed except Tsunade, who had her arms crossed. Naruto walked back to his chair and sat down, continuing to poke at the vegetables on his plate. He sighed, but Jiraiya walked up and ruffled his hair and said, "Cheer up. After dinner, we're all yours." Naruto looked up and grinned at him and started to dig into his vegetables, eager to play with his family. Tsunade smiled a little bit and continued to eat her dinner. Hiruzen took the final seat at the table while Kakashi and Jiraiya went to find chairs elsewhere in the house. "How has it been, Tsunade?" Hiruzen asked. "Just fine, sensei. As you can see, Naruto here is eager for the next few days," Tsunade said. "I can see that," Hiruzen said. Oh, Gigi, can I play with the monkeys on my birthday?" Naruto asked. "I don't see any reason why not," Hiruzen said. Naruto grinned and finished off the last few pieces on his dinner plate and jumped up saying, "Done! Take your dishes to the sink, Naruto. Then you can go outside and play until we're done with dinner," Tsunade said. "Okay," Naruto said and went to do exactly that. Tsunade smiled that her boy was being good. She looked over at Jiraiya and Kakashi walking in now with some chairs and they sat down. Tsunade watched Naruto go outside before asking, "What's the excuse this time?" Tsunade asked. "Had a diplomatic mission in Kawa no Kuni. Luckily, you guys were just a little out of the way, so I decided to take a little bit of extra time that no one will really know about. Probably shouldn't do it, but I am confident in Konoha and its ability to defend itself," Hiruzen said. "Of course. What's the update?" Hiruzen sighed and said, "The war is hard, but Kumo is finally calming down now. The war has taken its toll on everyone, myself included. IWA seems to be ready to end this also. This war is just ridiculous, Kakashi offered. Yes, just that, Hiruzen said sadly. The last few years, tensions between Kumo, IWA, and Konoha have increased and led to a war, but it seemed that Kumo was ready to come to a peace treaty. Hiruzen, of course, accepted the offer immediately. He set the date to be at the end of the year, December 27th. He was overjoyed that there was finally a ceasefire. We might have a problem, Tsunade said seriously. Everyone looked at her, seeing her face sunken but at the same time smiling. Jiraiya was confused the most, not really knowing what would that mean. He looked at her and said, "Like a threat problem?" "Not exactly. It's better to show you." "Shizen," Tsunade said. "Hi," Shizen said and got up. She went to the kitchen and grabbed a cup, filled with dirt. She brought it to the table and said, "I caution everyone to cover their ears." 2 seconds later Tsunade shouted at the top of her lungs, "Naruto!" Naruto came scrambling inside not even 15 seconds later. He panted, hands on his knees, and said, "Yes, Kachan? Sit down, honey. We want to show them that special trick we were talking about the other day," Tsunade said. Hiruzen, Kakashi, and Jiraiya all had raised eyebrows now, curious what this 4-year-old child had to bring to the table that would pique their interest. Naruto sat down and looked at the cup of dirt in front of him. He frowned and said, "What do I get if I do it?" "The question is what you get if you don't do it," Tsunade said with an evil gleam. Naruto gulped and nodded. He brought his hands in a snake seal or a me seal this time. Jiraiya looked at this, highly intrigued what would bring the boy to change his hand signs to focus his chakra. Then he saw him put his hands on the cup, and then it happened. A small plant burst through the cup, growing to a full-sized herb plant. "What?" Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Hiruzen screamed in shock. Tsunade nodded and ruffled Naruto's hair, saying it was okay to go outside now. He smiled and went outside, grinning slightly at their expressions. Shizen got up and grabbed the cup, putting it by the back door to put in the garden outside. She had been doing this a lot recently. "I thought the same thing," Tsunade said. "But that's impossible," Jiraiya said. "He has Mokuton," Kakashi said in disbelief also. "It seems mine and Minato's theory was correct," Hiruzen said. Now everyone turned to look at Hiruzen like he had his head on backwards. They didn't know what to make out of the situation now. "What do you mean your theory was correct? You knew this would happen?" Tsunade asked. "If you read the letter a few times over like myself, you would have known yourself," Hiruzen said. Tsunade thought over this and nodded, in subtle agreement. Hiruzen stroked his chin and thought over this while Kakashi just sat there in sheer shock. Jiraiya was mulling this over also. Shizen even seemed lost for words at the moment. Tsunade just let them think this over, but it wasn't long before Jiraiya said, "Well, it just means that we have to train Naruto harder. Right, because that's the right thing to do. Let us just push the boy to his limits," Tsunade said sarcastically. "I'm serious here, Tsunade. Your son will be in serious danger if he doesn't learn to control this gift. I have a bad feeling about this one. I don't know why," Jiraiya said. "What do you mean?" Tsunade asked. Jiraiya sighed and said, "I suppose it's time to tell you too what I found 3 years ago." "What are you talking about?" Hiruzen asked. Jiraiya only sighed and delved into the story of how he found Orochimaru's secret base through the clan he had found and exterminated. He told them about how Orochimaru was involved in Naruto's DNA transfusion and the other sick experiments down there, and how Root was involved. He could only assume Danzo and Orochimaru were in charge of the whole operation. Hiruzen was gritting his teeth by the time the story was done, fuming on the inside. Kakashi was shocked that Danzo would have done something that low to get what he wanted. "Danzo must be apprehended at once," Hiruzen said. Whoa there, sensei. We can't. Danzo still has the support of the counselors and has a whole army of Root Umbu behind him. There are other ways to deal with him and his people, but it will take time," Jiraiya said. "What are you talking about?" Hiruzen asked. "That gaki outside," Jiraiya said. Everyone turned their heads towards the back door and Kakashi said, "You mean Naruto?" "Of course I mean Naruto. His dream is—" "Well, I'll let you figure that out yourself," Jiraiya said. Everyone gave him a look and he shrugged. He got up and said, "Well, I think we've kept the Gaki waiting long enough. Let's go outside and entertain him." Everyone nodded and got up, heading outside to go play with Naruto. 3 days later, everyone woke up to prepare for Naruto's big day. He was still sleeping as he tended to sleep in late. Everyone had found out about his tendency for nightmares. Jiraiya had been asked to check the seal the day after they arrived, but him and Hiruzen couldn't find fault in the seal. It was laid out perfectly, but everyone thought the same thing. There was something wrong with Naruto's chakra. Naruto stepped into the front area, rubbing his eyes with his fists, tired. He then looked up at everyone who was at the kitchen table, waiting for him to gain his senses. He then realized what day it was and his whole face brightened up. "Happy birthday, Naruto!" everyone at the table shouted. And Naruto knew this was just going to be an awesome day. Everyone was coming inside now that it was sundown. Everyone was talking about the day that they had. "And did you see Pakin? He was hilarious when he was floating in the lake," Naruto said, laughing. Everyone just smiled as he rambled on about his day, no doubt knowing that this was Naruto's best birthday for him yet. They all had even enjoyed it, taking the liberty to talk and sit idly. It was relaxing for them for once. "All right, Gaki, time for your presents," Jiraiya said. Naruto turned around with a pout on his face and said, "Don't call me that, Aroaji." Everyone laughed at his emphasis on the pervert part, and Jiraiya only started shouting about how he was a super pervert, not just a pervert. Tsunade went into one of the back rooms in the house and grabbed the pile that the family had gathered and put them on the table in the sitting room. Tsunade had told everyone that this was Naruto's big year to start training, and everyone was told to get him shinobi things, because that was what Naruto wanted. Everyone was overjoyed he was taking it seriously. Naruto sat down in front of everyone and went through the pile like he did every year. He started first with Kakashi. He grabbed the present and had discovered inside a box a full set of kunai and shuriken for him to start training with. He also saw some tags which he had no idea what they were, but after an explanation that Aroaji would help him with those, he thanked Kakashi, giving him a fist bump, then a small hug. His GG was next. He found inside the seal of a scroll a big pile of books and scrolls. He looked through the titles with help from Tsunade and saw that they were all things he would need for shinobi training. He was overjoyed at the large pile that was there and gave his GG a huge hug, thanking him also. Aroaji was next. Like the last scroll, there was a seal, but books and scrolls were not inside. Inside was a full wardrobe of shinobi gear for Naruto. The outfits were all the same, but Naruto thought they looked awesome. There were green pants that he saw could be taped from the tape that was in the pile from his uncle. He then saw a tight dark blue shirt with a dark orange stripe on each side of the shirt, running from the bottom of the sleeve to the armpit area and down the side of the shirt. He absolutely loved the color orange, and Jiraiya had known it, so he had gotten orange on something with a little orange on it. Naruto also saw some shoes that were perfect for him. Naruto shot up and grabbed his Aji in a hug and thanked him ecstatically. Tsunade was next, and she had gotten him different books on theory and shinobi practices. He could now learn properly, and although he wasn't as ecstatic as the last few gifts, he was still very happy with the gifts and gave his sister a hug, thanking her. His Kachan was last, and he was excited the most for her gift. He saw there was a scroll from her, and when he unsealed it with help like the last few times, he saw there was a large pile of dodgeballs. He smiled at this and thought it would be for playing dodgeball. "Thanks, Kachan. You won't be thanking me soon, Naruto-kun," Tsunade said with a bit of a gleam in her eyes that made everyone else in the room shiver. The next day, Hiruzen and Kakashi left. They had stayed far too long, but were happy to be there for Naruto's birthday. He always loved it when his Gigi and Kakashi came to the house. He was outside now, however, getting ready for his first day of training. He was stretching when Jiraiya came outside, followed by Tsunade. "Sit down, kid. Let's have a talk," Jiraiya said. Naruto stopped stretching after a moment and sat down on the ground in front of Jiraiya and Tsunade. They both looked at each other, and then Tsunade said, "Naruto, do you remember the trick that you showed everyone a few days ago?" "Oh, the plant one?" Naruto asked. "That's right. Well, it's because of something that isn't normal, Jiraiya said. Naruto turned his head at this, obviously confused. Tsunade sighed and said, "Do you remember the stories about Hashijiji?" "Oh, the wood guy," Naruto shouted, knowing the stories. "That's right. Do you know what I told you about him?" Tsunade said. "You said he was unique. He had a Kekkai Gankue?" Naruto asked. "A Kekkai Genkai Naruto. It's a special trait," Tsunade said. "Right, that," Naruto said. "I lied about Hashijiji," Tsunade said. Naruto frowned at this and asked, "What do you mean?" Tsunade sighed and paused, trying to find the right words, but Jiraiya beat her to it. He breathed and said, "You are like your great Jiji Gaki. You have Mokuton." Naruto frowned for a moment, trying to think about what they said, then said, "So I have a Kekkai Gongai?" "Kekkai Genkai, and yes, Naruto," Tsunade said. Naruto fist pumped and said, "So that means I'm pretty strong, huh?" Tsunade shook her head, which confused Naruto. He put his arm down and looked straight, waiting for her to say something. She thought for a moment before saying, "Naruto, you have a long ways to go. You have a lot of chakra for a 4-year-old, which means that you will develop chakra at an obnoxious amount, and your chakra is messed up. You need to work hard in order to become like Hashijiji." Naruto frowned and thought for a moment. Jiraiya started saying, "It's not like we would dash." "Then I'll work hard," Naruto shouted, grinning now. Tsunade and Jiraiya jumped at his sudden outburst. They looked at Naruto putting on a giant grin and then saw he was looking at them, and he said, "I'll be greater than Hashijiji. I'll work harder than anyone else out there, and then one day I'll go back to Konoha and become the greatest Hokage. I'll be greater than anyone. I can do this because I want to protect everyone. I want to be able to protect anyone who believes in me. Believe it." Tsunade and Jiraiya both were shocked at his statement. He definitely had a huge dream. He was setting large goals for himself that would take time. But Jiraiya was the first to shake it off and said, "Then let's get to work, Gaki." Naruto grinned and fist bumped with his uncle, and they both got up, starting warm-ups to start training. Tsunade was still sitting, however, looking at her baby boy and him running around the yard, Jiraiya observing him, writing in his notebook, obviously some sort of smut. She wasn't concerned about that, however. She looked at Naruto and realized just how much he was like Nawaki and Dan. She then felt something wet on her cheek and realized she had shed a tear. She wiped at it and looked at Naruto again, who was giving a large smile while running. "I believe in you, Naruto. It's my duty as your mother, but I completely believe you." Hinata was outside training. It seemed like that was all she ever did anymore. She would wake up, train, eat, train, go to the academy, train, shower, train, eat, train, sleep. It wasn't exactly ingrained into her head. But she did it because she had to. No, she wanted to. Her father had high expectations, and she wanted to meet them, yet it seemed like she could never live up to them. It had started back when she was 4. It was her birthday, December 27th. It was a good day overall at first, she had thought. She had spent a good day with her family, her uncle and her cousin Niji included. That would be the last day of peace she would have. In the middle of the night, she was taken away by a Kumo ninja intent on stealing the Byakugan for Kumogakure. Her father, the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, had come to rescue her, permanently silencing and killing the Kumo ninja. He also happened to be the ambassador of the peace treaty Kumo was trying to organize with Konoha. It had apparently been the Raikage's secret orders, but because Hayashi, her father, had killed the ninja, there were problems raised that she didn't know about until later. The next few days, she was too terrified to leave her room. She stayed locked inside, taking her meals into her room and refusing to visit with anyone. When she finally decided to leave her room, the world hit her with the truth. The ambassador being dead, Kumo demanded recompense. The demand was that her father, the kidnapper's killer, was to give his life over to Kumo. This in turn sparked her uncle to offer his life over because he was his father's twin. This saved the Hyuga clan in many places, but most importantly in keeping the Byakugan safe from others. The clan accepted the offer gratefully, but in turn made Niji cold-hearted and put him into the belief that destiny controlled people's lives. She then was thrust into training by her father. She was to brought up in the clan's teachings, most importantly the gentle first, the taijutsu style used by all clan members. She was pushed to her limits every day in training and was doing her best. But the harsh conditions set by her father brought her crumbling every time. She was soon thrust into her shell that made her the shy, gentle person that she naturally was. She continued to grow up having no friends and no social life, making her regressed and gentle. That was until she entered the academy. She went the first day to find herself in a class full of class heirs like herself. At first, they seemed to be reluctant to go near her. That was until the first day of taijutsu sparring. Flashback. Everyone was walking outside. Hinata and the dead last of the class everyone knew as Shikamaru and Choji, the kid who constantly ate in the back of the line. Her sensei, Irika, was leading everyone out towards the sparring field in the middle of the clearing. All right, everyone. Today is our first day of sparring. I am going to teach all of you the basics of sparring, and then we will have you paired off and we will all observe each other's spars. Hi! Most of the class responded. Hinata watched as Irika-sensei went through the basics of sparring, and then he heard him pair people off, until she heard her name. Hyuga Hinata will spar with Haruno Sakura. Ja! Alright, I'll win this for sure. She can't harm a fly, Sakura shouted loudly. Like you can win anything, forehead, Yamanaka Ino shouted. Shut up, Ino pig. I'll win Sasuke-kun over after I win this spar, Sakura shouted. Everyone else in the class sweat dropped at their antics. Hinata was even getting nervous, while Irika scolded Sakura and Ino for disturbing his class. He then continued down the list of names. It wasn't long before the spars started, and everyone soon found themselves getting excited to show each other their abilities. There were some civilian-born people in the class, and while this gave them a disadvantage over the rest, did somewhat impressively for 6-year-olds. It got to some of the clan heirs, however, one of them being her. When she heard her name called, someone put a hand on her shoulder. She turned around and saw Choji looking at her, holding the bag of potato chips he had been eating in his other hand. Shikamaru was also looking at her. Hey, show her who's boss, Choji said. Yeah, she's so troublesome after all, Shikamaru said. Hinata paused for a second, confused. Then she smiled, realizing what they were saying, and opened her mouth to say something, but stuttered. TTHNKYU. She turned and walked up to the ring and saw Sakura standing there, cracking her knuckles as if she was the tough nut of the bunch. Hinata stood in the circle at her end and looked over to Shikamaru and Choji, who were both giving her a thumbs up. She saw this as a sign of support and smiled back at them. Then she heard someone shout, "Go Hinata! Kick her butt!" "Oi! Kiba! Shut it, woodja!" someone else shouted. Hinata smiled inwardly at their antics, and walked forward to meet Sakura and make the sign of confrontation. They made the sign and then stepped back when Irika-sensei shouted, "Hajime!" Hinata took her gentle fist stance and Sakura rushed forward only to be thrust back by Hinata. When she hit the ground, she didn't get back up. Hinata was shocked that she not only did that but injured her like that. Sakura! Hinata shouted. Shousha! Hinata! Irika shouted. Everyone clapped at Hinata's achievement, but she didn't care. She rushed forward to make sure that Sakura was okay. Sakura got off the ground, groaning. Hinata hadn't even activated her Byakugan, and yet she had still beat Sakura. Hinata stopped in front of the groaning girl and asked shyly, "Are you okay? Why do you care? Leave me alone, Stutz." Then she stomped off, leaving her alone. Irika scolded her for being rude and not finishing the spar with the reconciliation sign. Hinata was still caught up on two facts: that she had been supported by people today and that she had been clearly yelled at by this Sakura girl. End of flashback. It was after that when she started to come out of her shell a little more. She had begun to become friends with Shikamaru and Choji, who had been her first supports, and she even talked to her what was unknown support now known as Kiba. The three of them were all clan heirs and, like her, had been put in the academy by their father or mother, the clan leader expected to represent their clan. Whether or not they had done a good job representing their clan was left up to interpretation. She had even lost her stutter for the most part, only returning to it when she got nervous. Hinata found herself working more diligently on her training after her first success, intent on making her father proud. It was a hard goal she had set for herself, but she was intent on accomplishing it. Hinata breathed and set back to her training, hitting the post in front of her, toughening her hands and legs. Niji Hyuga was watching Hinata at work, and he felt a surge of jealousy. She had a pampered life because of destiny. He knew that destiny had screwed him royally, to put it bluntly, and didn't want anything to do with the main branch. However, he found himself coming in need of a mentor. The thing was, he didn't know where to look for someone to train him further in the Byakugan. He could ask for someone in the side branch, but he wanted to surpass everyone in the clan and become the best Byakugan user there had been known to the shinobi world. Niji sighed and made for one of the training fields in the village. He went to the not frequently used fields often, so he could train alone and away from prying eyes and ears. He found himself at field number 27 and set to work immediately, working on the posts in the field, strengthening himself physically and taking out his frustrations. He found word of how Hinata had shown a different side of herself over the past few months at the academy, yet retained her old personality at her home. It was really ironic that her father would praise her away from her eyes and ears, yet would be harsh in front of her. Her father was proud of her, not him. He was further advanced than Hinata and deserved the praise that he gave out about her. He was a true prodigy of the Hyuga clan and a prodigy of his academy class. He would lead his generation in the charge. This he knew to be true, and he would start by humiliating the main branch beyond redemption. Uchiha Sasuke was home, outside working with his shuriken. He was kind of tired of the fangirls at the academy following him around all the time. That's why he tended to stick home whenever he could, unless his brother actually had time to train him. Today, unfortunately, wasn't one of those days, as he was out on a mission. He was going to come back tonight, thank goodness. Maybe after dinner he could train him. He threw another shuriken and saw it hit the post, but missing its bullseye mark. He sighed and went to retrieve all the shuriken he had thrown for the past 10 minutes. He then saw his father walking outside, towards the house. He looked at his son slightly before turning back and walking inside the house. Sasuke sighed when he saw his father. He never made time for him, and it disappointed him to no end. He wished his father would just spend even a day training him, but his father always neglected him in favor of Itachi, his brother. He wanted the attention Itachi had. Itachi, when he did train with him, always put his full attention on him. It was nice to have him as an older brother. He remembered the days clearly, working on shuriken techniques, and even learning about his katan affinity. He then learned the fire technique, katan gokaku no jutsu, on the same day. He was pleased to learn he was good at it for his age. When he had shown his father, he had even been impressed enough to give him a few pointers. That was the only attention he had received from him, however, and that was about a year ago. Sasuke thought back then to a weird day not even a month ago. Itachi had taken him one day and taught him something that confused him, yet he knew it was important. Flashback. Sasuke was riding on the back of Itachi, waiting to take him where they were going to go. Itachi was moving relatively fast through the village and soon enough started escalating a cliff. "Hey Itachi, where are we going?" Sasuke asked curiously. "You'll see my Otudo," Itachi said. Sasuke humphed at Itachi's response, which gained a chuckle from Itachi. Soon enough, however, they had stopped and Sasuke slid down Itachi's back. Itachi took his little brother by the shoulders and led him to the cliff and told him, "What do you see, Sasuke?" And for the first time, Sasuke paid attention. He saw the sun in front of him, glaring orange and red because of the sunset. He saw the forests surrounding Konoha, standing tall and firm, hiding the village away from prying eyes. Then, he looked down and saw he was on top of the Hokage monument. He was looking down upon Konoha, the entire village, and its people moving amongst the streets and going on with their lives. "Konoha," Sasuke said. Itachi gave a nod of approval and said, "But what of Konoha?" Sasuke narrowed his eyes and furrowed his brows, trying to concentrate. This was a test from his brother, but he didn't know what the test was for. Itachi smiled down at his brother's concentration and decided to help him by saying, "The people, Sasuke." "Ha! The people of Konoha. The people that make this village burn so brightly. Me and so many others protect this village. One day you will also protect this village and its people." "But father always says clan over all else," Sasuke said, remembering the rules of the clan. Itachi shook his head, eyes closed and obviously frustrated. Sasuke frowned at his brother's look, like he had disappointed him. Sasuke wanted to understand, so he asked, "Why do you protect the village, Itachi and I?" Itachi smiled at this, like his little brother was finally getting somewhere. He looked down and said, "Because of people like you." "Huh," Sasuke said again. Itachi only smiled and said, "Because there are many people who love and respect the ninja of Teachus village like you. You look up to the ninja to protect you from harm, and that is what we do every day. It is our duty as ninja to protect Konoha. That is the will of fire." "The will of fire?" Sasuke asked again. "One day, when you are older, hopefully you will be able to see with the eyes that I have and will be able to understand," Itachi said sadly. Sasuke looked at his brother and how he gazed over the village that he loved so dearly. He looked like he adored the village, admired it even. Sasuke understood those feelings because he had them himself. Sasuke didn't understand, but he swore one day he would. End of flashback. Sasuke grabbed the rest of his shuriken and started to walk back to his spot. He still thought about what Itachi said every day. He wanted to know what the will of fire was, and he even almost asked Irika-sensei. His father wouldn't answer him most likely, and he didn't like to ask his mother questions a lot of times. He sighed and got ready to throw shuriken when he heard a voice yell behind him. "Seems like my Otudo is still working hard." Sasuke turned and saw Itachi standing there smirking at his younger brother. Sasuke smiled and ran up to him only to get poked in the forehead by his brother. He grunted when he then shooed him away to go return to training. Sasuke turned away wearing a frown, but then he smiled because his brother was home again and he would spend time with him. After he trained, Shikamaru yawned and continued to look at the clouds. He really wished he was a cloud sometimes. It was too troublesome to deal with people everywhere. His mother was a very troublesome person. The only other person who knew the facts like him was his father. He sighed and started imagining what type of shapes the clouds were when he heard his father shout from the doorway of his house, "Yo, Shikamaru, come play some shogi with me." Shikamaru sighed and muttered something about how troublesome that would be, but got up anyways and went to play his favorite game with his father. He never won against him, of course, but he was one of the only other challenging people to play against, and one of the only people who would play against him in the first place. Shikamaru stepped onto the porch and sat in his seat across from his father, who looked dully at the board in front of him, the first move already made. Shikamaru grunted and said, "Why do you get the first move?" "Because I'm your father, that's why," Shikaku said. "How troublesome," Shikamaru said while making his move. They played silently for a while now. Shikamaru had to admit, he kept getting closer and closer to beating his father sometimes. Then it would be 3 steps backwards and he would have to figure out how to outsmart his father again. It was so troublesome. He thought about how he could be lounging around with Choji or Ino, or about how he could be up in the sky like a cloud, continuing making his moves. After what seemed like forever, he found himself in a position worth noting. He looked at the board, then at his father. "You're sacrificing your peace?" Shikamaru asked, not understanding. "Sometimes you must protect King," Shikaku said. "What are you talking about?" Shikamaru asked, taking the piece on the board. Then, Shikaku moved, mating Shikamaru in another game. He smirked at the board and said, "That." Shikamaru was astounded. His father never sacrificed pieces like that. He worked to save every one of them like they were his own men. Why would he do it now? "Shikamaru, you are king. A lesson worth noting and remembering. Remember it well, because one day you will realize why you learned this lesson when you did," Shikaku said, standing up and walking away. He then paused suddenly and said, "No matter how troublesome it may be." Shikamaru smirked at his father's choice of words, but then reflected on the lesson his father had taught him. He kept the teaching for clan techniques, but why now? Why in a game of shogi? Shikamaru looked at the board, trying to decipher it like a puzzle, when his mother inside shouted, "Shikamaru, get cleaned up. We're going out with the Yamanakas and the Akimikis." "Troublesome," Shikamaru said, but not before memorizing the board in front of him. He got up and walked inside to go get dressed for the occasion at the Akimichi grilling restaurant. Shikamaru slid into the table where his friends Choji and Ino were already seated, along with their parents. Shikaku and his mother Yoshino took her seat at the table.
Yo Shikaku.
Choza, the Akimichi clan head, shouted. Choza Inoichi, Shikaku said in greetings. How's the day treating you, Shikaku? Inoichi asked. Just fine. Just got done with a nice game of shogi with my son, which I'm sure he is contemplating in his head at this very moment. Which was true. Shikamaru sat in silence, thinking hard about the position of the board his father had led him into and how he had won the game. Shikaku was known for playing cunningly and known for doing things people wouldn't expect, but this was out of the norm for Shikamaru as far as his father goes. He thought hard, furrowing his brow, gaining the attention of his two friends. Hey Shikamaru, are you all right there? Ino asked. Yeah, you look like you're about to think too hard, Choji said. Yeah, just troublesome fathers and all, Shikamaru said. Everyone at the table laughed at Shikamaru's outburst except his mother, who scolded him over how he was insulting his father over everyone. This continued until Shikamaru was forced to apologize to his father, who shrugged it off, and then Yoshino went and scolded his father. She did that a lot, scolding people. Shikamaru sighed and muttered to himself how troublesome it was to be here. What are you thinking about there, Shikamaru? Ino asked. King, Shikamaru said. Hiruzen was sitting in his office, working on the pile of paperwork that had gathered. The last few years had been a battlefield for him on the political spectrum. When he had learned of Danzo being behind Kushina's kidnapping and working with Orochimaru, he fumed on making a plan to ensure that Naruto would one day succeed and become the Hokage while removing Danzo out of authority. He had been gathering evidence, but not enough to pursue action. He sighed and finished the last stack of paperwork, but not before his paperwork decided to refresh itself with the opening of his door and his secretary walking in with a large pile of paperwork in her arms. He sighed and asked, "When does it end?" "I really don't know, Hokage-sama," she said back. She walked out after dropping the load on his desk and closed the door behind her. He sighed and continued to read the paperwork that had gathered, when he heard a voice sound behind him. "I guess it never does end," Jiraiya said. Hiruzen looked at him and smiled before saying, "It really doesn't." "How's the progress with Danzo?" Jiraiya asked. "Not much progress since last time. Caught a letter this time, but that's about it. Nothing significant. Yourself." "Actually, that's why I'm here. We have a lot to talk about." "Away from ears," Jiraiya said, emphasizing the last statement. Hiruzen snapped his fingers immediately, and the umbu guarding the room immediately vacated the premises. He then went through a few hand seals, and seals around the room activated, and the room was silenced immediately. "I'm listening," Hiruzen said. Jiraiya sat down and said seriously, "Naruto's in serious danger." Hiruzen's eyes widened, and then he asked, "How so?" "Two organizations. One you've heard about before, the other not so much." "Root?" Hiruzen asked. Jiraiya laughed and said, "That's not even the slightest thing to worry about." Hiruzen paled at that statement and asked, "What are you implying?" "Two organizations. One is unnamed at the moment and I don't have much information, so I'll come back to it. The second we know about quite well. In fact, our old friend Madara is in the organization or involved in the workings some bit," Jiraiya said. "What?" Hiruzen shouted. Akatsuki, made up of S-class criminals from around the elemental nations. Their goals are unknown at the moment, but if Madara is in it, then Naruto is involved somehow. However, what is more surprising is the fact that Hanzo is dead. Hiruzen's eyes shot up at this, clearly surprised. He knew that Hanzo had been the only person that had taken on his team in the Second Shinobi World War, which led them to be named the legendary Sannin. How he died was a question to be raised. Someone by the alias of Pain killed him. He then claimed his place as ruler of Amigakure and has secret claims to an organization known as Akatsuki. What this means, I do not know. Hiruzen was shocked. Someone was powerful enough to lead this organization known as Akatsuki, containing S-class criminals and powerful enough to kill Hanzo. He didn't know what this would mean for Konoha at the moment, or for Naruto at that matter. "That's not all. It seems our old friend Orochimaru joined Akatsuki," Jiraiya said. Hiruzen slammed his fist on the desk and said, "That's two people interested in Naruto in one organization. This is not a coincidence. We cannot lose Naruto, Jiraiya." "I know, but I have more to say," Jiraiya said, obviously trying to calm the old man. Hiruzen gritted his teeth and calmed himself down, now waiting for Jiraiya to finish. "There is another threat out there. I don't know what exactly it is at the moment, but it was powerful enough to give Tsunade an eye raiser, so I took a looking into it. Apparently, she had a good hunch. Some group is gathering, and I'm not sure what their goals are, but Naruto has apparently gained their interest. They are biding their time, however," Jiraiya said. "How long?" Hiruzen asked. "Both organizations are still gathering. It will be some time before they are ready," Jiraiya said. "We need to relocate Naruto, preferably back to Konoha," Hiruzen said. "No, Tsunade would never let that happen. Maybe when Naruto is 8 years old or so, but not now," Jiraiya said. "Then where?" Hiruzen asked. "To the Fire Temple," Jiraiya said like it was obvious. Hiruzen sat in thought then. It was secluded, away from prying eyes, and the monks there were sworn to secrecy. Plus, if Hiruzen remembered correctly, Chiriku, the head monk there, owed Jiraiya a huge favor. Could just work out. It works out for both the temple and Tsunade. The temple there has a boy that has a problem. They won't tell me exactly what it is, but apparently it's noteworthy. He's staying with the monks there, away from society. I told them Tsunade would move there as soon as possible," Jiraiya said, confident in his answer. "How long until they move?" Hiruzen asked. "A week. I'll be escorting them there, getting rid of any tracks they might have laid for themselves. Hopefully we won't run into trouble," Jiraiya said. "Let us hope not," Hiruzen said. They were silent for moments, each reflecting on the conversation. There was a heavy breath in the room when Hiruzen then asked, "Who attacked Tsunade that gave her the eye razor?" "I don't know," Jiraiya said. "Kakashi was walking the streets of Konoha. He tended to do this a lot more now, but more with his face stuffed inside Jiraiya-sama's books. He found out about the greatest writing ever a few years ago, and ever since then, Jiraiya always gave him signed copies of his books, and with authored editions too. It was the greatest thing to know Jiraiya-sama." Kakashi giggled internally at one part when he felt a hand clap him on the back. "Kakashi, my eternal rival, we must have a competition today. I must reverberate my flames of youth. Join me today, Kakashi," Madogai yelled right behind Kakashi. Kakashi sighed and turned around. He looked at the man in the hideous green jumpsuit in front of him. He could honestly say he didn't want to compete with Guy today, but he knew he wouldn't let down until they had their competition. He stuffed his book in his pocket and said, "All right, Guy, but you dash." "Yash, Kakashi, I will regain my youthful pride as #1 rival and show Konoha the youthfulness of Konoha's green beast." Kakashi stood there, then looked up and said, "I'm sorry, Guy. Did you say something?" Guy stomped the ground and shouted, "Curse you, Kakashi, and your cool hip attitude." After a few moments of back and forth bickering, they finally decided on the best competition for the day. Kakashi and Guy shunshined away to a location overlooking Konoha when they faced each other. They nodded and then held out their hands. "Rock, paper, scissors," they both shouted. Kakashi held out the sign for paper, while Guy held rock. Guy roared in defeat while Kakashi had an internal smirk. He had won round 1, but they had of course agreed best out of 3, but knowing Guy, he had already won. "Rock, paper, scissors," they both shouted again. This time, Guy held out scissors and Kakashi paper. Guy jumped up and then grinned, giving him the nice guy pose with his thumbs up. Kakashi's sweat dropped and then shook his head. "All right, Guy, this decides it all," Kakashi said. "Haha, do not worry about me, my eternal rival. I will win this battle surely," Guy shouted. They held their hand out and then shouted one last time, "Rock, paper, scissors." Kakashi this time held paper while Guy held rock. Guy then face-faulted into the ground and started shouting nonsense about how he was humiliated once more by his eternal rival and how he now had to run 1,000 laps around Konoha on his hands to make up for his humiliation. Kakashi sighed and said, "Get up, Guy, we're tied now as it is. It's 48-48. Guy sighed and stood up, and gave his eternal rival another nice guy pose and said, "You are right, Kakashi. I will prevail next time, however, and put myself in the lead once again." Kakashi sighed and shunshined off before Guy could ask him to compete again. He thought about how outrageous Guy was, and then that led to him thinking about Naruto. He wondered how the little Gaki was doing right now. He had to admit he missed the kid, and desperately wanted to see him. Perhaps he could request a mission where Naruto was located and get some time with the kid. He had to admit the kid grew well on Kakashi. Then he remembered something about Jiraiya said, about how Naruto was in danger. He didn't know what the deal was, but he knew he wanted to know. He would find out if Hiruzen so allowed it. Naruto, Tsunade, and Shizune were packing in Kawa no Kuni. They had been told by Jiraiya that they needed to move, and after some private explanation away from Naruto's ears, they had agreed upon it. Naruto could say he honestly didn't want to move. He enjoyed the house they were at, after working on it for so long. He liked the garden that he and Shizune had worked on for so long, and the people he had met by going to work with Kachan and Eni-chan. He wished they could stay longer. On the bright side, the new place they were going to have a boy that was his age that he was looking forward to meeting. He always wanted a friend that was his age that could play with him. Tsunade had told him all about the boy, saying he was like Naruto in some ways. Naruto liked to play a lot, but he also liked to train. Over the last now almost 3 years of training, he had grown to be very successful in his training. He had started physical training first out of anything, and as his mother said, thanks to him being an Uzumaki, he had nearly endless stamina. He would keep himself going all day, and he soon found himself using weights to get stronger. He was currently at 80 pounds on his legs and 40 pounds on his arms. He found whenever he took them off he was quite faster and stronger. He enjoyed that feeling a lot, knowing he was getting stronger. He soon found himself doing what his mother called dodge training. He shuddered at the thought of it. He soon found out why his mother was known for her super strength and found himself being hit by the dodgeballs he got for his 4th birthday multiple times. He had bruises and cracked bones that would last not even a day, however, as he seemed to have a great healing rate. He was told it was because he was an Uzumaki. He had to admit, being an Uzumaki had its perks. He found himself having a great agility from doing dodging daily. He did a lot of other stuff too, however, some of it boring. He did a lot of lectures and reading with Shizune and sometimes his mother. He learned a lot about the clans he was from and the rival clans and a lot of other clans in the ninja world and about all the hidden villages. There was knowledge packed in his head that he thought useless, but he was told it's better to know than to be sorry. He had to agree on that because not only was it knowledge, but it made him smarter. A lot smarter. He found himself doing daily exercises with strategy and taking tests randomly. He would sometimes even play shogi with Shizune and Kachan. He would always win somehow though, as it seemed he just had a knack for field strategy. He even played Go with Aroaji sometimes when he was around. Speaking of Aroaji, he came to help train him a lot. He would work with him either on his chakra control with his Kachan or he would work with ninjutsu. He found himself having rather large chakra reserves, and because of that, he needed to learn to control that amount of chakra. He learned about the ranks of ninja and how their chakra was at the stages. His uncle guessed he had about mid to high Chunin level reserves. Naruto had to admit that was pretty insane for a 6-year-old of his level. His uncle guessed that his skill level was around high academy level, which he was proud of. He could potentially pass to be a genin at his age already, like all the great prodigies of the ninja world. He learned the simple academy ninjutsu like the Kawarmi no Jutsu, body replacement technique, and the Henge no Jutsu, transformation technique, rather quickly, but he always had trouble making clones. His uncle told him because his chakra was too solid and not to worry about it because he had a solution for later on when he got older. He accepted this answer and moved forward with his training. His family decided that he had to start elemental chakra manipulation as soon as physically possible. He got started when he was about 6.5. He was given chakra paper. He could still remember his family freaking out. Flashback. Naruto was standing outside in front of Kachan and Aroaji. He had to admit he was excited for this day. They had been waiting to do this, and so had he. He was excited to find out what type of chakra affinity he had. "Alright Naruto, here the paper. Remember what we told you about the chakra paper?" Kachan asked. Naruto nodded excited and took the paper out of his mother's hands. He took the paper and channeled his chakra into it, waiting for the reaction. When suddenly, the paper split down the middle, one side turning soggy and the other crumbling into dust. What? Kachan and Aroaji shouted. 3. Naruto had 3 chakra affinities: wind, earth, and water. He didn't think that it was possible, but he knew that Kakashiaji had all 5 affinities through training. It still astonished him for him to have 3 natural chakra affinity connections. End of flashback. Naruto smiled at the thought of his family's astonished reaction. He couldn't believe it himself sometimes, but he worked diligently. He had started with earth, trying to crumple a leaf into dust. He had to admit it was a difficult task. He knew that trying to use his chakra like this was possible, but the question was figuring out how. His family gave him subtle hints but had mostly left it to him. Soon enough, after about 2 weeks, he had figured it out. He could do it naturally now and had done the same thing with his water and wind training, where he had to cut a leaf in half down the middle or to make the leaf soggy. He remembered it took him a month to do the wind training but only 2 weeks with the water training. One thing that annoyed him was that his family told him to never push himself, because he could suffer from chakra exhaustion and that could never happen. He didn't know why, he just thought it was getting sick. That was why sometimes he would go outside at night to train when people weren't watching him. After learning elemental manipulation, he had wanted to move on to learning jutsu, but his uncle prevented him from learning any. He said when he was older and more experienced with chakra control, he could learn new jutsu. He sighed and agreed with the answer he had been given. Naruto found out soon enough his chakra was just too solid for genjutsu and most healing techniques. He wanted to be like his Kachan and Eni-chan. He figured one day when he had his chakra control down more solidly, he would return to healing techniques. He was actually depressed about this for a few days, but his family brought him out of it eventually. He agreed they would try it one day when he was older. Overall, Naruto already knew what type of ninja he was going to be, and was proud of it. He was going to be like his grandfather, Hashirama-jiji and Hokage-jiji. He smiled at that thought when the front door slammed open. Jiraiya walked into the house, ready to get the heck out of here and get his godson to safety, as well as his Haim and Shizune. He knew there was a threat that was already on its way according to his sources, so they would have to move quickly. Tsunade, Shizune, are you ready? Jiraiya shouted. Hi! 2 voices sounded from around the house. Naruto got up with his backpack and slung it onto his back. He walked up and gave his grandfather a hug. Is everything okay? Naruto asked. Hopefully, Jiraiya said. 1 week ago. In a dark chamber, there was a throne upon an altar of some sort. In front of the altar was a table laid with papers and maps, and across the room was a wall with inscriptions upon it. That wasn't what drew the attention of anyone, however. It was the people. Seated upon the throne, there was a man cloaked in a white robe with a high collar covering part of his face. He had white hair shadowing his eyes, which were colored red. He also had bandages covering a good portion of his body. In front of the table stood 3 people, looking over the documents on the table. The man on the left side was a man in a cloak and a sword strapped to his side. He also had a sword strapped to his back, shorter and more notable as a shinobi weapon, but he also had the weapon to his side, which was a katana. Not a single person in the room knew what he looked like other than those key features. The person on the right, however, almost any no in the shinobi world would know. He was known as Shansho no Hanzo, or Hanzo of the Salamander. He had his traditional attire on, his face mask on and long blonde hair trailing down his back. He had a dark blue cloak, along with dark blue pants and a black shirt. What was more notable and recent, however, was the new addition to his attire. He wore his mask covering his face, but on the top of the mask was his new change, the Amigakure signia that affiliated him with Amigakure now slashed, marking him as a missing nin. Finally, in the middle stood a man who also had a cloak on. He had on his back a large clear vial where sloshing inside was a large amount of water. Other than this, no one could identify what he looked like. The man sitting upon the throne stood and walked down to the table. He was getting impatient at the people at the table, especially with Hanzo. He should be able to do this sufficiently and quickly. Do we not understand what the task is? The white-wearing man asked. You want me and Hattori to fend off Tsunade and Jiraiya while Neha here grabs the boy, Hanzo said. Correct, What is the problem? The white man asked. I am not sure how this fight will result, Hanzo said. Come again? The white man asked. Hanzo is trying to say that their skill level is unknown at this point. We could very well end up losing our lives. The man on the left, now identified as Hattori, said. M-Master said that they are strong. Tsunade was able to give M-Master Hattori a good punch. The man named Neha said. Oh, and this changes the task? The white man asked. No, sire, Hanzo said. I thought so. Do not question me again. I will have the power of the Senju if it is the last thing I do, which it will not be. Once I obtain this power, I will be unstoppable. The Chimera technique is working beautifully as it is. I cannot wait for the power the boy has, the man said. We will leave immediately, Master Hiriko, Hattori said. Come back alive. Even if you lose out on the chance to obtain the boy, it is imperative that I have my operatives, Hiriko said. Hi, the three men said at once. Then they shunshined from the room. Hiriko sighed and walked over to the wall on the far side of the room where his inscriptions were. He looked upon them and the plans he had outlined. The time is coming. I have waited a long time to obtain the peace I wish. It is time to call upon my friends from the lands abroad. When they come back, it is the time when I will send them out. For now, however, I bide my time. Present time. Tsunade, Naruto, Shizune and Jiraiya had been traveling for 3 days now. Jiraiya had to say he was impressed that Naruto was keeping pace, but they did slow down significantly for the kid. If anything, Naruto was having a blast traveling like this. He had never done it before until now and he seemed to like it. Jiraiya smiled as the kid dug into his lunch. Fire-cooked rabbit. Man, this is good. Where did you learn to make stuff like this, Arawaji? Naruto asked. Jiraiya laughed hard and then said, Time and practice gaki. Shizune stood up and said, I'm going to do a quick perimeter check. I'll be back momentarily. Tsunade nodded at Shizune as she dashed off into the trees to start her rounds. Naruto kept eating into his food and chatting with his mother and uncle. Naruto had to admit he was scared of traveling at first, but now that he was actually doing it, he loved it. Tsunade watched Naruto eat and was happy that he loved traveling like he did. She had to admit, she was scared of leaving the house like Naruto was, but it was for the greater good. But it didn't shake the feeling that something was about to go very wrong for all of them. 2 hours later, Naruto was in the front of the group, running in front of them and then stopping to wait for them to catch up. He had to admit they weren't going very fast today. They were walking and not paying attention to him. It bugged him to no end. He usually was able to strike conversations with them while they traveled, but today was not the case. Jiraiya was extremely on edge, but not that he would admit it. The forest was extremely quiet today around them. He had to admit it was eerily similar to what would be a bandit attack, but he didn't think that would happen. No, he thought this was something much bigger. He looked around the forest again for what seemed like the 100th time. Tsunade also looked around them in the forest. She didn't like that Jiraiya was on edge as much as she was. She could feel the tension rolling off of him, like he was expecting an attack. She had a weird feeling that today was going to go wrong still. Jiraiya-sama, are you sure you're okay? Shizune asked next to him. Huh? Oh yes, just watch the forests, okay? Jiraiya asked. Shizune nodded and watched around them. He saw Naruto had stopped in the distance, waving for them and jumping, like he did with his normal antics. He then stopped and looked down. He had felt something weird when he stepped. Under his foot was a piece of paper that started sizzling. Separate, Jiraiya shouted. All around them, explosions sounded. Jiraiya jumped back, Shizune jumping forward and Tsunade being lost in the smoke. Naruto screamed when he saw Shizune dash in front of him and turn, senbon in hands. He didn't know what was going on, but he knew he wasn't going to like it. Shizune, are you okay? Jiraiya shouted across the smoke. Hi! Where is Tsunade-sama? Shizune asked. Here, Tsunade said, across the smoke like Jiraiya. Then, clapping sounded and it was coming from the middle of the smoke. Slowly, it cleared until it showed 3 figures standing, one of them clapping. They all had cloaks on, billowing behind them as the wind blew on them. Congratulations, it seemed you lived through that, but I won't let you escape my next technique, a man with a gruff voice shouted. Shizune saw him form a seal of some sort when she heard sizzling. Naruto yelped and she turned to find paper bombs attached to his ankles.
Naruto-kun.
Shizune screamed. She flew through a sign and used a kawarmi, body replacement, to replace Naruto with a log in the distance. It drained her of a good portion of chakra since she had to use it on someone other than herself. It wasn't normal to do it that way. She dashed towards where Naruto was now standing underneath a tree as the replacement log exploded where the paper bombs were located. Shizune, Tsunade shouted.
I'm okay.
Naruto is also, Shizune shouted. Little brat evaded my jutsu, the man said. Relax Hanzo, we still have this battle in the bag, a man with a tone-deaf voice said. You, Tsunade shouted. You recognize me already? I guess I should have known that you would recognize me, the man said. The smoke cleared completely and there the three men were somewhat identifiable now. Shizune looked closely, holding Naruto close to her now and saw the men. The first man was facing her and Naruto. He had on a cloak and what looked like a large vial handing off his back. She couldn't see his face underneath his cloak. The two other men were facing Tsunade and Jiraiya. The first one was on the left who had a cloak and two swords on him. One attached to his side and the other strapped on his back. The final man was the most identifiable out of them all, as she knew immediately who he was. Hanzo? Tsunade and Jiraiya shouted. Hanzo started laughing softly at first, then outright burst out laughing. Everyone was looking at him like he had grown a second head. But then Hanzo settled down and said, Yes, I am Hanzo. How is this possible? You were assassinated, Jiraiya shouted. A major miscalculation. Some might say minor, but I beg to differ. You see, I was saved by the organization I now work with. They were able to snatch me away before the man known as Pain was able to kill me. Hattori here, Hanzo said motioning to the swordsman next to him, was the man who rescued me, and for that I owe a debt I have not been able to pay back yet. You were always honorable in that sense, but still one sly shinobi, Jiraiya said. Hanzo laughed again and then said, All ninja must be sly. That is the way of this world. Why are you here? Tsunade shouted. Isn't it obvious? We're here for the boy, Hattori said in his monotone voice. Jiraiya and Tsunade's eyes widened and looked in fear towards Shizune and Naruto. Naruto was clinging onto Shizune now, slightly afraid. Shizune knew this was a bad situation. Two ninja of such a high caliber that they were both most likely S-ranked Nin going on against Tsunade and Jiraiya was a bad situation to be in. We won't let you touch them, Tsunade growled. It's not me or Hanzo here you have to worry about. It's our other friend. Neha, begin, Hanzo said. Hi, Neha said, in a younger and lighter voice. He made an ox hand sign and started muttering under his breath. Suddenly, the vial on his back popped and water started spilling out of the vial onto the ground. Then it started to form shape and a man took form, looking exactly like Neha. He started solidifying and taking color. Mizu Bushin? Water clone, Jiraiya and Shizune asked. Tsunade was observing closely and felt how the chakra was forming. She then realized it was something much more dangerous and potent. No, this is something completely different. Shizune, keep on guard, Tsunade said. Hi, Shizune said. The water Neha finally solidified and took color and form completely. He settled and started to adjust to the new arrangement of his form. Then he took off, straight towards Shizune. Naruto, run now, Shizune said, throwing Naruto away. She grabbed her sanbon again and threw it towards the water Neha charging towards her. Naruto looked at the scene unfolding, Hanzo and Hattori now charging straight towards his Kachan and Arowaji, along with Shizune and fighting the newly formed man. He didn't know what to do other than what Shizune told him to. He turned and took off into the trees, running as fast as his legs could carry him. Hanzo and Hattori took off towards their targets. Jiraiya dashed straight towards them, flying through hand seals already before shouting, Katan! Enden! Fire release, flame bullet. Fire flew from Jiraiya's mouth straight towards Hanzo and Hattori, but they both dashed, flickering out of his view. Then he got slammed suddenly in the chest, being kicked back. Hanzo came into view, his famous Kusarigama in hand now, ready to battle. Jiraiya grunted in pain, but he still landed on his feet, sliding backwards. Hattori was now charging towards Tsunade, who was charging back. "Tsunade!" Jiraiya shouted in fear. "Worry about Hanzo. I got this punk," Tsunade shouted, jumping up into the air. He winced at the amount of pain the cloaked swordsman was about to receive. Jiraiya turned back to his opponent, who was standing there, patiently waiting. "I won't let you get away with this," Jiraiya said. "You already have," Hanzo said calmly. "Naruto is more skilled than you believe. There is no way that your friend will capture him. While the solid water manipulation is impressive, Naruto has some impressive skills himself," Jiraiya explained. "I know all about him. Our master seeks his Mokuton, and we intend to obtain it," Hanzo said. "How do you know everything? Let alone, how are you alive?" Hanzo chuckled and said, "I told you, I was saved. I joined this organization because they were the people that saved me, let alone has a goal I can respect. World peace through united domination." "You're insane," Jiraiya shouted. "Peace is something that must be obtained forcefully, and I intend to help further the goals of our organization. Let me show you just what I can do now, Jiraiya." Hanzo bit into his thumb, drawing blood, and went through hand seals. Jiraiya immediately recognized what was about to happen and proceeded to do the same thing, and both ended at the same time shouting, "Kuchios no Jutsu!"
Summoning technique.
There were two large smoke clouds, and when they disappeared, standing was a giant salamander and a giant toad. They looked at each other, then started looking around. "Jiraiya, why have you summoned me here?" Gamabunta shouted. "I need your help against Hanzo Bunta. Give me some oil quick," Jiraiya shouted. Gamabunta gave a humph and said, "Gaki." He then took a breath and spit out oil. All the while Jiraiya was flying through hand signs before taking a breath and shouted, "Katan! Gamewenden! Fire release toad oil flame bullet." "Hanzo, why do you need help against these buffoons?" asked the salamander. "This is a Sannin. He is not to be underestimated," Hanzo said. The salamander gave a sigh and then started to heave, then jumped away to avoid the fire, all the while spitting out a poison cloud. Jiraiya looked at the oncoming sight and shouted to Gamabunta to retaliate. The toad jumped straight into the air, and Jiraiya jumped from the toad straight downwards towards Hanzo, charging chakra into his hand. Then, he saw Hanzo look up and throw his Kusarigama, but Jiraiya grabbed the chain and pulled himself around it and flew towards Hanzo, and shouted, "Rasengan! Spiraling sphere!" Jiraiya slammed the sphere into Hanzo, but then he poofed out of existence and Jiraiya was slammed back towards the poison cloud. But a tongue gripped him and pulled him back towards Gamabunta. He freed himself from the tongue and jumped onto the toad's head. He sighed and looked towards the salamander and the figure on top. This was going to be a heavy battle. Tsunade was seething on the inside, looking at the man who had attacked her a little over 5 years ago now. She knew exactly what he wanted, and was fuming that she couldn't prevent the other water user from taking her son. She had a tough battle to fight and could only hope that Shizen could prevent Naruto from being taken. "Are you scared, Tsunade?" Hattori asked monotonously. "Not for me or my son. If anything, I'm frightened about what I'm going to do to your body when I'm done with this battle." Hattori gave a small chuckle and unsheathed his tanto. He channeled chakra through it and took a stance. Tsunade gave an evil grin and cracked her knuckles before charging straight up to Hattori, crushing the ground wherever she landed.
Fast, Hattori muttert.
Then, she drew back her fist in hopes of hitting him, but instead missed cleanly. She saw him disappear and then reappear behind her. She had to give him credit for being so fast, but she could still beat him. "I'll make you a deal, Tsunade. I will give you 2 more chances to hit me before I start retaliating. If you do not hit me, hope you live through my next attack," Hattori said plainly. Tsunade grinned at this and looked at her opponent. She knew he was fast, but what if she caught him off guard? She would have to get close in order for her plan to work, but it was a good plan. She walked forward, Hattori looking up, and from the look in his hazel eyes, she could say he was already surprised by her just walking. She was channeling chakra slowly into her fist, ready to strike. Then, she dashed forward, almost face-faulting towards the ground when she slammed her fist into the ground, creating a giant shockwave and a crater to go along with it. Hattori's face lit up in shock and he stumbled. Tsunade grinned and dashed forward, charging her chakra again straight into her fist and slammed it into his chest. He gasped and coughed up blood simultaneously and flew backwards into the trees. Yes, Tsunade shouted. But she knew it wasn't over. He had taken one last time and was still able to stand. He wasn't even getting serious yet. Shizen was getting frustrated really fast. Her senbon and poison weren't going to work on the water Neha, and the original Neha had taken off in pursuit of Naruto. She had no choice but to hope that Naruto could hold himself until one of them could get there. The problem was, there was no way to beat this water Neha. She used paper bombs at first, trying to blow him apart, but he would just reform every time. Then she started to use taijutsu, but even with her Mednin taijutsu she couldn't put him down. This was getting frustrating and knew she would tire herself out. Which was why she had to trap him. You have no hope. Just surrender and let Naruto be captured, Neha said. Like I'll let my Otudo be taken by some freaks, Shizen shouted and threw more paper bombs as a diversion. The smoke went up and she threw wire around, starting the beginnings of her trap. She had to hope that she could catch him before Naruto was caught. Naruto was freaking out internally at the moment. Kachan and Aroaji were too busy to help him with their own battle. And if anything told him that they couldn't help him, it was the looks on their face. Shizen had told him to run herself and he knew that there was no help on the way. He was on his own and had to rely on his own training. Naruto had taken to the trees immediately, moving swiftly to a place he knew was good for fighting. He only had Academy Ninjutsu and a simple taijutsu style. Along with that, he had no genjutsu whatsoever and no medical ninjutsu. He was utterly screwed unless he could come up with something fast. Come out, Naruto, Neha shouted lightly. Shit, Naruto muttered and dashed off to hide behind a tree, taking out wire to set a trap. Neha appeared in the clearing nearby, looking around. He had kunai drawn and looked ready to fight. Naruto gulped and took out a kunai of his own, threading a wire to it and threw it at a tree quite a distance away. Neha heard the impact and looked to find the kunai lodged in the tree. He turned in the direction it was thrown from and dashed over. He landed on the branch where Naruto was previously at to find he was gone, and instead a paper bomb had now activated. "SHIT!" he shouted and the paper bomb exploded. He flew backwards from the explosion, but looked hardly damaged at all. He was burnt in a place or two, but he went into a pouch on his belt and pulled his hand out, now gleaming with water gliding over its surface. He moved the water over the burnt places of his body and saw the healing process work immediately. He gave a small smile at the ingenuity. "Hey, up here you JKI," Naruto shouted. Neha looked up and saw Naruto standing on a branch, a hail of shuriken flying at him. He cursed under his breath and dashed backwards to find he walked into a ninja wire, which released a hail of kunai. He felt one fly into his leg, making a gash but nothing worse. He felt the sting of the wound, but he dashed into the cover of the trees and knelt. He went over the wound with water and healed it smoothly. He gave a sigh as the sting melted away. Naruto was meanwhile watching the whole thing and cursed as his plan didn't work. He had used half of his supplies trying to do that and now didn't have many options. He was out of wire and only have a few kunai and shuriken left along with one paper bomb. He had to admit he needed a miracle to happen right now in order to live through this. He didn't want to kill the guy, but he might have to. Then, Neha flickered into existence in front of him. "I got you now, brat," Neha shouted, a kunai flying in Neha's hand toward him. Jiraiya had to admit Hanzo still had some skills. He was getting tired rather fast, trying to fly through this battle so he could help his godson. But he could easily see this wasn't going to happen. He had to think rationally now and take him out the smart way. Gamabunta wasn't any better, battling the salamander head-on while their summoners exchanged blows every once in a while. Jiraiya was extremely frustrated with the paper bombs and poison already. You going to fight like a real man? Jiraiya asked. Like you're any better, hiding behind ninjutsu, Hanzo shouted. Jiraiya gave a humph and decided to think about it realistically. Hanzo had lived because of this organization, and he was taking some hits like a real person, so he was very much alive. He was being honest from what he could tell. Jiraiya sighed internally at the dilemma that he was facing. This wasn't the same Hanzo that everyone knew. He believed in a solitude way of life, not this peace-seeking way of domination. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes considerably when he realized something. How do you know about Naruto? Jiraiya asked. You asked me before and I will say it again. My organization knows everything, Hanzo said. No, that's not what I mean. How does the organization know about Naruto? Jiraiya asked. Hanzo chuckled and said, Now you ask the right question. You see, our leader is a powerful man and is still seeking power. In order to complete his goals, he needs the power of the Mokuton. He hopes to obtain it from Naruto and lead the world into peace. He learned about Naruto from an old acquaintance of his. As for finding Naruto, we left that to Hattori. He did his job well. Jiraiya was now really confused. Who would know about Naruto and his genetic alterations? There were the obvious people that he knew about, but then there were the people that did it. Danzo or Orochimaru. He seethed even thinking about more people knowing about Naruto. He looked up at Hanzo and gave a determined look. You give me no choice but to end you now, Jiraiya said. It will be an honorable battle. Come! Hanzo shouted. Jiraiya leapt from Gamabunta and Hanzo his salamander, and they both clashed in mid-air, exchanging blows with their fists and weapon. Jiraiya finally got an uppercut in that stunned Hanzo and kicked him back to send him flying to the ground. Hanzo crashed straight into the ground, creating a giant crater and shaking the area. Jiraiya was falling, but he flew through hand seals and shouted, Katan! Enden! The fire then flew from Jiraiya's mouth towards the crater, igniting the ground. Jiraiya smirked at the small victory he had. Then, someone kicked him from behind. He took in a breath and felt himself flying faster towards the ground, but again landed soundly. Hanzo landed across from him, already flying through hand seals. Katan Hibashiri. Fire release. Running fire. What? Jiraiya shouted. Then, a stream of fire appeared and flew in a circle around Jiraiya, a huge pillar of flame surrounding him. Jiraiya couldn't get out of it, so he did the only thing he could think of. He flew through more hand signs and shouted, Kuchios no Jutsu. Jiraiya slammed his palm on the ground and a plume of smoke appeared. Once it dissipated, the smoke revealed a toad just 2 feet taller than Jiraiya. Jiraiya stood on top, looking down and shouted, Gamariki, water gun. Right? The toad shouted. Jiraiya flew through hand signs and shouted, Suetun. Mizadepo. Water release, water gun. The toad jumped up into the air and spit out water from his mouth. Jiraiya channeled his chakra into the water blast, and as soon as the stream hit the ground, it exploded outwards, hitting the circle of fire. The steam rose from it immediately, and the fire was quelled, but it was still hot. Then, Hanzo's Kuzurigama flew through the steam, attempting to hit them. Jiraiya jumped and dismissed the toad, allowing the toad to evade the incoming weapon. Jiraiya then saw Hanzo flying towards him and prepared to fight him in taijutsu. Your faith is misplaced, Jiraiya, Hanzo said. We will see, Jiraiya said, determined. Tsunade was barely holding out now. She was constantly evading Hattori whenever he dashed towards her. It seemed like she would get no rest for a while, hoping to tire him out. She had to call him out and make him lose confidence. You can only last so long. What happening to your friend Neha anyways? My son is probably wiping the floor with him, Tsunade said. I do not doubt Neha's ability to deal with your son, Hattori said calmly. Shizune will rescue him then, Tsunade said. Hattori shook his head calmly and said, No, that is impossible at this moment. She is too preoccupied. Tsunade gritted her teeth. It seemed that no matter what she said, he shrugged it off like everything was planned. She was worried about her son more than anything at the moment and had to stop this guy. I gave you your chances, it seems. Now it is my turn, Hattori said. Tsunade gritted her teeth in anticipation and watched as he dashed in one movement towards her, trying to catch it with her eyes. He was so fast it was surreal. Then, she saw the movement, the sword being removed from the sheath and flicked. She pumped massive amounts of chakra into her hands and blocked the sword, gripping the blade and getting ready to break it. Hattori flew backwards and fell to the ground, the tanto he had drawn now in Tsunade's grip. How? He shouted. I am not a Mednin for nothing. I pumped chakra into my hands to stop the blade from penetrating anything. I then grabbed it and stopped the flow of chakra in the blade, Tsunade said. Hattori stood up and shrugged off his pain and said, Impressive. I give you credit for thinking like that, but now you are forcing me to use my real weapon. Tsunade looked on as he saw him grip his katana and unsheath it, taking a stance. Tsunade cracked her knuckles and started charging chakra. She smiled heavily and said, You're going to regret ever facing me. I'm an angry mother bear right now. Shizen backpedaled quickly, moving to avoid the strikes the water clone was throwing towards her. She found that he shifted his body to make his fists or fingers sharper whenever he would attempt to strike her, and it was impossible to destroy the body because whenever she managed to do any damage, he would just recover from it like it was nothing. Even explosive tags did absolutely nothing. It was extremely frustrating. Face it, you cannot win. I am an entity of chakra and thus will win this. You will run out sooner or later, the water Neha said. Shizen gritted her teeth and threw Sunbon at him, shouting, Shut up! Then it hit her. He said he was an entity of chakra. She had to be sly about this, otherwise it wouldn't work. She dashed forward, evading the palm strike he was sending her way and charged chakra into her palm, using a variation of the Shozen Jutsu, mystical palm technique. Then he tapped him on the arm and saw the arm fall clean off, dissolving into water. What? He shouted. Shizen grinned and said, You're an entity of chakra, you said. So what if I blocked off your chakra? You fall apart. That's why the Chakura no Mezu, chakra scalpel, is the best technique. Bastard! The water Neha shouted. Now it's an equal battle again. Let's see who wins, Shizen said, dashing forward to engage again. Naruto was frozen in shock. He stood in a forest, the sky black as night, but a dark red moon gleaming down on him. The trees around him seemed to be quivering, but the larger ones stood resolute and frozen, as if the pillars of a structure. He then realized that this time the ground was damp, unlike the other times he was here. Naruto realized where he was, and knew this was it this time. He walked forward slowly until he finally reached the pillar with the seal kanji. He looked upon it and then shrugged, stepping inside the boundaries. Then, the figure that he saw in his nightmares appeared before his eyes. So, it seems the little kid has arrived, the nightmare said in a growling voice. Who are you? Naruto asked. You do not know of me? I am the Kyubi no Yoko. I am fear itself. Naruto shrugged and said, Look, I don't know who or what you are and why you're here, but I'm here for a reason. The nightmare laughed at him and finally took form in front of Naruto. There, towered above him a giant nine-tailed fox. The fox had the deepest red eyes that had slits for pupils, and his teeth were what started to make him a little frightened of the presence in front of him. Naruto then shook it off and gritted his teeth. The fox laughed and said, So it seems the little brat has some courage. You're sure lucky the Yondaime Hokage sealed me into you. Otherwise you would be dead right now, because I'm about to save you. Wait, what are you talking about? Naruto asked. All in due time, as some might say. I won't explain it to the likes of a brat like yourself. The fact is, if you die, I die. I have to save you. Curse you, Yondaime. Look, if you're sealed in me, I expect rent, so pay up, Naruto shouted. The demon fox laughed in front of him and said, You have got courage. I suppose I can't fault you. Very well. As a reward for making it this far, I'll lend you my chakra. Then the scene Naruto was in faded around him as he felt empowered. D. Neha shouted, the kunai now only inches away for Naruto. Naruto's eyes then turned into slits and he shouted, No! Then, the ground around him exploded, wooden spikes flying through the ground and impaling the Neha in front of him. His arms now bound by the spikes, legs trapped by multiple spikes and a large spike protruding from his chest. The blood was now flowing all over and falling on Naruto. Naruto looked up, still in control somewhat, and saw what he had done.
Impossible. Neha gasped.
Then, he gave his last breath and died in front of Naruto, wide-eyed in fear. Naruto looked at the kunai and the wooden spike that were inches away from his face. He looked down and suddenly realized that he had formed a seal, the snake seal. He then knew he did it. And then he fell into chaos, screaming out loudly as chakra pumped into the air around him. The fox stood in the forest, watching the scene unfold in Naruto's eyes, and then grinned. He saw Naruto falling into despair as his own chakra was taking over Naruto's body. He knew this was the time to strike. "I finally beat his tricks," the fox said calmly. Jiraiya was standing on a field across from Hanzo. Hanzo was twirling his Kuzurigama in his hand, ready to throw. Their summons had disappeared after their short battle. That was when he felt it, the chakra pump into the air violently. Jiraiya felt it too, as he gasped in realization at the familiar chakra. "Naruto," he shouted in fear. "So, it seems Neha has failed," Hanzo said, then laughed. Jiraiya was freaking out internally. Naruto had never had an outbreak like this before, and he must have made contact with the Kyuubi in order to use the Kyuubi's chakra. Naruto must have had something happen to him. "It seems that this is my time to fall back. Jiraiya, I hope you realize that there is no hope. Our organization would profit from you joining us, but the odds of that happening are probably close to none. I had to have it beat into me. Maybe one day I will do the same to you," Hanzo said. Jiraiya looked at Hanzo as he dashed off, away from Naruto's direction, and sighed in a little relief. But he now had a bigger problem to stop. He had to stop a rampaging Naruto on Tailed Beast chakra. He took off, moving as fast as he could towards Naruto's direction. Tsunade felt it immediately. Naruto had succumbed to the demon's chakra and was letting it loose. Hattori felt it soon after and sighed. He looked over in the distance as the water Neha fell apart, dissolving into the ground. Shizen gave a sigh and looked over at Tsunade, but then her eyes widened as she then felt Naruto's chakra change. "It seems that Neha has failed. How unfortunate," Hattori said dully. "My boy, what happened?" Tsunade asked. "I do not know, unfortunately. Neha is dead because his clone fell apart as it did, evidently. It is unfortunate that this had to happen. I was looking forward to beating you into joining our organization. Perhaps next time Senju Tsunade," Hattori said before dashing off swiftly. "Wait," Tsunade shouted. "Tsunade-sama, not now. Naruto is in danger," Shizen said. Tsunade looked over at Shizune and her eyes widened in realization that she was right. She nodded and said, "Let's go." Then, they dashed off together towards Naruto's direction, where hopefully Jiraiya was already at work. Naruto was curled into a ball, one tail curled closely around him. He still maintained the snake hand seal. He was pumping chakra around and wildly. Wood flew from the ground broken, splintered and spiked. It took form and curled into a defensive shell around Naruto, but at the same time aiming at him, poised to strike. It was almost as if it was in conflict. "Naruto," Jiraiya's voice shouted. Jiraiya landed on a tree a safe distance away from the emerging wood coming from the ground. He saw it was slowing down, but he wanted to play it safe, making sure not to be hit by the wood. He then looked at the scene in front of him, trying to analyze the situation. On a tree not too far from Naruto was Neha, impaled by multiple spikes gorily. His arms were impaled, obviously as if trying to hold them in place, as well as his legs, only by multiple spikes instead of one. Then he saw the largest spike, impaling the center of his chest, blood still falling from the spike. He sighed and thought how sad it was for Naruto to had his first kill like that of all ways. He had probably been traumatized and fell into the Kyuubi state. He had to think fast, otherwise this was going to get out of control fast. He had ceiling tags developed a long time ago in case something like this were to happen, but he would have to get close. He could bust his way through, but that would only anger Naruto most likely. He would have to act on instinct. "Naruto," Tsunade's voice shouted. Stay back, Heim. Naruto is dangerous and unpredictable. I have to seal off the Kyuubi's chakra. Jiraiya looked to his left and saw Tsunade and Shizune appear next to the tree where Naruto had killed the man at. They then looked and Shizune gasped and visibly shuddered. Tsunade then looked and a hand flew to her mouth and knew exactly what happened. She then looked at Jiraiya and nodded for him to do what he had to do.
Kage Bushin no Jutsu.
Shadow Clone Jutsu. Jiraiya shouted. Jiraiya created 3 clones next to him and dispersed them around Naruto. Then snapped his fingers. They created a Rasengan each and flew towards the spikes. They then lashed out, but the chakra sphere crushed the wood and the defensive sphere around him. Jiraiya grinned and dashed forward, pulling out a sealing tag. Then wood flew at him from all sides. He swore under his breath and replaced himself with a clone, finishing the charge and landed next to Naruto. Nighty-night, kid, Jiraiya shouted. He slapped the tag onto Naruto's forehead, and the red chakra surrounding Naruto immediately receded back into his body. Naruto fell asleep immediately, and his eyes returned to their normal forest green color. Jiraiya sighed as that threat was done. The wood, however, still retained some of the Kyuubi's chakra. He sighed at the sad sight in front of him, not exactly sure how to proceed. Get out of the way, Jiraiya! Tsunade shouted, jumping in front of him and already running medical ninjutsu on Naruto, trying to find out what was wrong. Shizune appeared next to Jiraiya and sighed. How could this happen? Shizune asked. I was careless, that's how, Jiraiya said. We were as careful as we could be, Jiraiya. These guys are just good. The fact that Hanzo was with them says something. They must be worthy enough for Hanzo to be with them, Shizune said. Jiraiya sighed and said, I guess you're right as always. I can't believe my godson had to kill someone already. No one should have to do that so young. Shizune nodded and said, and how he did it. I bet he didn't even intend on doing that. Tsunade stood up looking rather pale. She stared at the two of them before she started crying and said, Naruto fell into a self-induced coma. He was traumatized. Shizune gasped and looked at Naruto before she started tearing up herself. She knelt down next to Naruto and hugged him into her chest. His head fell into her arm. His eyes closed and his face wore a frown of sadness. Jiraiya stood on the side, watching everything inside. He didn't want for this to happen to Naruto. Couldn't you just wake him up using medical ninjutsu? Jiraiya asked. We would, but using it on Naruto at such a young age would harm him variably. It's better to be safe, Shizune said. How could this happen? How did the wood even get so tainted? Tsunade asked. It's a theory, but the most probable one I could think of. Naruto having those nightmares must have been a sign of Kyuubi attempting to gain control of Naruto, or overpowering the Mokuton. The Mokuton may have been suppressing Kyuubi down enough to where it felt it needed to fight back. Naruto may have been near death in that fight, which may have triggered contact with the Kyuubi. Because of that contact, he may have obtained enough chakra for the Mokuton to run rampart, truly activating it. The Kyuubi's chakra infused with Mokuton may cause for a more wild version of Mokuton to run rampart. The Kyuubi's influence on Naruto in that fight may have led for him to kill Neha and therefore cause a Kyuubi incident. He must have succumbed to the chaos of the chakra and allowed his mind to be pulled into a comatose state, allowing Kyuubi to take over. Shizune nodded and said, It makes sense. Tsunade nodded and said, We have to take him somewhere safe. We can reach the fire temple in a day if we travel at a good speed, Jiraiya said. Tsunade nodded and said, Top speed. Let's go. Kyuubi roared at the sky, which was now cloudy, the sun tucked behind the clouds. The sky replied back by sending down rain onto the forest. The forest itself seemed to be dead, void of emotion. The sky was the only thing that told you something. It was a sad day for Naruto. Kyuubi was angry himself, however, at how once again someone had foiled him. All he wanted was to be free and to be left alone, but it seemed it wasn't to be. Curse you, Naruto. Curse you. 16 hours later. Jiraiya, Shizune and Tsunade didn't stop at all except for water and one snack. They moved swiftly through Hai no Kuni, land of fire, until they reached the fire temple. Now they were ascending the steps that led up to the temple. Outside stood two monks who took in their appearances and immediately saw they were distressed. Get Chiriku now, Jiraiya demanded. One of the monks ran inside the temple gates to get Chiriku while the other monk led them inside, moving quickly. The monks walking around the courtyard were now looking at the ragged party moving quickly through the courtyard. Then, Chiriku walked out of the temple onto the courtyard, dashing across to meet them. What happened? He asked. We were attacked. Naruto fell into a self-induced coma. He awakened the Kyuubi's power and the Mokuton. Jiraiya! Tsunade shouted. He needs to know Tsunade. He can help, Jiraiya shouted back. Enough! Jiraiya's judgment was right. I can help the boy. I take it upon myself as a monk of this temple, Chiriku said. He held out his arms towards Tsunade, who was currently holding Naruto, who was still asleep in her arms. She looked down at him and how grim he looked, then at Chiriku, who had a serious look on his face. He wore a white robe like all the other monks and was bald like most of them also. He however wore a sash on his side, signifying he is a previous member of the Guardian Ninja 12. She sighed and handed him over, trusting him to do his work as a monk. Chiriku took the boy and cradled him in his arms and said, "Follow me." They all quickly moved inside the temple and closed the doors behind them, denying access to any visitors. Naruto was laying on a bed now surrounded by candles and his family along with Chiriku. Chiriku was muttering calmly and applying chakra to his forehead where a green seal was on his forehead now. What is that seal? Tsunade asked. That is Chiriku's tailed beast suppression seal. He's using it to calm the chakra and hopefully cure Naruto of his problem, Jiraiya said. He knows about it? Tsunade asked. Now I do, Chiriku said before sighing. He got up and said, the good news is that his chakra is now balanced and no longer will be a problem. He should have never had the chakra sealed within him the way it was. I'll need you to check the seal, Jiraiya. Jiraiya nodded, but Tsunade shouted, what is the bad news? Chiriku sighed and said, Naruto has repressed himself, locking himself away in his mindscape. He will have to heal naturally over the next few months, or have someone draw him out. What? Tsunade shouted. Chiriku-sama, perhaps there is something we can do. We could wake him up and with your help, perhaps he won't be damaged, Shizen said in hope. Chiriku shook his head and said, I'm afraid there is nothing I could do that would help. Fortunately, I know someone who might be able to help, but first I want the seal inspected. Jiraiya. Jiraiya stepped forward and slid Naruto's shirt up. He then started channeling chakra into his belly and the seal appeared. Then, a knock came from the door and the door swung open. In its frame stood a child, who was the same age as Naruto. You called for me, sensei? The child asked. I told you to call me Chiriku. I am not your teacher, the other monks are, Chiriku said. But you will be one day, the child said. Chiriku chuckled and said, I suppose you are right. Come here, Sora. Sora stepped forward so everyone could see him. He wore a traditional robe like the other monks of the temple, but had somewhat long, dull bluish-gray hair. He also had bandages wrapped around his right arm. Sora, these people here are Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Shizen. Jiraiya and Tsunade are both Sannin and Shizen is Tsunade's apprentice, Chiriku said. So? Sora asked rudely. Chiriku sighed and then said, Sora, they need your help. Sora looked up at them all, strangely as if questioning himself. He then looked at Chiriku and said, My help? Yes, Sora. You are the only one that can help Naruto. Sora then looked at Naruto who was sleeping on the bed. He looked at his face and immediately winced, as if in pain. He grabbed his right arm with his left hand and looked nervously at Naruto. Why do I have to do it? Sora asked. Because you two are more alike than two peas in a pod, Chiriku said. Sora looked down again and saw the seal Jiraiya was inspecting. He then gasped in realization at what Naruto was and backed up a step. He then stopped and looked again at how sad Naruto looked. He sighed and stepped forward and asked, What do I need to do? Chiriku, the seal is okay, but there's a new kanji here. I'm not sure what to make of it, Jiraiya said. What does it say? Chiriku asked. Wood, Jiraiya said. Chiriku sighed and said, It looks like the chakra leveling is complete. Naruto's chakra was unbalanced before, but now it will be completely balanced. His awakening of the Mokuton allowed for the Kyuubi's chakra to be suppressed. Because of Mokuton now being awakened, Naruto's chakra will be able to be utilized normally. He'll be a prodigy before you know it. Jiraiya nodded in understanding and amazement. Tsunade's eyes raised in surprise when she heard Chiriku's statement. How could Naruto be a prodigy just by his chakra being normally utilized now? What was he hiding? Shizun was thinking the same thing. Sora, Naruto here is troubled. He needs a friend, Chiriku said. A friend? Sora asked. Yes, my boy. He needs someone to comfort him. I want you to go into his mind and comfort him. But how? Your arm, Sora. I need you to touch his forehead and imagine yourself entering his mind. Sora looked down at his bandaged arm and nodded. He started to unwind the bandages and let them fall to the ground. Everyone in the room visibly gasped other than Sora. Chiriku was the quietest, but it never ended to shock him. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizun all looked at Sora's arm and felt sad for the boy. It was disfigured and red and beastly. They didn't have anything to say. Sora placed his hand on Naruto's forehead and closed his eyes, his breathing heavy at first. Then, it calmed into a quiet pattern. Chiriku's eyes closed and nodded. It is done. What is? Tsunade asked. You will see. If you hope for Naruto to have a swift recovery, our hopes are on Sora. Lost. 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 That was how he felt right now. He didn't remember who he was, let alone where he was or why he was even here. All he wanted to do was lay down and sleep, but he couldn't in this place. This place wouldn't let him sleep. He was so tired, so all he did was lay down and curl up. He didn't feel the need to respond to the voice calling out. Wait, a voice was calling out? Naruto? A confused voice shouted. Naruto, was that who I was? Yes, it was. He remembered everything, and why he was here slowly and surely. Then, it hit him all at once. He screamed in fear, tears now pouring from his face. Then, he felt someone nearby. Naruto? A child's voice asked. Don't come near me, Naruto sobbed. A child then walked out of the woods. Naruto saw it was a boy who wore a robe and had some dark blue hair. He was a little shorter than Naruto, but what put Naruto off was his arm. He gasped at the sight of it immediately, recoiling. What's wrong? The boy asked. I'm a monster. I'm seeing things and I killed someone, Naruto said slowly. The boy looked at Naruto strangely, before giving him a sad smile. He stood by the edge of the clearing Naruto was in, trees surrounding the clearing. Naruto knew then he was in his mindscape, from the distinct feeling around him. Can I sit down? The boy asked. Naruto shrugged and turned away from the boy. Naruto felt the trees quivering around him, almost as if they themselves were sad, just like Naruto. He didn't really understand this, but he didn't really care. Why do you think you're a monster? The boy asked. I told you, Naruto said sullenly, that you killed someone and that you're seeing things, but how does this make you a monster? Naruto sighed and turned back around. He looked at the boy who had a curious expression, like he himself had so many times. Naruto sighed and said, I understand people kill, but the way I killed him, it was like, my body reacted like I wanted to kill him and I did. I didn't want to, especially the way I did. It was awful. The boy nodded and said, It was your first? Naruto nodded. The boy looked at Naruto sadly when he said, I have never killed, and I don't exactly worship or resent you for it, but I do feel sorry for you. Naruto looked up, curious. He didn't understand why someone could feel sorry for him. He had wanted to do it. Was it in self-defense? The boy asked. Well, yes, but dash. Then that is all that matters. You did it to save your life, and that is what matters most. But he was... The blood fell on me after I killed him. He had so many wounds and it was awful, Naruto said, choking on his words. The boy was noticeably closer than he was before. Naruto figured he must have been inching his way closer to himself and thought nothing of it. The boy looked at Naruto thoughtfully and then said, "Why are you seeing things then? Your arm, it's hideous? I get that a lot," the boy said. Naruto looked at it and then asked, "So I'm not crazy? That's the way it is. It comes with the job. I'm a chakra container and the chakra is vile. It transformed my arm into a beastly, disfigured version of a limb." Naruto looked at it and felt bad for the boy. He didn't know exactly how to feel for him because he might be the same. The fox that he had talked to said he was sealed in him after all. He didn't know what that meant. "I'm sorry," Naruto said. The boy shrugged and inched forward again, sitting just in front of Naruto now. They were face to face and both wore different expressions. Naruto's was one of confusion and the boy's was one of curiosity. Naruto didn't really know what to do in the situation, except just look down now. "I don't think you're a monster," the boy said. Naruto looked up in shock then. He didn't know how he wasn't a monster at this point. He saw the boy now wearing a smile, instead of that curious expression. He was being completely honest. Naruto could just tell. His hands were shaking and his whole body was quivering slightly. Naruto looked at the boy who kept smiling when he suddenly said, "Naruto, right?"
I'm sorry.
Naruto looked at Sora who was still smiling brightly at Naruto, and it became contagious not too long. Naruto started smiling back, and the entire forest seemed to brighten. Sora looked around at the forest and saw how it reflected Naruto's innocent emotions. It was phenomenal but at the same time astounding and weird. Naruto's eyes were shut with the smile, reflecting just how hard he was smiling. Sora's smile seemed to curve just a little bit more before he said, "Friends." Naruto's eyes opened in shock when he heard Sora say friends. He hadn't really had any friends in the past, other than his family. They all said they were friends and Naruto may have been family, but they were friends. They said one day Naruto would have real friends though. Naruto was genuinely happy now, and he rushed forward from his sitting position and tackled Sora. "Friends!" Naruto shouted. Sora was laughed as they were rough housing with each other's. When the sky itself opened up and the sun revealed itself, Naruto looked up and said, "Maybe we should go outside." "Are you going to be okay?" Sora asked. "With you as my friend, of course," Naruto said simply. They both smiled as the sun seemed to brighten by the second, the trees rustling around them and the wind picking up into a gentle breeze. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Shizune, and Chiruku were all gathered around Sora and Naruto who were in the mindscape of Naruto. Naruto was still wearing his expression of sadness, when suddenly, it shifted. It was a confused look. Everyone looked at Sora who was now wearing a curious look. "Do you think they are talking now?" Tsunade asked. "So it seems. Sora must have made contact within the mindscape," Chiruku stated. "What now?" Jiraiya asked, interested. "We watch. If there is any sign of disturbance, we break their contact to draw Sora out of his mindscape before he is harmed," Chiruku said. Then, they watched the scene unfold before them, and not too long, both children started to smile. First Sora gave a sort of small smirk, then Naruto had this bright smile on his face that all the adults had to admire. Then both children were like this and soon enough, Sora's eyes opened. Everyone stepped back to give him room as he was still shaking off the feeling of going into the mindscape like he did. He blinked his eyes rapidly, before he looked down and saw Naruto slowly stirring. "I did it!" Sora shouted. The adults in the room smiled and Shizune knelt down next to Naruto. Soon enough, he started to blink his eyes open and look at the room around him, light making its way into his eyes. He yawned and stretched out and saw everyone looking at him. "What?" he asked innocently. Everyone then looked and started laughing, crying and gushing over him, everyone having different expressions. He was slightly overwhelmed, but started complaining about the attention he was receiving from everyone. "Kachan, stop crying. I'm okay. Really, Nachan. I'm really okay. Stop laughing at me," Naruto shouted. Jiraiya was wiping tears of laughter from his eyes and said, "You really are a gaki." Tsunade was now standing over him scolding him and saying, "If you ever scare me like that again, I'll ground you for months. Do you understand me, young man? No training for months." Shizune was crying herself in happiness and relief that Naruto was okay. Chiruko himself was even smiling in relief before he clapped his hands and said, Naruto, as glad as we are that you are okay, you still need to rest even after that sleep. You're mentally exhausted from sleeping the way you did and now need normal sleep. I am going to grab food and drink for you, then bed for you. Naruto looked up at the monk and nodded, thanking him silently. He saw him leave and looked toward where Sora was now walking out. Sora! Naruto shouted. Everyone turned to look at Naruto, Sora being the quickest to look back and see his new friend. Can you stay here? I would like that a lot. Sora looked at Naruto with a curious expression before he nodded and walked over to sit on the edge of the bed. He looked at Naruto and saw him looking at everyone, somewhat confused. Naruto, you know what happened, right? Sora asked. Sort of. I know you came and talked to me and about the attack. I just don't understand the big deal anymore, Naruto said. Tsunade looked at her son and said, Naruto, you killed someone, and you're okay now? You went into a coma. Naruto looked up at his mother and said, I'm fine thanks to Sora. He's a good friend. Tsunade's eyes lit up, and she glanced over at Sora who was smiling at his new friend. Tsunade was a little shocked to say that these events all happened at the speed that they did. Naruto just seemed like a magnet for this kind of trouble, but he also seemed to have incredible luck turning out in bright situations like these. It was astounding to think that Naruto could be that lucky. As much as I'd like to fret over Naruto, we have bigger problems, Jiraiya said, frowning slightly. Everyone looked up at him, seeing his concerned frown, and Tsunade asked, What do you mean? I am talking about the seal. He needs to know what exactly happened so we can prevent it from happening ever again. The Mokuton is powerful, but it also relies on his will to suppress the Kyuubi, Jiraiya said. The giant fox? He's the one that gave me chakra, Naruto said. He gave you chakra? Tsunade asked. Yeah, he said something about a weak container and about being sealed. Kachan, why did he say he was sealed in me? That's impossible, right? I mean, you can't just seal someone into a person, right? Jiraiya, Shizune, and Tsunade exchanged looks, but Sora beat them to it. He looked at Naruto and said, Naruto, my arm dash, he held it up and continued, is a result of sealing chakra inside of me. To be more specific, the Kyuubi's chakra. That was the reason why I could reach out to you, Naruto. We share chakra to a point. That's why he dash Tsunade started. Never mind that. Naruto, he is right. That is a reasonable answer, and I have to thank you, Sora, for helping my godson. Sora shrugged and started to bandage his arm again, before he stood up. Naruto looked at Jiraiya and said, So what does this mean? Jiraiya looked at him straight and said, Naruto, you're a Jinchuriki. A what? Naruto asked. Jinchuriki. Jinchuriki. What is that? Tsunade said, It means power of human sacrifice. The Yondaime Hokage had to seal the Kyuubi inside of you when it was released upon Konoha almost 7 years ago now. You were just a baby back then, but a newborn and therefore the most likely for the fox to be sealed inside of. The Yondaime? Naruto shouted with glee. The Hokage had been his idol since he started training and had learned about him. His uncle had even trained the legend and said he was a prodigy, and if he was anything like him, he could far surpass the Yondaime. Naruto made it his goal in life to surpass the Yondaime then. Did he die from that? Naruto asked. The adults all nodded sadly towards Naruto. He sighed and said, He was a hero. A true hero. I just don't understand why he would seal this in me. Jiraiya sighed and said, Naruto, we all need to realize that there is much more danger than we originally knew about. We have to step up your training to prepare you. Jiraiya, he's just a boy, Tsunade said. A boy being targeted by two of what are probably the most powerful criminal organizations around the shinobi nations. Naruto cannot take risks anymore. Too many people are targeting him for various reasons. If he even hopes to stand a chance, he will have to surpass even his father, Jiraiya said sternly. When do we start? Naruto asked with a grin. What? Shizune and Tsunade started. Jiraiya looked at Naruto, who has a smile gleaming on his face, and grinned himself. He had to admit the kid had guts. Sora looked on at the scene and realized just how strong Naruto could be. He was a strong kid to get over everything that he had just learned and did, but to want to push forward like he did, it was astounding. As soon as you're rested up, we start tomorrow. You better be ready, kid, because you're going to be pushed to your limits from now on. You mean to tell me that you let the boy get away, and Neha died? Hiriko shouted from his throne. Hanzo and Hattori, both standing at the table before the throne, said unanimously, "Hi. I can't believe that the brat killed Neha," Hiriko said. "He is a powerful individual. There was something we weren't expecting from the kid. He has the power of—" "Well, we're not sure," Hattori said. "You're not sure?" Hiriko asked. It was as if hatred itself entered his chakra system. A second form of chakra emerged. "My theory is he is a Jinchuriki," Hattori replied. "If this is true, he is going to be a lot more trouble than he is worth," Hanzo said. "No, he isn't. When the time comes, I will deal with him. We still have a long time before that happens, however. I was hoping to obtain Mokuton to help more easily with our goals, but we can put it behind us. For now, we continue on with the plan as if this never happened. We will gain allies and push our goals forward. Do you understand?" Hiriko asked. "Hi," both men said. "Dismissed." "And that's the whole story," a white figure said. The display of chakra was impressive for a child. A black figure started. Of his caliber, the white figure finished. "It seems that little Naruto-kun has become more trouble than he is worth," said a man with a snake-like voice. "Naruto will be guarded constantly by the likes of Jiraiya and Tsunade constantly. There is no chance for us to take him without setting off a chain of events that will leave us vulnerable. I suggest we wait until we set out to capture the other Jinchuriki," said a man with a deep, old voice with a hunched back. "I have to agree with Sasori here, although the money on Jiraiya and Tsunade would have been more than pleasurable," said a taller man with a deep voice. "Enough. I make the decisions here. I am God in this realm. Naruto will be dealt with at a later date by some of our more reliable members. For now, we will continue with what we were doing, getting money and keeping a low profile," said a phased figure. "Hi," everyone in the room echoed. 1 week later, Hiruzen was sitting in his office with Kakashi, both waiting patiently for Jiraiya to show up. They were nervous because Jiraiya had sent a message saying to meet here and it was urgent. They were worried that it involved the little guy they had warmed up to. Kakashi didn't like to show this, however, so he continued to stand against the wall he usually did and read his favorite book at the moment, which so happened to be authored by Jiraiya. Hiruzen, meanwhile, continued to swiftly work on his paperwork. "Glad to see that both of you are already here," Jiraiya said. "Already here? You're 3 hours late," Hiruzen said. "I got here 3 hours late for Kakashi's sake. He's always late. By 2 to 3 hours, Jiraiya said. Kakashi shrugged and said, 2 hours and 40 minutes today. I got lost on the road of life, unfortunately. Jiraiya shook his head while Hiruzen's sweat dropped. Jiraiya then stood straight and leaned against his favorite wall before saying, Naruto made it to the fire temple with Tsunade and Shizune. Everyone is safe for now. For now? Hiruzen asked. I fear there may be an attack, but I'm not sure. We already had one, Jiraiya said. What? Hiruzen and Kakashi said. And it wasn't a normal one? Jiraiya said before delving into the details of the story. As they listened, they were already hooked by the fact that Hanzo is still alive, let alone attack them with the man now discovered as Hattori. Then they were even more shocked by the fact that Naruto already had his first kill. Kakashi sighed sadly at this fact, as it was as early as he had first killed someone, if not earlier. He sincerely felt for the kid. Hiruzen was meanwhile trying to control the rage that he felt that this new organization attacking his surrogate grandchild. He didn't really know what to do in this position, but had to figure out how to keep Naruto under his eye. What then shocked the two of them further was the fact that he awakened his Mokuton and his awareness to the fox sealed within him. They didn't know what to feel at this point, until Jiraiya informed them of how he fell into a coma. They weren't shocked, but sincerely saddened by the fact that he fell into the coma. Then Jiraiya informed them of the events at the temple. They smiled at the fact that Naruto now had a real friend to have fun with, but when Jiraiya told them of his plans to train Naruto heartily, they agreed fully. They had no choice but to prepare Naruto for the coming threats, and knew Naruto was one of the very few, if not the only person that could stop them. "What are your plans to train him, Jiraiya?" Hiruzen asked. "Because his chakra is stabilized but much larger now, we are working on reteaching him chakra control. He will redo all of his exercises until he can do them as well as he did before. Then we will work on affinity manipulation. After that, I intend on using the 5-element seal to further increase Naruto's chakra control again, and even his pools." "Jiraiya-sama, that's genius. The disturbance in chakra flow will allow Naruto not only to overcome that obstacle, but any obstacle similar to thus in the future. Along with that, the idea of using it to increase his chakra pool is unique," Kakashi said. Jiraiya nodded and said, "While he is learning chakra control, we will be teaching him the fundamentals for Fuinjutsu. He's already picking up to it like a fish in water, since he is an Uzumaki. The monks actually are helping too, surprisingly. They have taken to teaching him and Sora Taijutsu, along with Tsunade, who still drills him." Everyone shuddered at the thought of Tsunade's dodge training with Naruto, but knew it would benefit him in the long run. They then let their thoughts mull over in their minds for a few minutes, but not long before Hiruzen asked, "Jiraiya, what about Naruto's chakra? You said it changed." "Ah yes, when Naruto fully awakened the Mokuton, the domination between the Kyuubi chakra and the Mokuton nature finally ended, allowing his chakra to fully settle. His chakra is very solid and astute, which won't allow him to use Genjutsu like we wish he could, nor medical ninjutsu unless he somehow comes up with a way of doing it on his own. His chakra, however, is perfect for ninjutsu, as it allows him to form solid attacks easily. He'll no doubt be a specialist in it along with Fuinjutsu. He'll also be heavily trained in Taijutsu and different Bukijutsu thanks to the monks." Kakashi and Hiruzen nodded. Jiraiya sighed and said, "I'm worried about the different organizations, so I will be going out for a while. I need to check with my sources and do some infiltration. I'll return before long." They nodded and saw Jiraiya leave. Kakashi knew that this was the time for him to leave and said, "With your leave, Ho-dash." "Not just yet, Kakashi. I have something I want you to do for me," Hiruzen said sternly. Kakashi sighed and turned around. He saw Hiruzen having a gleam in his eyes like he just came up with a good idea. Kakashi knew this was either a good or a very bad thing for him. 1 week later. "Focus, Naruto. Sora. Again. You are not allowed to stop until I say so," Chiruku said. Sora was panting, while Naruto was fuming in rage. They had been practicing all morning while Tsunade and Shizune were working with the monks out in the villages. Today, Chiruku had Naruto working on his Bujutsu, while Sora worked on his father's techniques, but easily found himself exhausted. Naruto had taken to working heavily on Taijutsu and Bukijutsu while everyone was away and he was left with Chiruku. He got up and started to attack the post he was worked on earlier with the wooden staff he had been handed. It was rather heavy, but only because of the extra weight he had deemed to start using. He had doubled the amount of weight he had previously, putting him at almost 200 pounds on his legs and almost 100 on his arms. He felt seriously weighed down, but constantly pumped chakra into his arms and legs to keep himself going. He already felt serious improvement over just the last 2 days. Sora meanwhile knew he had to work hard to get where he wanted to. Chiruku working with him personally now meant he had to work twice as hard as before. He thought it was a lot easier with Naruto because he had someone to rival him, but Naruto would always outlast him. It made him mad, but he was always too tired to act on it. "Break!" Chiruku shouted. Naruto dropped the staff immediately, rubbing his hands and moaned, "Geez, that staff is way too rough." Sora was already on the ground and rolled onto his back, looking straight at the blue sky. He was like this every time he trained and worked to his limit. He knew he improved every time, lasting longer, but he wanted to be lasting longer than Naruto. He sighed and got up, still breathing heavy. "Chiruku-sama, there is a guest at the gates. He is requesting to see you. He says it's regarding our guests," a monk said, approaching from behind the kids. Chiruku nodded and said, "While I am gone, work on meditation. It is important to be able to focus." Naruto and Sora nodded, Naruto getting on the ground and sitting cross-legged. He closed his eyes and calmed himself down. He found the training frustrating sometimes, trying to memorize the forms the katas required him to do, and the different stances. However, he always loved meditation. For some reason, it made him calm down tremendously, and he connected well with nature around him, sitting around and feeling the forest. He didn't really understand, but Aroaji told him it was something to do with his Mokuton. PST. Naruto, Sora whispered next to him, meditating still. Naruto asked, eyes still closed. We should ditch this and go play, Sora whispered. Not right now, Sora. Maybe in a little bit, Naruto said.
Small.
I promise it will be fun, Sora said, a little closer this time. Naruto opened his eyes and Sora was right in front of him. Naruto fell backwards and crawled back a few inches, and Sora laughed. He had gotten Naruto to open his eyes to his little joke. He then sat down and went to meditate again, still giggling a little. Naruto gave a humph of frustration before returning to meditate, but not before cracking an eye open. He gave a smile at Sora, who on instinct smiled back at Naruto. 5.5 years later. Naruto and Sora were currently sparring. They had both grown physically and mentally over the last few years. Naruto was now a lot taller and sporting a different outfit. Jiraiya had gotten it for him on his last birthday, which was just a few months ago. He was 12 now and a lot stronger and still the same bright person people knew him to be. He wore black pants with orange stripes down the side, a black t-shirt with an orange swirl, and on top of it a dark blue jacket with an orange swirl in the same place on the back. He also wore traditional shinobi sandals with the outfit. He had his hair down longer also, the back of it reaching the lower part of his neck and the bangs just over his eyes. He tended to like this so no one could look at his eyes unless he wanted them to. Jiraiya asked him why, and he shrugged, saying it was about the connection. Sora, meanwhile, still wore a temple robe and had his hair the same, long and a bang going down the middle of his face. He had a brown sash where he kept his triple-bladed claw. He cut off the sleeve on the left side of his robe, but kept the sleeve on the right side, instead extending it to cover his entire arm because of the bandaging to conceal it. He found himself cut off more with people, but he kept a strong relationship with Naruto and his family along with Chiruku. They had both trained well over the years also, Naruto learning to fully control his chakra pool, which now was as large, if not larger than a Kage's chakra pool. He also learned to manipulate his 3 affinities well, now having a handful of jutsu in his arsenal. His only problem with his ninjutsu elemental manipulation was using his Mokuton. He found that he had absolutely no way to develop his Mokuton. He didn't have the natural talent for it, so he couldn't do anything about it until he found something that would help him. He had decided it was for the best, since they had agreed he should hide his talent for the Mokuton until he knew he could properly defend himself. However, he had taken to Fuinjutsu and was quite far in his studies, already on level 4 out of 10. He constantly read about Fuinjutsu whenever he had free time. He had progressed far in his taijutsu studies, learning the traditional defensive forms of the monks at the temple and even the Senju traditional style. He had learned immediately he was not really suited for any of the styles he had learned, so instead he had modified each style into one he called his own and took it on as his own. Everyone had been impressed that he took to learning his own style and even mastered it. A lot of the monks at the temple had a hard time beating him as it was. Naruto took to using grapples and his own speed and agility to enforce his strength. Speaking of strength, his training regimens had been a lot heavier, but still took the same amount of time. Naruto had increased his weights to a large amount he didn't even count anymore, just increasing them when he felt he needed to. He took to taking off the weight 1 day a week and increasing it thereafter, testing the weight then increasing it again as a schedule. His Bukijutsu also helped him out a lot, also like his taijutsu, making forms of his own with staffs taking on his own form of bojutsu. He had talked to his uncle and mother a few weeks ago, and when he asked, they both had said that they gauged him at high chunin to low jonin skill level. His family had all been impressed by his skill level, even with his secret. Jiraiya had given him the ability to train faster with a forbidden technique called the Kagebushin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto had picked it up immediately and worked with it since he was 8 years old. It had accelerated his training dozens of times over. Sora was a lot more behind Naruto, instead working on his taijutsu and bukijutsu a lot more than Naruto tended to. He had become a close-range specialist immediately, and took to enhancing it with his wind affinity. He had learned about it when Naruto had learned his now traditional Kagebushin no Jutsu with help from Jiraiya. He had given him chakra paper and had learned from it he had a strong wind affinity. He had a few wind jutsu to use and learned to use chakra to enhance his weapons, but could never get the hang of learning how to use wind nature chakra efficiently. He would have to talk to a specialist about it. He had over the years gotten enough skill to possibly be deemed a chunin, which he found a feat in itself for someone his age that was raised in a temple. "Hey brats, haul your butts inside. Jiraiya's here," Tsunade shouted from the front of the sparring room. Naruto and Sora stopped sparring and noticed that the two monks in the room had turned their heads to look at the commotion. Naruto sighed and walked up to his mother. She never called him brat unless he did something wrong, so he assumed he must have. Tsunade watched her son and his friend walk inside. She had taken strongly to Sora like she did Naruto, and would call him her son any day. Sora had become a strong member within their little surrogate family. Naruto building a strong relationship that could even be called brotherly with him. She had taken to seeing him eating dinner with them regularly, and even Chiruku joining them once in a while, and even some of the other ninja monks. Naruto had a good relationship with the ninja monks here at the temple. When Sora and Naruto stepped inside the hallway, their Kakashi and Jiraiya were standing by the end of the hallway, leading outdoors with packs on their backs, each holding a smaller pack for the two boys. Chiruku, Tsunade, and Shizen all stood, ready to send them off. They had agreed a long time ago that the boys needed to go out and explore. Jiraiya had convinced Tsunade to finally send Naruto to Konoha to go be a ninja, like all of his family. He needed to make his own decisions as a young adult. Sora had also requested that he could join in, and everyone had agreed for Sora to go along and be a ninja with Naruto. Jiraiya had agreed to take them along. Kakashi had been sent to watch over Naruto at the temple a long time ago, back when Naruto was almost 7. Kakashi had enjoyed the assignment, since he could watch his surrogate nephew while on S-ranked assignment. He had to admit it was a sweet deal, especially since he could train often. He knew he had gotten somewhat stronger while he was at the temple. "You kids take your time. You aren't going to see the three of them for a long time," Jiraiya said. Kakashi nodded, and the two of them turned and stepped outside through the front door area. Naruto and Sora walked up to Tsunade, Shizen, and Chiruku, who were now waiting, all of them smiling. "You have both grown up so much," Chiruku said. "We have to though, right?" Naruto said with a grin. Chiruku sighed and said, "Just remember to be a kid every once in a while. Don't forget your friends and family." Naruto nodded and Sora walked up, giving Chiruku a hug. Chiruku was silently shocked at first, but then he gained a small smile and hugged him back. Naruto looked up at Tsunade and Shizen, who were looking down at him, both smiling sadly. "I'm going to miss you, my Otuto," Shizen said. "Don't worry, it won't be long before you see me again. If anything, I'll take the Chunin exams when they come up," Naruto said. "Don't be a brat. I raised you to be better," Tsunade said. "I know, Kachan. Geez." Everyone laughed, but Naruto rushed forward and gave them both a tight hug. They smiled and gave the chid they raised a hug back, welcoming the sign of affection. Tsunade even felt her eyes starting to tear up, but she kept a straight face. Shizen was, however, openly spilling tears. Sora even came up and gave them a hug, which caused the two of them to smile and tear up even more. "Take care of my son. He seems to be a magnet for trouble a lot of times," Tsunade said. "Yeah, my Otuto is too important to lose," Shizen said. Sora nodded and said, "Thank you for being there." They smiled and nodded at Sora, who then walked down the hallway, Naruto following closely behind him. They stepped outside and found Kakashi and Jiraiya talking quietly, but then they turned and saw the kids. They held out the packs that had been packed earlier. Naruto and Sora shouldered the packs. Then they turned around, seeing the people that had raised them wearing sad, but happy looks. "Don't worry, guys. It won't be long before we will be impressing you," Naruto shouted. Chiruku smiled and nodded for him to go forward. Tsunade rushed forward, however, and gave Naruto one last crushing hug and said, "I love you." Naruto smiled and said, "I love you too, Kachan." Sora smiled and grabbed Naruto, pulling him back towards the group. Jiraiya and Kakashi were walking away now, both wearing their own smiles. Naruto ran forward, Sora following close behind, both yelling, "Wait up!" 3 days later.
Smon Neroji.
"You gotta tell me what it's like," Naruto pleaded. "Gaki, I told you not to call me that, Jiraiya shouted. Kakashi and Sora both stifled laughs which got them glares from Jiraiya. Sora turned back to humming to himself and walking with his hands behind his head. Kakashi had taken to reading his book on the trip. They traveled at quite a leisurely pace and figured they would reach Konoha when they reached it. In reality, Jiraiya was really holding off so the kids wouldn't have to wait around too long to take the Genin exams. Naruto was excited to finally become a ninja, while Sora was really ready to do his job and explore the world at the same time. Kakashi was happy to see the two were so eager, but he knew that when he returned, he wanted to be sensei to Naruto and even Sora if he could. He realized the potential in the two and especially wanted to teach the son of his mentor and sensei. Wait, is that it? Naruto asked, shouting. In the distance was a wall rising over the trees. Naruto was jumping up and down, pointing now, eager to get inside. The forest literally seemed to reflect his emotions all day. Jiraiya and Kakashi were noting. They were blooming and rustling around, even with a breeze that was so little. Sora looked around and saw the trees fully blooming fast now, surprised at the speed that they did so. Yeah, kid, that's it, Kakashi said with an eye smile. Naruto jumped in joy and started doing circles around them. Jiraiya said, Look kid, we have to go in as a group, so no running ahead. But isn't Gigi expecting us? Naruto asked. He'll be in the office. The guards expect me and some kids, not just a kid. Stick with me and we're fine, Jiraiya explained. Naruto's smile dimmed down, but he nodded and they progressed forward towards the gate, taking the road at a leisurely pace. Meanwhile, two Chunin were sitting on their butts, reading or watching the road for any sign of people entering Konoha. Kotetsu was actually laying back and reading, about ready to fall asleep while Izumo was watching. Izumo then saw travelers approaching Konoha. It looked like two shrimps and two older guys. Hey, Kotetsu, wake your sorry ass up. There are some people coming, Izumo said. I'm sure they're just passing by, Kotetsu replied sleepily. Izumo slapped Kotetsu on the head and dragged him up, going on about how it was an honor to guard Konoha's gates and how Izumo was disrespectful until the four people showed up. Yo! Kakashi said now in front of them. Kakashi? Where have you been? Izumo asked surprised. Yeah, you've been gone for a while, Kotetsu said. Sorry, was on a mission, long-term and all. Came back with Jiraiya and his crew, Kakashi said, gesturing to the crew.
Jiraiya-sama.
Izumo and Kotetsu shouted. Naruto and Sora both looked at each other and snickered at the exchange going on. Jiraiya looked at them and scowled, then returned his attention and said, Bringing in some visitors, hopefully permanent residents. We'll be going now. They bowed respectfully, allowing them to pass, but not before the two Chunin glanced at each other and knew each other's thoughts about the whole situation. Jiraiya, Kakashi, and the kids proceeded inside the village, deciding to take to the rooftops to avoid attention. Hiruzen was sitting in his office doing paperwork when two Umbu appeared before him. He looked up to see that they were bowing and ready to give a report.
Hokage-sama.
For people entered the village just now. Two of them are Jiraiya-sama and Kakashi-senpai. The other two are unknown, but appear to be traveling with them. Hiruzen's eyes widened at this. He knew exactly what this meant. He stood up and prepared himself for their arrival. He then waved the Umbu out of the room, watching them all shunshin away, dismissing them. Hiruzen then activated the privacy seals around the room, only allowing the party of four he was expecting inside and out. Hiruzen looked towards the window where Jiraiya was bound to show up, and sure enough, not a minute later Jiraiya entered, followed by Kakashi, Naruto, and what looked like a monk in training. Jiraiya, Kakashi, Naruto. It has been too long. And who is our young friend? Hiruzen asked. Gigi, this is Sora. He was a monk in training at the Fire Temple, but he wanted to come to Konoha with me. Chirukasama said it was okay for him to come and be a ninja monk here, Naruto said excitedly. Sora looked up at Hiruzen and gave him a small smile, still not trusting all the way, but nonetheless inviting. Hiruzen's eyes twinkled knowingly and gave him a small nod. He then turned back to Kakashi and Jiraiya. Mission successful, Hokage-sama. The watch was uneventful. We believe the organizations to be in hiding on the low, Kakashi said. I've been watching them. They are both acting as organizations for hire and exploring many places. Unfortunately, this doesn't warrant them to be wanted by us yet. But Itachi has also joined Akatsuki, Jiraiya said. Itachi? Hiruzen asked, shocked. Hi, he was found by Uchiha Madara. He took Itachi back to Akatsuki. They seem to be growing slowly, as well as the other organization, Jiraiya said. Have we any more information? Hiruzen asked. None. They are acting on the down low. It seems they don't want anyone to know about them unless they are hired by them, Jiraiya said. And we won't let them near Naruto. We are not hiring them. What of Orochimaru? He left Akatsuki a while back. He is in hiding currently and I know nothing of his current whereabouts, Jiraiya said. We will find him, Hiruzen said. Naruto and Sora meanwhile were talking quietly, sharing small jokes and laughing. Hiruzen turned when they decided to laugh too hard and loudly. He smiled at them and said, It seems you two are having quite a lot of fun. Too much, Naruto said, still shaking off a bit of laughter. And you believe them to be ready for the Genin exams? Hiruzen asked. More than ready. If anything, I'd ask for them to be implemented as Chunin, but I know that's impossible. They need to work with teams, Jiraiya said. I see. Kakashi, you are dismissed. I will be giving you a team assignment within the next few days, Hiruzen said. Kakashi sighed and said before shunshining away, Hi. Jiraiya turned to Hiruzen and said, We need to talk about the kids. Hiruzen looked at the two kids now looking at the discussion going on. He sighed and said, Should they be here? For the first part. After that they can leave and explore the village, Jiraiya said. Then talk, Hiruzen said. Jiraiya sighed and said, Naruto cannot utilize his gift. Hiruzen looked up and said, But I thought he had awakened it. He did, but he cannot naturally use it. I believe it to be because of the fact that he isn't a direct senju, but the DNA says otherwise. The DNA is Hashirama's if our hypothesis stays true. If so, then it has probably manifested into something completely different because of being injected. Could be stronger or weaker. Because of Naruto's resident, I would say that it is stronger. What do you have to say, Naruto? Hiruzen asked. Naruto thought for a moment, then looked up and said, I don't want to say that I have no natural talent for it, but I believe it is because of my chakra. Your chakra? Hiruzen asked. Jiraiya was now curious too, wondering what he thought was the issue. I think my chakra is too solid. We all know Hashirama was able to utilize his chakra and fully connect with nature, making him a formidable sage to go against. He could collect nature chakra even while moving. How this is possible, no one knows. I believe it is going to take a certain amount of focus before I am able to utilize Mokuton. But the Shodame's chakra was also solid. This is an invalid point, Hiruzen said. Not necessarily. If he discovered it by accident like we did, then there's a chance that it took a serious amount of training. We all know he went off somewhere to train, but no one knows where at. I believe he learned to focus to a great point to be able to fully utilize Mokuton the way he did. I need a mentor. Hiruzen and Jiraiya let this mull over in their heads, before Hiruzen finally said, I think you two can leave. We have a lot to talk about. Naruto nodded and gave both of them a hug, Sora smiling at the three before he and Naruto left through the window. Hiruzen then looked at Jiraiya and said, I think we can fix this if his theory is correct. Naruto and Sora were walking through the village now, exploring the sights around them. The villagers would sometimes glance over at the pair conversing on the streets, and they even caught the eyes of a few ninja. Naruto felt the eyes on them and felt slightly annoyed, but he continued on his way. I'm getting hungry, Sora said. I could eat myself. If only they had a ramen place, Naruto said longingly. You always think about ramen, Sora said, rolling his eyes. Hey, it's the gift of Kami himself. Ramen is to be respected, Naruto shouted. They both looked at each other seriously, then burst out laughing at each other, Sora wiping tears from his eyes from laughing. They continued on their way for a few minutes before they ran into a stand that Naruto's eyes wandered to. Ramen Ichiraku? Oh, Kami, thank you, Naruto shouted. He grabbed Sora's wrist and dragged him behind him to the stand. They walked inside when they saw an old man making ramen and a teenage girl standing at the counter. Welcome to Ichiraku's, she said. Naruto and Sora sat down at the counter and looked at the menus. Sora sighed at what he knew was going to be an expensive bill for them. He ordered 1 bowl of miso and saw Naruto already ordering 5 bowls, astonishing the girl. I'm sorry, are you sure you can eat 5 bowls? She asked. I wouldn't worry about Naruto here. He can pretty much clear you out if he wanted to, Sora said sadly. The old man turned around and saw the two sitting at the counter. He frowned slightly, then said, I don't think we've ever seen you around the village before. That's because we're new here. My name's Naruto.
I'm Sora.
The old man chuckled and said, Well, my name is Tucci, and this is my daughter Ayam. Nice to meet your old man, Naruto shouted. Naruto, Sora shouted, trying to correct him. What? Kachan isn't here to bug me. I think I can have a little bit of freedom, Naruto said as if it wasn't a big deal. Tucci chuckled and said, It's quite all right. I appreciate people like Naruto. Ayami giggled at the conversation as Sora continued to chastise Naruto about him being rude as Naruto just shrugged it off. Tucci returned to cooking and soon enough, 6 bowls appeared on the counter in front of Naruto and Sora. All right, itadikamasu, he said, tearing apart chopsticks and digging into the ramen. Sora muttered a silent thank you and dug into his single bowl of miso. Naruto was already finished with his 4th bowl in 2 minutes when Sora had just finished his bowl, satisfied. He looked over to see Naruto working on his 5th bowl and said, I think that's a new record. Naruto looked up, ramen stuffed in his mouth, and said, Huh! Ayam giggled again and printed out the bill. Naruto finished his bowl and grabbed his frog wallet he was gifted from Jiraiya. He turned and said, I got it, Sora. This is the best ramen I've ever had. Sora nodded and said, I have to admit, this is genuinely good. Tucci turned around and said, So I'll be seeing you both again? Sora smiled and said, You'll be seeing plenty of Naruto. I actually have to eat normally, unlike this gaki here. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Naruto shouted. Sora smiled and said, I said you are a brat and you have no taste for real food. Naruto grumbled and paid for the ramen, thanking them before him, and Sora left the stand. Tucci and Ayam glanced at each other and smiled. They knew someone exciting had come to Konoha. Jiraiya and Hiruzen were both sitting now, talking about the current academy students when they finally got to Sora and Naruto. Jiraiya was trying to convince him that Naruto needed special attention and Sora should be placed in a higher-up team. I cannot give favoritism to Naruto and Sora. As unfortunate as that is, there has to be a special reason. I have to be able to explain it to the council, Hiruzen said. Then give them subtle hints that Naruto is progressed further. Tell them about him being a Jinchuriki, anything to throw them off the trail. He should be trained by Tenzo, Jiraiya said. And what about Sora? Hiruzen asked. Place him under Kakashi's team. Kakashi is familiar with him, and he can get private training on his wind manipulation with Asuma or someone, Jiraiya explained. Hiruzen thought about it for a moment when there was a knock on the door and Hiruzen's secretary poked her head in through the door. Sir, Tenzo has arrived. He is rather confused as to why you asked him to enter formally. Send him in. Thank you, Hiruzen said. Then, a man walked in through the door, in full umbu gear. He closed the door behind him and knelt. Hiruzen sighed and said, There is no need to kneel, Tenzo. If what Jiraiya here is planning goes through, you'll no longer be an umbu. Tenzo stood and said, Hokage-sama, take off your mask, Tenzo. No need to be formal right now. Hi. Tenzo grabbed his mask and his face was now visible. He was a pale man with wide, black eyes. He didn't wear a smile right now, his face set straight. He looked and nodded to Jiraiya and then stood at attention. Tenzo, we have something we need to inform you of, and it's a long story. Perhaps you would like to take a seat, Jiraiya said, gesturing to the chair next to him. Tenzo looked at the two inside. He took a seat and prepared himself for what he knew would be a very long story. Naruto and Sora were now walking through one of the public parks where they saw some older children playing. Naruto looked at Sora and they exchanged looks. Sora shrugged and walked towards them, Naruto following closely behind him. "Come on, Hinata," a boy who was chubby said. "I gotta get Shikamaru," said a girl with blue hair and a white jacket. "Hey, hold on," Naruto shouted. The crowd of children all paused and looked at the two boys now approaching them. Sora and Naruto walked up and saw now they were all getting up, or walking towards them. "Hey, we were wondering if we could hang out with you guys," Naruto said. "And who are you?" asked a boy rudely. He looked slightly feral and had red markings on his face. A small white dog on top of his head barked at them as if he was in agreement with him.
I'm Naruto.
"This is Sora here," Naruto said, now walking in front of Sora. "How troublesome," a skinny boy with a pineapple-shaped hairstyle said. "Hey, don't be like that Shikamaru," said a very skinny girl with a long blonde ponytail, now walking forward. She held out her hand and said, "I'm Ino Yamanaka." Naruto grinned and shook her hand, which caused her to blush slightly. Sora noted this and looked around at the crowd of 6 children. They were all walking forward now to greet Naruto and Sora. Ino shook his hand, while Shikamaru, the boy with the pineapple hair, greeted Naruto. The chubby boy was apparently named Choji, and the blue-haired girl was the girl named Hinata. A girl with pink hair walked forward and greeted them warily, her name being Sakura. Kiba, the feral boy, was the last to greet them, roughly shaking both of their hands, but then smiled at the end as his dog apparently liked them. "Hey, is that a Nin Ken?" Naruto asked. "Sure is. His name's Akamaru," Kiba said. "I read about them. Apparently you can't ask for a better companion," Naruto said. Kiba grinned at that and said, "Sure can't." Akamaru barked in agreement and they all started chatting idly. Sora and Naruto talked about where they were from, as they all asked questions. Sora was watching the crowd as Naruto easily chatted up with the group of children. Sora was especially careful around people because of his past, but he saw that they were a genuine crowd. He knew immediately from watching Ino and Hinata that they both were sort of shy around Naruto. He suspected that they were crushing on Naruto big time. He sighed at their antics and turned to his conversation with Shikamaru. "So how are you two friends?" Shikamaru asked. Sora's eyes widened as he thought about this. He knew he shouldn't reveal their secret, so he thought for a second and said, "We met through our training. Naruto went to the fire temple to train and live there." Shikamaru nodded, but inside he didn't buy it. It took just a few seconds too long for Sora to reply to him. He looked at Naruto conversing with the larger group and said, "Naruto is a friendly person." "Yeah, he has a way with people," Sora said. "The village even seems brighter," Shikamaru said. And it was. The forest as always responded to Naruto's emotions and reflected his happiness. The plants in full bloom and the trees rustling. Even with just the small breeze there was. Shikamaru didn't really know what to make of it, as the bloom was early. "Naruto is a magnet for this kind of thing," Sora said. Shikamaru nodded and mulled his thoughts over in his head as him and Sora watched Naruto converse with the larger group of kids. "Hey Naruto, are you going to be in the academy now? The Genin exams are tomorrow and we're all participating," Choji said. "Oh yeah, that's why we came here. Eroaji brought us here for the exams," Naruto shouted with excitement. "Eroaji? What kind of nickname is that?" Kiba asked as the girls giggled at the nickname. "Oh, that's for my Uncle Jiraiya," Naruto said. Everyone then gasped and looked at each other. Shikamaru even bolted up at this and Sora's eyes widened in shock at his revelation to the group. He probably shouldn't have shared that yet. He thought quickly. "Naruto, did you say the Jiraiya is your uncle?" Shikamaru asked. "Yeah, like a surrogate uncle," Sora shouted, trying to get Naruto from revealing too much. Naruto looked at Sora and immediately saw his play. He nodded and said, "Yeah, he just knows me from my mother. They worked together a lot and he decided he wanted to bring me to Konoha instead of my mother. I just like to call him my uncle, but he's still a pervert." "Pervert?" the group asked. Naruto looked at them and said, You want to know a secret? They all nodded. Naruto scooted forward and went to discuss how his uncle was in reality the biggest pervert the world has ever known. Tenzo was sitting in shock, now realizing the situation he was about to be put in. He looked at Jiraiya and Hiruzen, who both had serious looks on their faces. He then looked down at himself and thought about this for a few moments and then said, Hokage-sama, I mean no disrespect, but are you sure I'm the one that should be put up to the task? Tenzo, you are the only one that is up to the task. You are a user yourself and may be able to help Naruto. He needs to be able to use his Mokuton, and you are the only one alive that knows of its abilities well. Tenzo sighed and said, What is your plan then? Naruto will be implemented as an elite genin. This will involve him being under a mentorship under a Jonin sensei, which will be you. He will work hand in hand with many of the genin teams, but will be working on a lot of individual skills. He has the smarts, skills, and ability to do it, Hiruzen said. What about team missions? Tenzo asked. That is easy to resolve. Naruto will go on assignments with different teams each day whenever you deem he should go on a mission. He will also work with different teams in their instruction and training. He will be mentored by all of the Jonin instructors you work with as well as yourself, Hiruzen said. So it's more of a hands-on approach? Tenzo asked. Precisely, Hiruzen said. Tenzo thought about this for a moment, as Jiraiya and Hiruzen watched him. Then he nodded and said, I'll accept this appointment. Excellent. Naruto will be under your command then, so long as he passes the Genin exams, Hiruzen said. Ah, he doesn't have to worry about that. I'll bet all my money that he passes with the highest marks, Jiraiya said laughing. The other two men in the room shook their heads, easily knowing that under Jiraiya's instruction, they'd lose the bet easily. Tenzo, before you leave, you are dismissed from Umbu and are promoted to Jonin rank. You may revert to using your old codename Yamato. Hi, Hokage-sama, Yamato said. You both are dismissed. I'd find the kids and make sure they get some good sleep. The next few days will be quite a bit for them to get through. The whole group of children were laughing, cracking jokes, and sharing stories. Even Shikamaru and Sora were engaged with the group and smiling easily now. They were listening to Naruto talking about a time at the fire temple at the moment. We had stolen the pig and hauled him up to the fire temple. We didn't realize how difficult it'd be, but between me and Sora we had done it. So of course we dragged him around and then we had finally gotten inside. We let him lose in the lower levels and let me say that the monks were not very happy, Naruto said now fully laughing. Oh, and how Chiruku found the pig in the kitchen eating through the feast they were preparing, Sora said. I think Chiruku about killed us, Naruto said now shedding tears from laughing too hard. Everyone was laughing at the silly story when Jiraiya landed on the ground next to them. Naruto looked up and said, I think it's time to go, Sora. Sora nodded and stood up. They looked at the group who were now all standing up to say goodbye. We'll see you tomorrow at the academy, right? Choji asked. Of course, Naruto said, rolling his eyes. We're really curious to see how good you guys are, Ino said now sporting another blush. You'll see, Sora said knowingly. Naruto waved goodbye to them and rushed over to his godfather. He and Sora both looked at him and said, We didn't do anything. Jiraiya laughed and said, I'm sure you didn't. Your mother might kill you otherwise. Naruto smiled and they all took off into the rooftops, the two boys following Jiraiya back to the place they had arranged for them to stay at. The next day, Jiraiya, Naruto and Sora were walking through the streets today, making their way towards the academy. Naruto was practically bouncing with excitement waiting to show off while Sora calmly walked, but was excited inside. He tended to get excited sometimes, but knew when to keep calm. Jiraiya could feel the excitement and tension rolling off of Naruto while he walked meanwhile and finally decided to turn around. Naruto, I can practically feel your excitement. Tone it down, would ya? Naruto sighed and looked down, apologizing. Jiraiya turned around and they continued walking. After a few minutes, they finally reached the academy building. Jiraiya turned to them and said, All right, Gakis, listen up. When you get inside, go to the first classroom on the second floor on the left. Go inside and hand the instructor this scroll. His name will be Irika in case you can't find it. He will know what to do. After that, follow his instructions and you'll be done with this in no time. Naruto and Sora nodded. Jiraiya handed them a scroll from his pouch which Sora took and they walked inside, following the crowd of kids. They went upstairs and found the classroom that Jiraiya was talking about and stepped inside. There stood a Chunin instructor in front of a class full of kids. The Chunin was a tan man with a scar over his nose and had a pineapple hairstyle, much like Shikamaru. He was wearing normal ninja attire and had a headband over his forehead. They all looked towards the door where Naruto and Sora stood. Are you Irika? Sora asked. The Chunin instructor nodded, and the two boys sighed in relief, thinking they went to the wrong class. They closed the door behind them and Sora walked up. We were told to give this to you. Irika took the scroll and started to read over its details. Meanwhile, the class started to converse with each other, most likely about the new people. Naruto looked up and saw there was the group of kids he and Sora had met. Naruto waved and the six waved back. Sora meanwhile was watching Irika, whose eyes seemed to get bigger as he read the scroll. He then closed it and called for the attention of the class. They all quieted down immediately. It seems we have two new arrivals to our group. Let me introduce to the class Senju Naruto and Chiku Sora. The class all gasped and one kid stood up shouting, Impossible! The only Senju alive today is Tsunade, the Sannin. You will sit down. This is a message directly from the Hokage, Irika shouted at the student. The kid looked at the two boys still standing in the front of the room and abruptly sat down angrily. Naruto looked around and saw the group they had met the day before had wide-eyed looks on their faces. They wouldn't have guessed him to be a member of the Senju clan. Perhaps some introductions are in order. Naruto, why don't you go first since the class seems to be interested in you? Irika said. Naruto looked at Irika, then the class and shrugged. He knew he didn't want to reveal too much, but he had to give them something. He stepped up and said, My name is Senju Naruto. My mother is Tsunade. I have no father unfortunately, but I do consider Jiraiya of the Sannin my uncle. He's my godfather as well. I was raised for a long time at the fire temple with Sora, who I consider my brother. The class all exchanged looks and started muttering to each other about Naruto when Irika shouted, Quiet! The class all shut up and Irika looked at Sora before saying, Why don't you go next? Sora looked up and said, My name is Chiku Sora. I come from the fire temple where I was raised my Chirukusama. I have no mother or father dash. But he's part of my family, Naruto shouted. Yes, Sora said, sighing before going on. I came here with Naruto and we both want to be ninja here. Well, that was enlightening. Thank you. Why don't you both take a seat? Irika said. They both saw there was only 2 seats left, each at different desks. Sora saw a seat next to Hinata and Kiba who were waving him over. He shrugged and went over there. Naruto saw a seat next to Sakura, the girl he met yesterday, and a boy who looked like he was quietly brooding and had black spiky hair and black eyes. He also had an insignia on his shirt he didn't recognize yet. He went and sat down next to the pale boy. Now, as you all know, today is the Genin exams. You all will be tested in various areas. I will be one of the proctors and wish you luck. Now if you all will follow me to the first examination room. Everyone got up and followed Irika out. Naruto looked at the insignia on the boy and then finally recognized it as the insignia for the Uchiha clan. He had heard something from his uncle about an extermination though, and wondered how he was related to the Uchiha. They made their way out and into a windowed room where inside were quite a few Chunin. They stepped inside and they all sat down, each taking a desk, where there was a pencil and a pile of papers on each. This is the written portion of the test. Everyone has 60 minutes to complete the written portion. There are 50 questions. If there are any questions you may ask any of the proctors posted. Good luck and your time starts now, Irika said. Naruto flipped over the pile of papers and took the pencil, immediately setting to work. Everyone seemed to be doing the same thing, but Naruto wasn't paying attention. He looked at the questions and saw they were simplistic, from types of weaponry to history to backgrounds on certain people or clans. He knew all the information and flew through it. He didn't take long to write down all the answers and put his pencil down. When he looked up, he saw everyone was still working furiously, others taking their time through it. Naruto smiled and leaned back in his chair, putting his hands behind his head. He saw Shikamaru sleeping on his desk, making him curious. He was obviously very smart or very lazy. Little did he know he was both. Naruto looked around and saw Sora was working hard on the test, furrowing his brow. He probably had some issues with some of the background questions on clans or history questions. He then looked up and saw Irika giving him an odd look, to which he just returned a smile. Irika had watched the crowd of kids in front of him take the test. Well, most of them. Shikamaru put his head down immediately when the test started. He knew the kid was insanely smart according to his IQ test he tricked him into taking. He knew he would get every single question right. He had gotten that tip-off from Hinata, who said that he was just incredibly lazy and saw no point in taking the tests, as well as staying awake in class. He thought then to give him an IQ test, tricking him into thinking it was a required test, and if he didn't take it, he would get his mother on his case. Shikamaru had taken it, and Irika found he had the second highest IQ in the entire village, only being beaten by his father. Not that it was surprising to him after a while, but at first he nearly choked on the water he was drinking. He had looked over the rest and saw most of them working diligently on the papers, Naruto included, but only after 10 minutes he stopped. He had put down his pencil and laid back in his chair. Irika looked at Naruto incredulously and thought he was probably done. Naruto, of course, gave him a knowing smile that said differently. He would definitely look at his test first when the exams were done. The exams passed the rest of the time with no surprises. The time went off and the exams were collected. He made sure to collect Naruto's and place it on the top without being discovered. He then instructed his co-instructor Mizuki, who was a pale man with long white hair, to take them outside to complete the second portion of the exam. He then took Naruto's exam and took to grading it immediately. He flew through the questions, knowing that each answer was correct and no question was left unanswered. When he was done, all 50 questions had been answered, and correctly at that. He put the exam down and let this mull over in his head before he started chuckling and said, "You are something that we have to look out for, Naruto." Mizuki was watching the kids closely, but Naruto more closely. He had been waiting for this day to come. He was in secret working for Orochimaru of the Sannin. The snake apparently had his sights set on him and a particular Uchiha, but more so on Naruto. He didn't know exactly what it was that he had his eyes set on Naruto for, but he gave him an exact description, and surely enough he showed up. Mizuki knew that he had to test the kid himself. "All right, everyone, this is the physical portion of the exam. We are first doing the weapon portion, where you all will throw shuriken at the targets. Any questions?" Naruto immediately raised his hand. Mizuki looked at him in curiosity and said, "Naruto, can we use our own weapons?" Mizuki looked at him strangely and said, "If you are more comfortable doing so, then you may." Naruto nodded and went to his pouch, where inside he felt his kunai. He nodded and waited for his turn. He watched as the various students went up and watched the various reactions to certain people. Sora had gone up as one of the first and hit many of his marks, only missing one. He especially watched his newly formed friends go up. He saw Shikamaru was somewhat accurate, as well as Sakura, Ino, and Hinata, but Choji and Kiba weren't all the great on accuracy. "Uchiha Sasuke," Mizuki said. Naruto turned his head at that and saw the pale boy with the blue shirt that had the Uchiha insignia on it go up. "Good luck, Sasuke," Sakura shouted. "Sasuke," many other girls shouted. Naruto groaned internally at what he knew to be the fangirl sensation going up. He watched as he smugly took the shuriken and threw them directly at the posts, all of them hitting their mark, making him the first to get a 10 out of 10 on precision. All the girls applauded and screamed out his name, congratulating him, while some of the boys groaned or gave a half-hearted applause. Mizuki sighed and moved on when Irika walked outside. "I'll take over from here, thanks Mizuki," Irika said. "We're on the last one actually. Senju Naruto," Mizuki said. Irika then sighed internally, as he knew Mizuki intentionally left him for last for whatever reason. Naruto walked up and went into his pouch, pulling out his kunai. Irika noted that and said, "Naruto, are you sure you want to use kunai?" "I'd really prefer to use kunai," Naruto said. Irika shrugged and watched him carefully. Naruto weighed them in his hands. He had them made specifically for him, weighted on the metal more so than the handle. It was special metal that was used to make the kunai. He channeled his chakra carefully into the kunai, making sure to not reveal the coating to anyone. Sora knew what Naruto was doing and knew it would take a lot of focus on Naruto's part to do it, and sincerely hoped he did. Naruto nodded and threw the kunai all in succession one at a time, twirling and dancing about each time he did it. He then saw the kunai hit their marks, but cut halfway through the post each time they hit, splintering the wood. He knew he had a perfect score. Iruka watched the whole thing and each time could hear the kunai piercing the air, the whistle of the air. He then saw how they impacted the wood and knew from that Naruto had charged chakra into the kunai and they were weighted. He was impressed that Naruto used such specialized weaponry and had a small smile growing on his face. Good job, Naruto. And that is everyone. Let's move over to the sparring area, Iruka said. Naruto turned around and saw that many of the children were still gaping over him and how he had practically broken the posts. Sasuke was fuming from what Naruto could tell. He didn't know why, but he suspected a superiority complex. Naruto sighed as many of the girls were gossiping with each other. The group of kids moved over to the sparring area and Iruka said, "All right, the next portion we will have everyone paired up to test their prowess in taijutsu. We will start from the bottom of the list this time. Naruto and Sasuke, would you two please step up?" Sasuke smirked and stepped forward, Naruto following behind him. They both took their spots on the sparring circle. Naruto made the sign of engagement, which surprised Iruka and Sasuke, but Sasuke only smirked and made the sign himself. Iruka stepped forward and said, "Hajime!" Sasuke dashed forward immediately. Naruto decided he would let Sasuke play his game before he took him down swiftly, not giving anyone time to analyze his movements. Sasuke went to get in a few kicks, twirling and jumping in the air, but Naruto would only skirt around the circle, backpedaling. Sasuke found himself getting frustrated, so he stopped with the kicks and went in to start throwing punches, which Naruto continued to block until 3 minutes into the battle. He gripped Sasuke's forearm and kneed him in the stomach and flipping Sasuke over his own shoulder. Sasuke gave a grunt when Naruto held out a hand for Sasuke to get up. Iruka had watched the whole battle, analyzing both of their movements. It was obvious Sasuke was talented in taijutsu and would do well as a genin, but he was far outclassed by Naruto. Naruto must have been training for years, and because Sasuke's Uchiha style requires the Sharingan, Naruto's style couldn't be analyzed, let alone tracked. Naruto must have invented the style himself because Iruka didn't recognize the stance or style, let alone what it relied on. He kept his talents hidden well. Sasuke was fuming on the ground. He looked up dazed at Naruto, who was holding out a hand for him to get up. He wanted to reject it, but he was sure he felt a crack in his chest area. He grunted and took the hand, letting Naruto pull him up. "Sorry about that. I don't realize my own strength sometimes," Naruto said, half laughing, half embarrassed. Sasuke shook off the hand, but Naruto made the sign of reconciliation. Sasuke felt his eyes go up at this and saw Iruka was even impressed by the display. He didn't want to be on bad terms, especially after what he had learned over the years. He made the sign himself and the two were joined. "Shousha! Naruto!" Iruka shouted. The class broke into multiple reactions, all varying from cheering to subtle applause to no response. Sora simply smiled at Naruto. The 6 newly formed friends were all stunned that Naruto had stomped the floor with Sasuke the way he had. No one was able to beat Sasuke, let alone destroy him like he had, but it seemed everyone was proven wrong. Naruto was going to be something to watch. The rest of the matches went off without a hitch, and it was finally time for the final portion. The ninjutsu portion. The 3 Academy ninjutsu this year was the Henge, transformation technique, Kawarmi, body replacement, and Bushin no Jutsu, clone jutsu. Naruto frowned slightly when he heard about the clone technique and knew he would have to negotiate with the proctors. He didn't want to reveal his Kagebushin no Jutsu, shadow clone jutsu, but he knew he might have to. Naruto waited as everyone went, everyone receiving a head hand signifying they were now Genin of Konoha. Naruto smiled as each one of his friends went in, and even giving Sora a brotherly hug when he got his. He was sitting and waiting when finally his name was called by Iruka. He noticed he was the last one and sighed as many seemed to be waiting on him. He would make it quick. Naruto stepped inside the classroom where 3 proctors sat. Irika sat in the middle where on the left Mikuzi sat and on the right was another man who looked much like Irika except no scar. Naruto took the center of the floor in front of them. Naruto looked up, prepared. Alright Naruto, here's how this will work. You will show us the 3 techniques and we will give you the results of your exam straight away, Irika said. Naruto nodded and waited as they each had a paper in front of them. Naruto looked over at Mizuki who seemed to be interested especially. Much like Irika was. Irika cleared his throat and said, Alright, why don't you show us the henge? Transform into whoever or whatever you wish. Naruto quickly made the seal and transformed into Irika. The Chunin all took quick notes and then Irika said, Now Kawarmi please. Naruto quickly made the seal and replaced himself with a chair in the back of the room. The Chunin all took notes again as Naruto walked to the front of the room. Alright Naruto, now the Bushin no Jutsu. Naruto frowned slightly and said, I have a problem. Irika's eyebrows raised at this and said, What is it? My chakra is too solid to form regular clones and quite too large. I would have to estimate my chakra is at least the size of a Kage's reserves. I would like to know if I can replace it with my own version of the Bushin no Jutsu. Irika and the other Chunin whispered amongst themselves for a moment. Naruto looking around nervously when Irika looked up and said, What version? Kage Bushin no Jutsu, Naruto said.
Impossible.
That is a B-ranked Kenjutsu, the third Chunin proctor said. Naruto simply humphed and made the seal and shouted, Kage Bushin no Jutsu. There were puffs around the room and the room was suddenly very crowded by what was more than 36 clones. The Chunin all stood up abruptly at this and Irika shouted, How? Naruto shrugged and said, I told you how. Did I pass? The Chunin quickly conversed in hushed tones when Irika went into the desk and pulled out a headband. He held it out and said, Congratulations. You passed the exam with what seems to be the highest marks. I don't know what this means for you because unfortunately you tie for the dead last in the class with Sora because you haven't been in the academy at all, but we shall see. Naruto quickly thanked him and tied the headband onto his left arm. He didn't want to wear it on his forehead for some reason, not really liking the way it had felt, so he put it onto his sleeve. He walked out and saw everyone immediately cheer for him, Sora walking over to him and returning the brotherly hug he had given him earlier. Good job Naruto, Sora said. You too Sora, Naruto said smiling. Hinata was sitting in the garden at her clan home, quietly reflecting over the last 2 days. She had to admit, she was very intrigued by Naruto and Sora, more so in Naruto. He seemed to have so much energy and was always happy. She already liked him, developing an immediate crush for him. He even seemed to crush her somewhat developed confidence. She knew that was her weakness as her friends had helped her build it up, but she was always nervous around Naruto. She was excited by the possibility of Naruto being on her team. She really hoped he was on her team. She had watched Ino and many other girls and noticed they were moving on from Sasuke and started crushing on Naruto. She wanted to do something about it, but was too nervous. She hoped that she would get a chance with him. Ino and Sakura were walking through the village back to Ino's family flower shop. Sakura was currently bragging about Sasuke and how good he was today, but Ino knew the case wasn't true. She had to admit, Naruto was impressive and kinda cute. Sakura, I'll give it to you. You win, Ino said. Huh? Sakura asked. Dark and mysterious is old. Naruto is just the new thing, Ino said. Naruto? Are you kidding me? He's too loud and outgoing, Sakura said. That's the point. He has a bright personality and is very cute. Did you see his whisker marks? I can bet that those are wanting to be scratched, Ino said, fantasizing. I don't know Ino, Sakura said. I'll make a bet with you. First one to get a date with their crush get to make the other do something. Anything they want, Ino said. Sakura turned and then her eyes lit up with the possibilities. She grinned and said, Deal. Shikamaru and Choji were at the Akamaru barbecue restaurant with their fathers, celebrating the two making Genin. Shikamaru was currently thinking quietly while the other 3 talked and ate. Shikamaru, however, hadn't joined in their conversations and barely touched his food. It was about 10 minutes into their meal when Shikaku finally turned and saw his son silently sitting there. Hey, You okay there, Shikamaru? Shikaku asked. Shikamaru looked up, stunned for a second, then said, Oh yeah,
I'm okay.
what you thinking about? Choji asked. Shikamaru sighed and said, It's too troublesome to explain, but to give you a hint, Naruto. Shikaku and Choza's eyes both widened at this. They hadn't heard about this Naruto, but there had been rumors of a boy with that name passing around the ninja. What about Naruto? Shikaku asked. How does this kid, a senju, just come into the academy and join the ranks of Konoha just like that, let alone pass the exams? If he was really a senju, he would have been in Konoha and everyone would have known about him, Shikamaru said, analyzing the situation. Shikaku and Choza exchanged looks again and immediately recognized what was going on. Shikaku looked at Shikamaru and said, I wouldn't dwell on it too much. As troublesome as it is, I want to know. This kid is much more than anyone will ever anticipate or consider. He could become something great. Naruto was just waking up in his new apartment. Aroaji had taken him and Sora here 5 days ago and had told them they now lived here. He said the first 3 months of rent were covered, but after that they had better start paying for it themselves. Sora and Naruto had taken the last few days to get their ninja registration done and to get some well-spent training in. Naruto was currently working on developing his wind affinity more, seeing how he had perfected his earth and water affinity training. Sora was taking to doing the same thing except trying to channel wind chakra into his weapon. Naruto knew he could do it with water, allowing for an extended range, so he hoped he could do it with wind chakra for a better result one day. Naruto walked into the kitchen area and saw Sora already cooking up food. It looked like eggs were on the counter and a pan was sizzling. Naruto smiled and started making coffee. It seemed to be a regular routine between the two. Naruto makes coffee and Sora makes food. You're late this morning, Sora said. You're just early, Naruto said simply. Sora chuckled and shrugged at the comment, continuing to cook. Naruto had the drink brewed up quickly and poured it into 2 cups, bringing himself to sit at the table and sip on his drink. He was trying to stay calm inside. Today was the team assignment day for the Genin. This was when they found out what team they would be on and who their Jonin sensei was. Kakashi said he had received a team, but wouldn't tell them who he had on his team. Naruto groaned while Sora simply smiled as Naruto pleaded with him to tell them. Sora brought the food to the table and sat down, eating his own eggs. Naruto was plowing through his eggs and chugged down the rest of the coffee after he was done eating. Then he stood up and went back to his room. Sora smiled and shouted, Excited? You know it, Naruto shouted. Sora smiled and knew that was one of many outbursts Naruto would give today. Naruto came back into the room wearing his normal attire, but slightly different. Today his gear was taped, which was about time. Sora had told him that he should get his wrists and ankles taped down so the clothing didn't get in the way as much. Naruto had finally gone through, it seemed. Naruto also had his headband tied on his arm still, it seemed. Sora sighed and got up, grabbing his headband on the kitchen table and threw his dishes into the sink. Naruto grabbing the rest of his gear, but Sora only put on his headband around his waist and walked to the door, waiting for Naruto. Yash, let's do it, Naruto shouted, running towards the door, Sora opening it for him. Naruto dashed out, already sprinting over the rooftops, Sora closing the door and then turning to see him already far off. Hey moron, wait up, Sora shouted, sprinting after him over the rooftops. Hinata was walking through the streets, near the academy, when she saw something blur in front of her. Then, someone landed in front of her and saw it was Naruto. Hey Hinata, geez, you're the first person I've seen today. Where is everyone? Hey, are you okay? Naruto asked. Hinata realized she was blushing slightly and then heard shouting from a distance. Naruto, you baka, Sora's voice shouted. Sora landed in front of her and bashed Naruto on the top of his head, causing him to scream in pain. I told you to wait up, Sora shouted. Naruto rubbed the back of his head in shame and said, Sorry about that, Sora. I could have just shunshined over here. Baka, Sora said, punching him in the face, slamming him to the ground. Naruto crashed and groaned at the pain before getting up and giving his trademark smile. Hinata's sweat dropped slightly, but inside she was laughing and smiling at their antics. She had to admit, Naruto was a pretty funny and cute guy. Hey, Naruto, Sora, Hinata, a voice shouted behind them. They all turned to see the rest of the group gathered, waving them over. Naruto grinned and ran over to them. Sora and Hinata followed more slowly. Hey guys, excited for the team assignments? Naruto asked. You bet, Choji said. Yeah, I just hope we get some cool team assignments where we can stay together, Ino said, looking over at Naruto especially. Hopefully I'm paired with Sasuke, Sakura said, blushing a bit. Everyone groaned at that statement except for Sora and Naruto, who just looked at her with a strange expression of curiosity. Naruto knew she was a big fangirl of the boy. He groaned internally at the though of having to face his fangirls. Sora had the same thoughts except not so much of his own fangirls, but more of satisfaction at the torture Naruto would face today. Come on, let's go to the academy, Kiba shouted, Akamaru barking in agreement. They all walked off to the academy, chatting about the team possibilities. Iruka walked into the classroom with a few papers in his hands. He looked at the assembled genin in front of him and felt a little pride in his chest at the group assembled. They had done well to get where they were, but hoped they would all pass the second part of the exam that they didn't know of. Before I give the assignments, I want to say congratulations to each and every one of you. You all have worked hard to get where you are. Shikamaru coughed at this statement, earning a glare from Iruka before he continued. I want you to know the value of working as a team. You will be working with a Jonin sensei and 2 other genin. They are now your comrades and deserve to be treated as such. Become a team worthy of Konoha. Show them how strong you all are. Now for your team assignments. Iruka went down the team assignments, going through the first teams, all mostly from civilian families. No one notable from Naruto's perspective. His friends were all whispering to each other or paying attention, but he just sat there waiting for his name to be called. Team 7 will consist of Uchiha Sasuke, Chiku Sora, and Haruno Sakura. Your Jonin sensei will be Hatake Kakashi. Ja! No one will get between me and my Sasuke, Sakura shouted. Naruto looked over at Sora, who seemed to be having conflicting emotions. Naruto would probably have the same. He got stuck with 2 people he would never wish to be put together and work with, but on the bright side he got Kakashi. However much that would improve the situation, Naruto didn't know. Naruto, in all honesty, wished he had gotten Kakashi as a Jonin sensei though. He knew there must be a good reason for it. Team 8 will consist of Hyuga Hinata, Inuzuka Kiba, and Nara Shikamaru. Your Jonin sensei will be Yuhi Kurinai, Iruka stated. The 3 all had smiles on their faces as they nodded and smiled at one another. Naruto smiled and knew that the 3 of them would be a good team to work together with. He didn't know anything about their Jonin sensei, however, and hoped they got a good sensei. Team 9 is in rotation as of the moment, so finally Team 10 will consist of Akamichi Choji, Aburame Shino, and Yamanaki Ino. Your Jonin sensei will be Sarutobi Asuma, Iruka said. Naruto's eyes widened for many reasons. First, their sensei was a Sarutobi, like his Jiji. He was subtly surprised, but knew they would be in good hands. Also, the fact that this team composition was odd if not abnormal was different. He knew, however, they might work together well, seeing them all exchanging wary but happy glances at each other. He knew it was a good match for the 3. What surprised him the most, however, was his name wasn't called. Hey, what gives? My name wasn't called, Naruto shouted. Everyone turned to look at him and started laughing. Even Sasuke had a smirk and turned to say, What dope? Surprised you didn't get a team? You probably got demoted back to the academy. Quiet, Iruka shouted. Everyone looked at him and sat back down, turning their laughter down. Iruka cleared his throat and said, I was getting to you, Naruto. It seems the Hokage has a different thing in mind for you. He has given me the privilege of announcing your rank. Congratulations, Naruto, for making Elite Genin. The room was so quiet then that you could hear a pin drop. I'm sorry, Iruka-sensei. Could you repeat that again? Naruto asked. You're an Elite Genin, Naruto, Iruka said. Well, what in Kami's name does that mean? Sasuke shouted, fuming in anger. Quiet. I was getting there, Iruka shouted again, before clearing his throat. He then looked at Naruto and said, Naruto will be under the command of a single Jonin sensei and will work hand in hand with each of the Genin teams, rotating through the teams, but at the same time will be under the tutelage of an experienced Jonin. He is to be a role model to all the Genin teams out there, as he is a leading example of what a Genin should be about. Naruto had to admit the deal didn't sound bad. He was basically given a private tutor to hone his skills, while he got to work with every Genin in his year, giving him good opportunity to become friends with everyone. He then smiled because he knew that this would also be good opportunity to get help from all the Jonin senseis out there to hone his skills further. I assume you like the decision? Iruka asked. Naruto nodded, but then frowned and said, Who is my Jonin sensei? Your sensei is Yamato. He show dash. Be here shortly? Asked a man in the hallway. He entered the classroom and looked at the group of Genin before setting his eyes on Naruto. He knew he was early, but he had much to talk with him about and much to do with him today if he hoped to set him out tomorrow. You're early, Iruka said plainly. I apologize, but it's the Hokage's orders that I show up early, the man said, not lying. Iruka looked and said, You're welcome to take your student then. The man looked up and said, Senju Naruto, you are to come with me. Naruto felt all the eyes of the Genin on him as he got up and walked towards the front, only to be stopped by Sora. He looked down and saw him looking up at him. Good luck, Sora said. Naruto only smiled and said, You have a lot to do, Sora. I'll catch you later. Naruto ran forward and met the man standing in the front of the room, and the two exited the classroom. When they exited, Naruto inspected him top to bottom. He had short, spiky brown hair and wore a forehead protector similar to that of the Nidaime Hokages. He also noted his attire was different from most Jonin. He didn't have the Yuzushiogakure crest on his clothes, and his flak jacket neckline went up to just below his chin. He had big black almond eyes that seemed to be too large for his head, but was otherwise relatively normal. Senju Naruto, it seems we have a lot to do today if I hope to understand your problem, the man said. Please, Yamato-sensei, call me Naruto. In fact, I think we should do introductions. Nothing like a good start, Naruto said. Yamato was sincerely impressed. He knew the kid was mentally and physically advanced for his age, but he didn't question as to how far. He was thinking like a team member already. Yamato had to admit he'd be a good role model for the Genin that made it through the second exams. How about at lunch? Where do you want to go? Yamato asked. Naruto looked at Yamato and smiled before saying, Ramen. Yamato chuckled, knowing he would say that according to his file, and said, Why not? Let's head over to the stand and we can talk there. Naruto grinned and they set on their way through the streets. Naruto and Yamato were seated at the stand waiting on the ramen to be given to them. Yamato was still impressed by Naruto just by walking. He was very quiet when he wanted to be, but he knew he was a very energetic kid when he wanted to be. He would be a respectable ninja one day. He already had a touch of respect for the kid. So Naruto, perhaps our introductions are in order. I'll go first so you know what to tell me. My name is Yamato. I like gardening, architecture, training, and working with my comrades. I dislike destroyers of nature and traitors. My hobby is growing trees and other plants. My dream is to help someone become a great shinobi. Naruto looked at his sensei with a new sense of respect. In many ways, Yamato was like himself, but knew that they also had subtle differences. He smiled and started his introduction. My name is Senju Naruto. I also come from the Uzumaki clan according to my Kachan, but I use my Senju name because Tsunade is my Kachan and no one is my father. I like gardening, ramen, being with family and friends, and training. I dislike ramen withdrawal, cold-blooded killers, and cowards. My hobby is working on jutsu. My dream is to become Hokage of this village and restore it to its prime that my great Jiji Hashirama led. Yamato looked at Naruto with a sense of pride. Naruto had ambitious goals and carried a sense of purpose. He knew he would do well training Naruto, and Naruto would learn well under him. Well, now that introductions are over, perhaps it's time to eat. Tuchi then carried over a few bowls of Naruto, setting one in front of Yamato and half a dozen in front of Naruto, which made Yamato sweat drop at the amount of ramen that Naruto would eat. All right, ita de kamasu, Naruto said, breaking chopsticks and digging into his first bowl. Yamato chuckled slightly, scared that Naruto might have a stomach ache. Sora, Sakura and Sasuke were the only ones left in the classroom now, and Sora was getting frustrated. He knew Kakashi was late, but this late? "Where is Kakashi-sensei?" Sakura shouted. Sora groaned internally because he had been stuck with Sasuke. Sakura he didn't mind, but when the two of them were put together, there was no stopping her from being annoying. He hoped she would tone it down after a few missions, but he would have to see. Sora was about to put his head down on the desk when the door to the classroom finally opened. Sora stood up and said, "Finally, Kakashi we dash. My first impression of you all," he said, confusing Sora before he finished. "You're all boring. Meet me on the roof in 5 minutes." Kakashi then disappeared in a poof of smoke, probably sitting on the roof reading his smut. Sora looked at the smoke for a moment before shouting, "Did he just call me boring?" He stomped off ahead of the other two Genin who were looking at Sora strangely before they followed him up to the roof. Naruto and Yamato were standing across from each other in the training field. Naruto was stretching, getting ready for his first training session with Yamato-sensei. He had to admit he was excited for this. He wanted to show off his range of powers and get advice where he could. "Alright Naruto, I believe that is enough stretching. Today the goal is simple. Try to defeat me. I will be holding back slightly because of my skill caliber. But come at me with the intention to kill, otherwise you won't be able to do anything to me," Yamato said. Naruto nodded and furrowed his brow in concentration, figuring out a plan before Yamato shouted, "Hajime!" Naruto took off into the trees, hiding himself carefully to make sure Yamato-sensei couldn't detect him and set to work laying his trap. Yamato meanwhile stood in the middle of the training field, impressed by the speed Naruto went to hide himself subtly. He had to admit, if he wasn't a trained ninja of his caliber, he would have a hard time finding Naruto, but he had already made the mistake of staying towards the ground. He observed him and then noticed Naruto hadn't moved an inch. It was almost as if Naruto was waiting on him to make the first move. It was odd, but he decided to go along with it. Yamato clapped his hands together into the serpent seal and shouted, "Doton! Doryuso! Earth release! Earth flow spears!" Naruto was then instantly skewered by the earth spears, only to go up in a poof of smoke, making Yamato realize it was a shadow clone and he had lost track of Naruto already. "How?" Yamato asked out loud. Then the earth underneath him broke and two hands gripped his ankles, pulling him under. Naruto then shot up as Yamato was in the earth up to his head, his neck and body buried beneath the ground.
Doton. Sing Sansu no Jutsu.
Earth release, double suicide decapitation technique, impressed. Yamato chucked from the ground and said, "Not good enough," before he crumbled into the earth. "Damn, an earth clone?" Naruto muttered before taking off into the trees, finding himself a new place to hide. He thought quickly on how to counter Yamato before he turned to a noise he heard to the right and saw water bullets flying towards him. His eyes widened and he jumped backwards doing a flip to avoid the water bullets, before he was slammed toward the ground by a force drop kicking him. He flew and smashed into the ground, making a crater. Naruto was dazed for a moment before someone landed in front of him and said, "Is that all you got?" Naruto groaned and stood up, but not before poofing out of existence again. Yamato's eyes widened again at the second shadow clone trick and felt himself being trapped by ninja wire. He looked towards his left and right and saw a clone on each side of him, both using the serpent seal. Doton. Ganban Q. Earth release, bedrock coffin. Naruto caused the earth to rise up in two different sections, surrounding Yamato completely while moving the ground beneath Yamato, taking his balance away before the two sections of earth smashed into him completely. Yamato was crushed, which caused the real Naruto to land in front of the flattened earth and check to see if his trap had worked. He walked forward but gasped as he looked down and realized what had happened. Moku Bushin.
Mokuton. Daijurin no Jutsu.
Wood release, great forest technique. Naruto's eyes widened as he watched Yamato jump out in front of him and how his arm morphed into trees at a cellular rate. Yamato's tree arm now extending towards Naruto. Naruto jumped back, cursing himself for putting himself at a vulnerable state. He slammed his hands together again into the serpent seal, shouting, Doton, Dorihiki, Earth Release, Earth-Style Wall. Naruto watched as the ground in front of him, then rose up to give him form to a defensive wall that rose many feet into the air, thickened by the natural earth around him. He sighed in relief, but then realized his sensei had used Mokuton. How did his sensei have Mokuton? He was the only person alive who should have Mokuton and the only other user other than his great Gigi. He looked and saw Yamato smirking as he knew he had given Naruto the secret behind why he was training him. So, it seems we have more to talk about, Yamato said, smiling sincerely. Naruto nodded, confused. Naruto and Yamato were sitting across from each other at a dinner table at a restaurant. Naruto and Yamato had trained for the rest of the day physically before Yamato decided it was time to call it quits for the day. Yamato had been impressed by Naruto's stamina and his focus. Even though he had revealed his secret early on, he had to admit Naruto almost had him with the coffin technique, but he had substituted quickly enough with his would clone in the sidelines. Naruto certainly had the makings to be a strong shinobi one day. Naruto was currently eating through his vegetables and pork he had ordered for dinner when he paused, slightly full, and said, "I want some answers." Yamato sighed and put aside his plate and said, "Ask and I shall answer. How do you have Mokuton?" Yamato sighed and said, "I was an experiment when I was a child along with 99 other children. We were all injected with Senju Hashirama's cells and were put in test tubes to see the results. I was the only one that lived through the experiment and was able to use Mokuton. I am certainly not as strong as your ancestor, but I believe myself to be a capable jonin." Naruto nodded, but then pondered and said, "Is this why you are my jonin sensei? I'm sure you know my secret if you are a Mokuton user." Yamato nodded and said, "Hokage-sama thought it best to inform me of your condition and your story. I then realized they would request my assistance with training you and I accepted the job immediately. We are alike in many ways, Naruto, but you have the capability to be so much more powerful." Naruto sighed and said, "But that's the problem. I can't use it." Yamato's eyes widened and said, "What do you mean?" "I'm sure you've been informed of my condition currently with the Mokuton. I cannot use it at all, except for the one time when I was connected with my tenant. I believe it to be because my chakras were synced fully. Now, it seems my tenant has been reduced to nothing but a prisoner within me. I need to balance it out to where my tenant can fully channel his chakra, therefore balancing my chakras once again for natural growth." Yamato nodded and said, "A logical explanation, but how do we do this?" "I'm still not sure. To be completely honest, I almost want to go inside my mindscape, but I'm afraid to do so." "An interesting idea. Perhaps we will try it after our meal," Yamato said. Naruto looked up at him and asked, "What? Are you crazy?" Yamato looked at Naruto and said, "I will help suppress your tenant in order for you to solve your problem. If this works, you will be able to use Mokuton. I will help you train in it through your Genin career." Naruto smiled at this and said, "It's a deal. After this, we do it right away. I don't want to delay." Yamato nodded and said, "It is a thing we should do as soon as possible." They smiled at each other and continued with their meal. Sora was walking through the village now, looking to eat somewhere. He had a long day and was already frustrated with his team. Sasuke was ambitious to give him credit, but he had a dark goal and had an attitude of a dark emo. Sora groaned as he thought about how Sakura could like this brooding team. Sora looked over towards a restaurant, and in the window, he saw Naruto sitting across from the man who had picked him up earlier. He looked and saw Naruto, his brow furrowed in concentration. Sora was curious, but he knew better than to interrupt. He kept walking, trying to find another apartment. He then thought about Naruto. He wasn't in concentration, but in conflict. He was obviously confused. He hoped Naruto was okay. Naruto and Yamato were back out at the training field again, this time settled near the lake. Yamato was standing in front of Naruto, who was meditating on the ground. Naruto found himself confused about whether or not to do this. "Naruto?" Yamato asked. Naruto looked up and said, "I don't know if I can do this now." Yamato sighed and sat down in front of Naruto. He looked at him and asked, "Have you met it, the Kyuubi, before?" Naruto nodded and said, "Only one time. It was probably the scariest experience of my entire life. It with a bunch of different things caused me to go into a coma. Yamato's eyes widened and he asked, "What exactly happened?" Naruto sighed and said, "Me and my family were going to the fire temple for safety and refuge. We were ambushed by a group of people. I ended up getting separated from the others and soon found myself in a near-death situation, where a man was about to stab me with a kunai. I found myself pulled into my mindscape and talking to the Kyuubi. I asked, no, I demanded chakra from him. He of course gave it to me to prevent my death, but it kasued me to kill the man who was about to kill me." Yamato looked at Naruto sadly, but he knew he had to ask the question nagging at his mind. "How old were you?" Naruto looked at him with regretful eyes and said, 6. Yamato's expression didn't change, but inside he was shocked. He didn't expect Naruto to have faced something like this. It seemed life had a cruel path for him to take, but it would make him strong if he could take it all the way. "Naruto, I have nothing to give you except my full sympathy. I know it isn't something I can resolve, however. The Kyuubi is a force that isn't to be trifled with easily. The Kyuubi gave you his chakra knowing it would influence you. It isn't fully your fault. But I wanted to kill him. When I had the chakra, I acted on instinct. My body told me to kill, and I did. I didn't realize what it was at first, but after I had killed him, I realized exactly what had happened." Yamato sighed and said, "Naruto, even if you have killed him because you wanted to, it was in self-defense. Along with this, it is part of our job as shinobi to kill. We must kill to protect the people and village that we love so dearly. We do it to protect people that are precious to us. That is the will of fire." Naruto's eyes widened. He looked up at Yamato and said, "Aroaji told me about the will of fire. He never elaborated what it was, but he told me one day I would understand." "Do you?" Yamato asked. Naruto was in thought now, going over everything his sensei had told him and trying to feel exactly what he felt. Inside, he was in turmoil over confronting this issue now, but he knew that his sensei was right. He had a job to do and he had people to protect. He wanted to become Hokage one day to protect the people most precious to him, and to do that he knew he had to kill sometimes. He felt himself relieve his tension slightly, knowing exactly what the will of fire was now. "I think I do," Naruto said. Yamato smiled and said, "Then you can confront the Kyuubi and settle this issue once and for all." Naruto gave a grin and nodded, settling back into his meditative stance on the ground and closed his eyes while Yamato channeled chakra into Naruto, shouting a jutsu, but Naruto was already fading into his mindscape. Naruto stood up, looking around at the sunny forest around him as the trees themselves welcomed Naruto back. They almost seemed desperate to have him back. Naruto smiled at this and looked around, noticing the ground beneath him was cracked and flooded slightly from water. That couldn't have been right because the ground was always solid before. Naruto frowned and made the serpent seal, molding the earth beneath him solidly. The ground solidified, but stay soggy from the water. Naruto smiled and continued on his way as he somehow felt better from doing that. Naruto soon found himself in front of a pillar with a paper that had the seal kanji written upon it. "So, it seems the Gaki has come back," a deep voice growled from behind the barrier. Naruto smirked and said, "It's been too long, Kyuubi. Sorry to leave you, as I'm sure you would have appreciated my company. Come here, Gaki, so I can rip you to shreds," the Kyuubi growled, appearing in front of Naruto behind the barrier. "No can do. I prefer myself alive," Naruto said. "What do you want?" "I want my chakra to be normal. You have tampered with it far too long, and I would appreciate the ability to use the Mokuton." The fox laughed and said, "What makes you think I would do it so willingly?" "Come now, Kyuubi. Can't be civil?" Naruto asked. "Gaki, I am an immortal being composed of chakra, and I've been sealed within a petty human a good portion of my life. I do not consider being civil with humans like yourself." "You're obviously all talk and no bite," Naruto commented and chuckled to himself. The fox roared and yelled, "Do not test me. Then return my chakra to its original state. Do not make my chakra a battleground." The fox humphed and said, "It is obvious you will not relent. I will work it out then." Naruto smirked at his victory and said, I'm glad that is settled. Now I will leave you to be. You're lucky I'm sealed within Yugaki. I hate weak containers. I hate people who tell me I'm weak. I am anything but, Naruto said before disappearing from the mindscape. The fox looked at the spot where Naruto had disappeared from and said to himself, "This Gaki is actually interesting. What shall I see of you, Naruto?" Naruto looked around as he opened his eyes back in the real world, night settling into its phase. Yamato looked at Naruto as he shook himself out of his long meditation. "How did it go?" Yamato asked. Naruto stood, looking around before looking at his sensei and smirking at him. He then noticed something was off. He could feel chakra coming from his sensei.
Sensei.
"Is everything okay?" Naruto asked. "Yes, Naruto, why?" Yamato asked. "Because No, you're not. I can feel your chakra," Naruto said. Yamato's eyes widened and he looked at Naruto. "You can sense my chakra?" Yamato asked. "Yeah, pretty clearly. It's nowhere near my level, but still pretty good for a Jonin," Naruto said, smiling at his knowledge. Yamato sighed and looked at Naruto, then asked, "Can you sense anyone else?" Naruto furrowed his brow in concentration as he extended his newfound sense and felt the chakras of many people. He knew them all to be coming from the village as he felt the large quantities coming from familiar people. He didn't know how he knew the chakras already, but it had to be a dormant sense he had for a long time but never knew about it. "I feel the chakras from people in the village," Naruto said. Yamato nodded and asked, "Anything else?" Naruto focused again and felt how easily he connected with the forests around him. It was almost as if they recognized him for what he was and helped extend his senses. He could feel practically anything for 2 kilometers and could picture it quite clearly, but after that he could sense out for another 3 kilometers. "It seems I can sense for about 5 kilometers, the first 2 I can picture clearly. I'm sure after training and refining my senses I will be able to detect farther," Naruto said. Yamato was impressed at the new sense Naruto had and nodded. It must have come from Naruto's Mokuton. Hashirama had always been an excelled sensor nin according to the records. He wondered how Naruto would fare at medical ninjutsu now that his chakra was under control, as well as his Mokuton ninjutsu. "Let us see if you can use Mokuton now," Yamato said. "But how? I don't think I know a single jutsu," Naruto said. "I will teach you quickly. The first jutsu you will learn is a very good defensive technique." Yamato went through 3 hand seals slowly before shouting clearly, "Mokuton, Mokujihiki, wood release, wood locking wall." Naruto then watched as Yamato was covered instantly by wooden pillars rising from the ground to curve and make a dome around Yamato as a defensive wall. Naruto was impressed, already eager to try it himself. "Yash, let's do it," Naruto shouted. Naruto was dead-beat tired walking home. He had to admit, trying to mold Mokuton chakra like that on his own at first was draining because of putting both elements together, but he would get it down within a few weeks and be able to mold the chakra a lot easier. He saw his apartment just across the street now and walked over, going up the steps and in through his front door. "You're late," Sora said. Naruto yawned and said, "Sorry, had a long day." "It seems like it. What happened?" Naruto closed the door behind him walking in and slipped off his shoes before saying, "Can we talk about it tomorrow? I'll see you tomorrow anyways for your real test." "Our test?" Sora asked. Naruto yawned and walked past him into his own bedroom. He was being honest. He would show up to help Kakashi with his test tomorrow, to show his team the value of teamwork. He had suspected they may have problems and asked for Yamato's help. What he had in mind, Naruto couldn't even say. All that mattered to him right now was sleep and eating tomorrow. He fell asleep that night dreamless, waking up the next morning to find Sora already gone. He yawned and stepped out to brew himself some coffee. He realized Sora was already gone, heeding Kakashi's orders from the previous day or doing his own thing until Kakashi would actually show. It never shocked Naruto that Kakashi would be so late anymore. H grabbed his level 5 Fuinjutsu book and sat down to drink his coffee and read the book, poring over its contents. Soon enough, he had finished and grabbed a piece of fruit on the way out to the training field Kakashi had called him to. He decided to take the time and run there as a warm-up for the day. When he arrived half an hour later from his apartment after the job, he was surprised to see his sensei Yamato there already with Sakura and Sasuke there. Sasuke was running through his taijutsu form and Sakura was admiring his form. Yamato waved him over and Naruto ran to meet him. "You're late," Yamato said. "You know Kakashi is always 3 hours late, so technically I'm 15 minutes early," Naruto replied smirking. Yamato shook his head in subtle agreement and then asked, "How was your sleep? Disturbed at all from yesterday?" Naruto shook his head and said, "My resident seems to have calmed down. I would call it safe to assume my chakra is perfectly in balance now until I fully utilize the power of the Mokuton. That will be when my chakra can be fully balanced and able to be fully channeled." Yamato nodded and said, "I talked to Kakashi-senpai yesterday. He seemed to agree with your theory and our way of going about resolving it. He said you were responsible for doing it the way you did." Naruto smiled at his surrogate uncle's praise. When he felt Sora approaching behind them from his sensor skills, he turned and waited when after 5 minutes Sora finally showed up walking down the street. He was a lot farther than Naruto had thought. Naruto knew he would have to work on his sensor skills. "Hey Sora!" Naruto shouted. Sora only grunted in annoyance and sat down next to a tree, cleaning his 3-pronged claw. Naruto frowned slightly and walked over, sitting down in front of him. "Sora, are you okay?" Naruto asked.
No.
"I'm not. I got a shit team and you were ignoring me last night," Sora said in anger. Naruto sighed and said, "I was exhausted, Sora. I used up quite a bit of chakra last night before returning to the apartment. Yamato-sensei and I had something we had to tend to before we could call it a day." Sora looked up curious, but Naruto beat him to it and whispered, "My Mokuton. I can use it now." Sora's eyes widened in realization and he smiled, but then frowned immediately after. Naruto knew what he was upset about and grabbed his shoulder and said, "It's okay. I forgive you. Nothing to forgive." Sora smiled and said, "I'm proud of you." Naruto grinned, causing Sora to grin back before a plume of smoke appeared in the center of the clearing everyone was in. Out of the smoke stood Kakashi, reading his smut book. "Oh, hey everyone," Kakashi said, reading his book. "You're late," Sakura shouted. Kakashi rubbed the back of his head and said, "Sorry. There was a black cat and I had to take the long way around." Sakura, Yamato and Sasuke all sweat-dropped at the poor excuse, but Sora and Naruto snickered to each other, knowingly that Kakashi was just naturally a late guy. "Yo, Yamato, Naruto," Kakashi said. "Kakashi-senpai," Yamato said. "Hey Kakashi-aji," Naruto replied in joy. "Hey, you say their names, but not mine," Sora shouted in frustration. "I play favorites," Kakashi said, shrugging. Sora fumed anger and stood up and asked, "So what's the stupid challenge?" Kakashi sighed and said, "Today is a survival challenge. The goal Kakashi started holding up 2 bells. Is to get these 2 bells from me. The person who doesn't get a bell goes back to the academy." "What? But that's not fair," Sakura and Sora shouted. Sasuke only humphed in annoyance. "Ah, but that's not all. The person who doesn't get a bell also doesn't get lunch. I brought along 2 boxes of a healthy lunch for you to eat for whoever does get a bell." Well played, Kakashi. Naruto had to admit he was picking them apart little by little. Sora and Sakura were already fuming over the fact that one would be sent back to the academy when in reality all 3 of them would be sent back. Naruto just didn't know exactly what he was here for. Perhaps it was the fact that I was a singular genin under a jonin as an elite genin. Naruto knew Kakashi was doing it right. "All right, you have an hour and a half until time is up. Oh, and before we start, I thought I'd give you a statistic. There is only a 33% chance of passing this test. Your time starts now," Kakashi said, placing a clock on top of one of the training posts in the clearing. The 3 genin each went their own ways, Sakura and Sasuke both moving quickly to the bushes, while Sora stood in front of Kakashi, a few feet away. Kakashi looked up from his book now, slightly amused. "You do know part of being a ninja and surviving is to hide like one," Kakashi said. Sora pointed at Kakashi and said, "I'm not like the others. I was trained differently and can handle myself just fine. Now I'm going to get my bell." Naruto looked on and face-palmed himself. He had to admit Sora had balls to go on against Kakashi like that, but he should know after training with Kakashi just how strong he is. "You do know how strong I am?" Kakashi asked. But Naruto here was asked to help. This exercise is all about teamwork if I'm correct. I'm assuming he is a spectator, but if I asked him to help, you would let him, would you not? After all, a shinobi is resourceful. Naruto and Kakashi's eyes widened. Naruto had to admit he didn't think Sora would get it that fast. He was probably outraged at the fact that Sasuke and Sakura would have to do a teamwork exercise with him, because Sasuke had a superiority complex of adult and Sakura would follow Sasuke no matter what, which meant Sora was fresh out of luck when getting people to follow him. "So you figured out part 1 of the exercise, but can you figure out part 2? Sora scratched his head, but Naruto was already ahead of him. The bells were the mission target, and the question was whether or not you were willing to sacrifice yourself for the mission. If you had to sacrifice yourself for the sake of the mission, would you do it? Naruto stepped forward, moving to help Sora, but Sora had retreated into the bushes now. Naruto smiled, knowing exactly what Sora had done. He had knocked out 2 birds with 1 stone, hoping to get Sasuke and Sakura to help him with the exam, while confirming his suspicions. Sora was pretty clever sometimes, and ruthless. Sora had found Sasuke and Sakura, and all 3 of them were now huddled around each other. Sasuke had to admit Sora had a way of going about things that he could somewhat respect, but he was still better. Sakura had to give Sora a little credit too, but knew that Sasuke would carry the team for them. "So we need a plan," Sora said. "Just follow my lead, we can take him," Sasuke said. Sora shook his head and said, "Me and Naruto can't take him, just us 2. And Naruto is stronger than the 3 of us put together. I know we need his help, which is why he was brought here." "There is no way Senju is stronger than me," Sasuke said. "Then let's do it on our own the first time, team, and then we'll see just how strong you are against a fully trained Jonin," Sora said, giving a humph of annoyance. "Then let's go," Sakura shouted. Naruto was sitting now meditating, focusing his chakra while Yamato observed him. Kakashi was reading through his book and wondering where the 3 genin were at. It was then that kunai flew from 3 different directions towards Kakashi. Kakashi dashed out of sight and Sora landed next to Naruto. "I am pretty sure you're supposed to help us," Sora said. Naruto nodded as Kakashi appeared behind the 2, no longer holding his book. He sighed and said, "I don't think that's necessary." Naruto clapped his hands together into the serpent seal and a spike of earth shot up from the ground, impaling Kakashi, but instantly poofing him out of existence. Naruto shot forward and landed in the middle of the clearing. Kakashi would be underground, so Naruto channeled his chakra carefully into his hands. Sora watched him curiously, and then Naruto shouted into the sky, slamming his fist into the ground, destroying the ground. Kakashi flew up through the now rubbled ground, flying everywhere, and looked at Naruto. He had never been able to perfect that technique before, but he had always been close. How the heck was he able to do it now? He had to admit, he was his mother's son for being able to use chakra-enhanced punches. "I have to admit, Naruto, I'm impressed," Kakashi said. Naruto grinned and assumed his taijutsu form stance, looking straight at Kakashi with a determined look, and shot forward. Kakashi took his own stance and started engaging in a taijutsu battle with Naruto. Sora looked on and planned his next move. He suddenly grinned and shot through the trees. Naruto kept fighting with Kakashi when suddenly he felt a chakra build up and knew exactly what was happening. He dashed backwards and flew through hand signs before shouting, "Doton, Doryahiki, Earth Release, Earth-style wall." The ground shook and then 3 walls shot up, all connected surrounding Kakashi when Naruto dashed out of view as a fireball shot out of the trees towards Kakashi. "Sasuke can use that jutsu?" Kakashi asked with surprise in his voice, before the fireball impacted the wall behind Kakashi. Naruto looked to see if Kakashi had been burnt, but not to his surprise he was gone. He looked and saw Kakashi standing by the lake instead. He jumped down and landed in front of Kakashi. "It seems they finally caught on," Kakashi said. Naruto nodded and said, "They're using me as the arrowhead, but Sora will be that with enough training." Kakashi nodded and said, "So now what?" "They win," Naruto said before poofing out of existence, and the ground beneath Kakashi crumbled to reveal two hands shooting up to grab Kakashi's ankles, pulling him down. Kakashi's eyes widened in shock as Sora shot up through the ground and yelled, "Success!" He then opened the fist of his hand to reveal two bells in his hand. Kakashi sighed, knowing he had gone way too easy on these genin. He had hoped Naruto wouldn't have to be used at all, but Sora had done a good job being a ninja in his own. Naruto appeared, pulling Kakashi out of the ground and saying, "You went way too easy." Kakashi rubbed the back of his head and said, "Yeah, I sure did." He then looked at the three genin who had assembled in front of him. Sora was grinning and Sakura looked hopeful while Sasuke was indifferent at the moment. Kakashi sighed and said, "Well, Sora, I guess you did get them to work together. You all pass." "Yes," Sora shouted, fist pumping the air while Sakura cheered, and even Sasuke had a smirk on his face. Kakashi shook his head and said, "Teamwork is vital to any shinobi team. That is why I gave you this task. Any shinobi should know that in order to accomplish a mission, you need to do it as a team. That is why if you cannot look underneath as a team, you will fail any mission. I told you that you have a 33% chance of passing the test. The three of you put together is 99. That is sure to increase your odds exponentially." Kakashi then led them to a stone and said, "This stone here is where all the shinobi who gave up their lives to our village have their names engraved. My teammates' names are on here." Naruto looked on solemnly as Kakashi paused and then said, "I believe that in the ninja world, those who break the rules are trash, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash." Everyone's eyes went up in realization at what Kakashi was saying. Naruto even had to smile at the philosophy that was simple and clean. Kakashi turned around and said, "Yash, now everyone get some sleep and Team 7 will report tomorrow at 5 in the morning." Team 7 celebrated as Naruto and Yamato left the training field to return to their normal schedule. Naruto had the feeling of respect going through his mind still for Kakashi. He had to admit his uncle had a good philosophy in mind, and he intended to carry that philosophy with him.